Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Well, it is finals day, but we have a special treat before we get those big heats out there in the lineup. We're going to see the Kira Surf Riders take on the Snapper Surf Riders, and they'll be headed up by Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson, and featuring some of their junior talent as well. This is going to be a lot of fun. Still some clean conditions out there at the moment. Mick Fanning's going to have Jesse Ferguson, Eliza Richardson in his Kira Surf Riders team, and Joel Parkinson will have Caden Francis and Sammy Adern. We're going to learn more about them from a couple of surfers that represent these clubs. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew with us once again. Thanks for having us, Bugs. Representing Snapper.
Oh, today.
But also with some history at Kira as well. We'll get into that a little bit. And Darren Hanley, Master Craftsman, joins us as well. And DH, you are a big part of the Kira Surf Riders Club.
Yes, definitely a life member there. Been in there since I've been 12 years old, and great history, that club. Great history of all around here for the clubs that we built. We were the first club, and then came Snapper, and Rabbit can talk more about that because he was right in the middle of that stuff. But yeah, pretty proud. Mick, Joel, our team, it's bragging rights.
Yeah, this is huge, and there is some big stakes on the line here. There is some massive prizes for these junior surfers in particular. We'll talk about that in a moment, but right now, let's hear from the competitors with Vaughan Blakey.
50 years of pro surfing, 50 years of the WSL, and the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is definitely the birthday party. It has been going off down here, and to celebrate, we have two of the Gold Coast finalists, not just world champs, but club legends for their respective beaches. Snapper Rocks, Joel Parkinson, the 2012 world champ, Mick Fanning representing Kira, 3 world titles. And this is a blood feud that will not stop. It will go forever, eternal, just like these two themselves. Joel, we know that you love pulling on the Rashi for Snapper, and we know you love surfing against Mick. This time you're bringing some groms with you.
Yeah, I guess club surfing's like where you start your career and pretty much where you end your career too. So here we are, we're doing it for our clubs, and it's great to have these guys with us, and also the Kira boys. It's going to be a good battle.
Tell us who's on your team.
I got Sammy and Caden, so they're our top 2 under 18s, what I believe. So should be a great little battle with these guys.
And you got the hometown advantage as well. Snapper to be pretty heavy if you lost to Kira at your home break.
It would be, exactly. But they've got some very good caliber surfers there, so we've got to be on our toes.
And I won't bring it up over this side of the interview, but last year you and Mick had the Heritage Heat. Who won that?
I don't think he's beaten me for a while, so it'd be nice to keep it rolling.
The other day.
Mick Fanning.
He's like a goldfish, this bloke.
Yeah, his memory's quite short, isn't it? Mick, welcome back to Snapper, mate. Great to have you here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Tell us a little bit about Kira. Who's on your team?
Yeah, it's awesome to come down and give these kids an opportunity to surf on the main stage is pretty exciting. We've got Eliza Richardson and Jesse Ferguson, two kids that have been absolutely ripping as of late. And yeah, it's just great to see them get the opportunity to go out and surf in front of this amazing crowd.
What's more potent, the Snapper Kira rivalry or the Joel and Mick rivalry?
Oh, I don't know. I think mine and Joel's has probably simmered down a little bit, but the Kira Snapper one is still very fierce, although we're in a rebuilding phase. So yeah, we've been getting flogged for a few years, so hopefully we can start pegging them back.
Might start pegging it back right now on home turf, mate. Rub a bit of salt in the wound. Take this wonderful trophy off them. Back to Kira.
Let's go.
Love it, mate.
Well, in the amazing 50 years of the WSL, we've had some amazing heats here, heritage heats, some big expression sessions as well, featuring multiple world champions. But this is a real treat because these two surfers, these two greats of the sport, you guys have been involved with both of them for a long time. You watched their rise through the ranks. DH, do you even remember the first board you ever made for Mick?
No, definitely not. I remember I said, did he want a sponsor because I saw how good he was, but I definitely don't remember the first board because Jay Phillips was the focus of that time. He was ripping and I just concentrated on Jay. And
Mick wasn't important enough at that time.
He was bloody 12 years old. He get what he gets.
He was also the kid who was kind of constantly fighting for a third place finish behind Joel and Dean Morrison, who, you know, obviously those three bugs made up the Cooley trio. And your coaching role with Dingo was pretty successful back then. Dingo was the man.
Oh, there was one year where Dean won the Gold Coast, Queensland, Australian and World Junior title, so that was a pretty big run. But, you know, I remember these kids, the three of them actually, going after, you know, school at the Palm Beach Crummet High School, going down to Eddie Valadez and Phil McNamara, doing the coaching, the training on Palmy on these rotten afternoons, and just these kids were just going for it. You could just tell there was something special about them.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, Mick attributes a lot of his success to just dealing with those early round losses and just having something to chase, and just having those two guys to really push his surfing. And they did. They pushed each other all the way to the championship tour. The three of them got victories here at Snapper Rocks. Joel and Mick grabbed a couple. But this is going to be a lot of fun. We mentioned that there is a lot on the line here. You know, this was a pretty interesting one. We saw the trophy, but there is a big one for these junior competitors. The winning club, their under-18 surfers, will receive complimentary WSL membership and QS and Pro Junior entries for 2027. I think that's going to get Mick and Joel pretty fired up, as we see Caden Francis, who is a superstar. His dad, Adam, was a great surfer, still is. And he lives just behind Snapper Rocks here, spent plenty of time in this lineup, but spent a lot of his childhood over in San Clemente as well. But Caden's such a strong young surfer. Ditches the fins there, but gets bounced on that one. Joel having a look at a wave out the back. So the format for this event is that the surfers can catch as many waves as they want, DH?
Yep, as many as they want. And, you know, the best one results. So it's basically total out of 30 points for the three surfers, and may the best club win.
The best club win. We love that. So each surfer will log their best wave, and that'll tally up for the team total. And obviously the club with the most points gets the trophy and gets that amazing benefit of having the membership and the entries for junior and QS events this year covered. Next year, I see Mick Fanning here. He's been surfing a lot. He's had a couple of injuries that he's had to overcome, but the bank has been so good here at Snapper, and Mick's been out there doing what he does. He's been getting, you know, excellent rides when he's surfing by himself, and getting excellent rides with his son Xander clinging to his neck as well.
Yeah, I tell you, you know, the last couple of weeks, Snapper's been going off, and, you know, we've had the world's best surfers here coming back, the early losers in Margaret River, Darren, and then Mick has been still a standout.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch because, yeah.
Oh.
But yeah, incredible to watch that he just paddles out there and the world's best are here, and he just puts on a show. And he's even saying he can't believe some of them are sitting in the wrong spots and stuff like that. He's got so much to give to. If he ever wanted to be a coach, he'd be incredible for a coach out here. I mean, he's got his family to worry about than being a coach. But yeah, he's still putting on a show, and I think he really loves just go out there, catch three waves and go, I've still got it, see you later.
Most definitely. Well, we're starting to see some numbers roll in. No big scores drop just yet, but let's just take a moment while the surfers wait for the next set to roll in and just reflect on yesterday, DH. Is it one of the best days of competition you've seen here at Snapper Rocks?
Yeah, look, the crowd was insane. Like, I heard Tapper this morning say 10,000. I reckon there was 25,000 people here. You know, when you really look at how many people were on the hills, because he was just looking at the beach. And the surfing was insane. The waves turned up, and some of the goofy footer stuff was incredible. Here goes Jesse.
Jesse's a great surfer. His dad is a cameraman. He's been around these events for a number of years, Charlie, and now obviously he's collecting a lot of good clips of Jesse because he rips.
I'll tell you what, though, you know, that big prize suddenly has loomed large because both the Snapper kids and the Kira kid have fallen.
Yeah. Well, as soon as they found out that that was the prize, and they only found that out 15 minutes before they had to do their photo, it all got serious down there. All of a sudden, Mick's going, oh, my God, here goes Joel on one of my old sprays. Love it.
Love that. Oh. Yeah, right. Well, talk a little bit about that because, you know, Parko obviously achieved his biggest results and that world title riding the JSs, but there was a time when Mick and Joel were both on your boards.
Oh, for sure. You know, Joel won one of my first bells on riding the 6'2" board with that similar spray, but in red. And going back to when he won Snapper, I was actually the jet ski driver back then, you know, so I didn't know how to drive a jet ski back in the early days.
And going off the evidence that's getting around on the internet, DH, you still don't know how to drive a jet ski.
But Joel, in that heat, or in that final, he would hold me by the back of the life jacket and would push me like a joystick. Go further, go quicker. And, you know, we weren't allowed to, but he wanted to win that event, and you know, I was there not helping him, but on the jet ski, but giving him a little bit of advice and stuff. But it was fantastic to see him win. But yeah, he's incredible surfer, such a smooth. I love watching him surf. Yeah,
it's interesting too, because Mick and Joel have their rivalry, but obviously with Joel going to JS and you and JS both coming through under Murray Burton at Pipe Dreams, you know, you guys have a really healthy rivalry too, but like Mick said before, it's kind of simmered down a little bit lately too.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You got to understand, we were both gaining for, you know, top dog, and yeah, it has settled right down. And if I had Joel and Mick, I think they would cancel each other out too much. So it's actually, I feel like you've got your one alpha male, and that's who you concentrate on, and that's how you win world titles. If you've got two, it's going to be quite difficult.
And that brings you up to the story of Kira, really, because the original Cooley kids, or if you could call us that, was Michael Peterson, PT and me. But first we'll see this.
Yeah, this is Joel. He has been slick of late, just getting right into the groove, training hard. He's really looking sharp at the moment, and he's found a wave. He's just ironing out all the kinks in this one as he takes it through to the inside. And he's going to see if he can find something down the line to lay into here. Parker just driving up into the section, kicks the fins, gets the slide in, but just loses control there. But kind of have the feeling that might be the best wave of this heat so far.
Well, it's a only completed wave. Yeah, so MP, PT and I were all in Kira. I mean, my first trophy was the 1968 Kira Cadet Champion. And, but it was that dinosaur theory. There was three of us in the same club, and something was going to explode. Now, I was a junior. PT and MP had a very solid rivalry going. MP had his crew, PT had his crew, and I was kind of just in the middle. And one, you know, we used to have the Kira meetings in the women's toilets at the Kira Surf Club. And one night in 1972, it exploded, and it was I mean, it was a brawl. And that's when, you know, PT left and moved over and got Snapper going again. MP was the Kira, you know, got, at one stage, MP for about half an hour was president of Kira.
Oh, really?
It was all time, Darren. I mean, if it was ever a movie, you wouldn't believe it. And I just sort of wandered around going, what am I going to do?
So here goes Caden Francis, 16 years of age. He's riding the Sharp Eyes. Got third place at the 2025 ISA World Junior Championships. And he is #1 on the under-18s Surfing Australia Junior Series rankings. That was Jesse Ferguson taking that one, oh, Mick Fanning, sorry, taking that one through to the inside. Bit of glare out here at the moment as we see now Caden up again.
Nice first turn there.
Yeah, slick style Caden's got. He's been, we've been watching him come through the ranks. Showed a lot of potential early on and really starting to realise that potential with some solid junior results.
Going back to that, Rab, with in the women's toilets, I believe that was the reason, because the men's toilets didn't have a light.
Oh, and that's the only reason. I mean, there was a big open space there, and it was just, you know, it's a classic old surf club. You know, it was 100 years old.
Yeah.
But there was no light in the men's, and so they have the meetings in the women's. And it was a Monday night. It was just always classic. That was back in the days where the club meetings were the big deal of the week.
Well, there you go. Snapper edging ahead here at the moment. But there's still some pretty low scores counting for these competitors. We've still got 30 minutes to enjoy watching this heat unfold as we see a replay of Mick's ride here, Darren.
Yeah, oh, a little bit boggy there, but this next turn's okay. Oh, I thought he was going to go for a barrel. And then No one's really completed the last turn. But oh, no, this wave's a lot better. I didn't see this one. Boom.
Wow. Oh, he didn't stick it.
Oh.
What's Mick riding out there today, mate?
I'm not sure. I think he'd be riding one of his new models, the Lightning, little 510. He's just been enjoying surfing and enjoying everything. Here goes Caden again. They're all pushing it too hard and falling off this last turn. You can see the pressure building.
He is riding the Lightning. I saw it under his arm and as he was making his way out. Fun little board. Let's talk. Well, we've just seen a 7 drop here for Kira.
Oh, there you go. Come on, Mick.
And he's fighting to get his team back out in front here. But let's talk about just some of the surfers that aren't in this lineup at the moment, aren't in the booth here, who have represented your clubs, starting with Kira, Darren.
Oh, Jesse, come on. You've got to be better than that. Some of the like, our history, having, like Rab said, PT, Michael Peterson, Rab himself early in the days. And as Mick said at the start there, we're on a full rebuilding stage. Mick and myself, we went off to, Mick doing his career and my career. And, there's beautiful style there of Mick.
Oh, he's got a jam here, Fanning. What's he going to do with this section? Lays into it. He'll stay on his feet for the finish, and that might better the 7.
Yeah, but we're on a real... we're giving back to Kira because it's given us so much as juniors. That's the reason why myself and Mick and this town is such a incredible surfing town. So we're giving it back. We're getting some good surfers in the club. Being Jessie and Eliza, that she's the world Grom Search junior champion, and Jessie got second here at the Oki. He was so close to winning this. Here goes Mick again on the replay.
Take us through it, Bugs.
Yeah, Mick is just looking like he's just finding his feet out there. He loves his wave so much, and look at that beautiful style.
Oh, got a little hung up there, but there is a little bit of wonk in it out there at the moment. Who's going to be watching this heat really closely is those upcoming surfers in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, no, we've got the women's quarterfinal next, the 4th one. It's a very important one with the world rankings on the line and that beautiful prize.
Yeah, Luana Silva, she'll be taking on Lakey Peterson. It's a repeat of the WA final, where Lakey was victorious, and Luana's already stated that, she's really keen to get one back on Lakey, and the way she's surfing, she's certainly a good chance. Here we go. This is Eliza Richardson. You touched on that World Grom Search title that she claimed. She's been on a real roll. Won the Oki Grom comp this year.
Last year, yeah.
Last year, and only really been surfing for 6 years.
Yeah, she only started surfing in COVID, and she's got a twin sister, Rosie. She's a natural footer, and they've a great family, and they've just taken it to like duck in the water, into water, and it's just been great to watch. And I think she's got a big career. So when she gets swinging on that backhand, it's really good, and she likes to win. For such a young person, she wants to win everything. It's pretty crazy when she doesn't win. She gets pretty upset.
Hyper competitive. And that's kind of bred into these young Australian surfers, Bugs, through the board riders system, which is something that you've been helping foster here in Australia for so long, but also kind of encouraging an international board riders scene of late too.
Yeah, well, it's starting to really catch fire around the world. It certainly has in the USA. There's board riding clubs 10 years ago and nothing over there, Darren, and now, wow, the US is just on fire. It's so good.
Oh, Caden Francis, he's going to hang on to this one. It could be an important score for the Snapper Club, while Mick Fanning's been on fire for his team. He needs Eliza Richardson and Jessie Ferguson to drop a good score too. And that'll put the Kira Club in a good position, especially in this rebuilding phase, as you put it. Well, we've got plenty of time left on the clock here, 25 minutes to go. Let's get the official word on what's coming our way this morning. We'll say a big shout out, a big good morning to Vaughan Blakey, who lit up the main stage here yesterday morning. Vaughno.
Morning, Ronnie. Absolutely frothing to be down here with Renato Hickle, mate. We love this game. We love it. And you've been a part of this for a long, long time. Have you ever seen anything like what we saw yesterday?
A few times, but yesterday was historic, right? It's going to go into the history books as one of the best days in pro surfing ever. And it was an incredible display of surfing of the world's best, both men and women, and biggest crowd I ever seen in snapper for sure, and maybe in Australia, right? We had huge crowds and we're expecting this today too. And yeah, amazing day. We hope we can double up today.
Mate, well, it's been 3 days straight. We're into finals day. Give us the official call.
It is on. We have now Joe and Mick and Snapper and Kira battle. Conditions a bit shy of the size that we're expecting this morning, and the ocean really wobbly, and it's starting to cling, and we hope the tide just turned. We're hoping with that outgoing tide, like it's been doing every day. Now it's just going to get cleaner and cleaner and better, and we can't wait for the quarterfinals to unfold, semifinals and the finals.
Oh, mate, what a great event. Congratulations to you and the Woz for putting on such a good show, and everyone at home and everyone down the beach has been absolutely loving it. I'm just going to dance my way out of this interview over to Emma, if that's cool.
We have
Hello, Emma. How are you?
Going good.
Mate, welcome back to... Well, you live here, don't you?
No, I live in Newcastle.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah, sorry. I thought you were living up here. Hey, mate, welcome back to the Gold Coast.
Thank you.
A place, steeped in pro surfing history. This is the place where pro surfing was born 50 years ago, really.
Well, it was where Peter Druin started the man-on-man surfing contest at the Stubbies at Burleigh in 1976. But it was really interesting yesterday comparing the size of the crowd to those first Burleigh events. But the amount of people on the beach yesterday was absolutely phenomenal. And as you know, the surfing was just, off the hook yesterday. It was crazy how good it was.
Mate, yeah, that has always been the benchmark, hasn't it? That first event that really changed the whole game. You were a part of that. And yesterday, we got to see performances taken to another level. We were chatting before, about this world title race this year, back to accumulative points, which I know you're a fan of. And Medina, he's just so strong. He's looking so fierce, but he also brings the absolute best out of his competitors.
Well, it's early days yet, but if you were a betting person, you would say that he's possibly got one hand on the 2026 trophy. Coming into this event, he was in the yellow singlet. I think he's been sort of setting the pace in every event. And probably the scary thing for his other competitors is that it doesn't really it's not as though he's gone to the highest gear that he's capable of surfing. In some cases, he looks like he's cruising a bit, but he's absolutely ripping. But having said that, that heat yesterday with Felipe Toledo was insane. Those 2 turns that Toledo did on that wave, especially from the water level, where the board was out of the water, the fins were nearly out of the water, and it was only the rail that was hanging in. It was like phenomenal. And then the one after, Sammy Pupo just went pretty crazy on his brother Miguel.
Yeah, that was amazing. And I know you're a parochial hometown favourite kind of guy. Do you think Steph can get the fantasy done here?
I think it would be a dream come true for her, and it would be an incredibly popular win. And if anyone knows Snapper, Steph is the girl that knows Snapper. And I think she's been building. I think every heat she surfed in, she's actually been improving. So I think she's going to tear it to pieces today.
Well, mate, I'm going to have a ball sitting with you watching the action today. We'll throw it back up to the booth, but the great MR is in the house.
Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, MR winning in 79, 81. Bugs, you were there fighting for those titles and pushing MR, but as he said, that this is where Peter Druin brought that head-to-head competition. It was the start of a different kind of rivalry and narrative in the sport, and it's built so beautifully as we go to some of the great head-to-head matchups here in the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM finals bracket. In the top half of the draw, we saw some real solid performances. Ethan Ewing, he came to life. Darren, those boards look magic under his feet, you must be. It looked like you had tears in your eyes when we interviewed you during the clash.
Yeah, it was good to watch. Everyone wants to see Ethan surf, and the conditions yesterday gave him a lot of opportunities, and he put it on rail, and he's got more to give, don't you worry about that.
3 surfers in the quarters there, Darren.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah, pretty happy about that. There's no mayhems in there at the moment, so he's not happy with it, with his results here.
We love the rivalry talk. We're going to talk a little bit more about some of your surfers that are surfing in the quarterfinals. You do also have friendly fire in this first semi-final as well. Nadia Aristabe up against Stephanie Gilmore. I think Nadia Aristabe owns the biggest turn of the women's event so far. She went so crazy, upside down here at Snapper, blowing everyone away, including the world #1.
Yeah, there was talk in the competitors area that one of those turns was probably one of the biggest backhand turns ever seen in women's surfing. Yeah, big call, but yeah, she's on a roll. She's feeling good, and I said to her, if she wins the event, I'll give her boyfriend a surfboard. So that's the motivation that she's using to win this event.
Well, if she wins the event, she can buy him one.
Well, that too, and then, but you know, I've got Steph. You know, we all want to see Steph win, but it'll be a good battle. You know, natural footer, Steph's building, as Rabbit said, and Nadia's on fire. You know, the conditions today are a little bit trickier, so you know, we'll get to see some good surfing no matter what. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, Bugs, there's only a couple of surfers left on the women's side that have closed out a CT event. And that's Stephanie Gilmore on the top side, semi-1, Lakey Peterson on the bottom side. How important is that confidence that you've had from multiple finals and wins coming into a day like this?
Yeah, the experience, to be able to draw on that experience is a bit of a comfort zone. But they'd be well aware of the fact that the backhand surfers have come to the fore at Snapper this year, and both Nadia and Sawyer have been really taking their rivals down. So
okay.
They're not scared, but this is going to be a great day for women's surfing.
It sure is. Well, during the call, Caden Francis, he went out there and went mad and got himself a 9-point ride for the Snapper Club.
Yeah, he surfed this wave brilliantly, and especially at the end where he clicked this little air, you know, and strong kid muscles just got him up, and yeah, well-deserved 9. So that put him in front, but then we came back with I think it was a 6 from Eliza, and we're in the lead at the moment. It's important for Joel to get a good score. Oh, look, he's doing airs. Like, come on, Joel, you're not doing airs yet.
he had some big airs over the years here. When the event was the Quicksilver Pro, I can remember just him in the expression sessions launching massive airs. In fact, Joel at one point was probably doing some of the loftiest airs of anyone in the world. He was really strong in that department, but these days tends to keep his board in the water and looks a little bit more comfortable in that realm.
I'll give you a bit of an insight. I really watched these two guys. Like when Medina, John Florence, Kalohan Dino, Toledo came on in around about 2011, you know, they were sticking. Like after the US Open, I came back and went, wow, these guys are sticking 90% of their airs right now. And at the end of that off season, and for the ensuing years, I started watching Joel and Mick going through their paces. You know, Mick with Phil McNamara filming and Joel working on his stuff. And I realised that they had decided just to back themselves to get 5% better in their carving surfing, and it paid off.
Yeah.
Oh, and this might pay off for the Kira Club. This is Jessie Ferguson with a couple of nice sections. 16.5 minutes to go. Cut a deep line in the face of some of those moves. And they're building pretty nicely, and it's kind of on the back of the juniors that has the Kira Surf Riders Club in front here at the moment. 6.17 for Eliza, and Jessie might improve on that 5.33 in just a moment.
Yeah, and Darren, I'd like to get your insight on that, because that was my observation anyway. You know, both Mick and Joel decided, as we see Caden here, he's already got the 9, so he can't do much better. But, you know, on their approach, I mean, being so well aware of Medina and John in particular coming through.
Yeah, look, you see it now. All these kids are learning how to do airs, you know, at 10 years old, you know, and Jack Freestone was the air guy. That's all he did, and that's what he could turn to, and then he learnt the calves later. But Mick and, you know, Joel, their surfing was so good on rail that they just stuck to those strengths. Ethan Ewing, another guy, you know, in the off-season this year. Oh, you want to take this one away, Ronnie?
Yeah, here we go. Key ride here for Sammy Ardern. And she's going to really hope this thing lines up through the inside, doesn't quite go there.
But yeah, in the off-season, Ethan went and, you know, did some air training just for those, if he ever needs to pull that little bit of air, something a little bit different. But here goes Mick on another nice little Beautiful blue wave. Oh, nice top turn there. There's a bit of big trademark right there with that little hack. So what's he got to better, a 7.5 or would be close?
Yeah, I love when you see that drone perspective of Mick surfing. You see the space that he gets from the face of the wave without losing any speed. You know, he can hold a line off the bottom and place those turns so well. Caden Francis, big float there.
He's having a field day out here.
He's having a ball.
He might have to give Joel away.
Oh, got him. So not going to improve on the 9 with that one. So we'll wait and see, but it feels like Mick might improve on the 7.5 here.
Yeah, but you've got to be an all-round surfer, it seems, these days. The guys, the aerialists, they're, incredible. And as you said, Philippe yesterday, his rail turns, his pocket surfing, his barrel, his knowledge, and these airs, what he can come to. It's the full package. And, the Carly Vass and Ethan Heat coming up, they're both very well, you're going to see some spray, it's going to, hit Kira. That's how hard they're going to hit to try to beat each other. So that's going to be a really good heat to watch, I feel. It
sure is. Well, both Mick and Joel collecting multiple event wins right around the world, but one of Joel's most special victories was getting the W right here at Snapper Rocks. That was back in 2002.
The 2002 Gold Coast Pro wrapped up with Coolie Kid Joel Parkinson matching up against American Corey Lopez in a head-to-head final. It was a Sunday afternoon, the beach was packed, and Snapper Rocks was cooking. The 20-year-old Parkinson read the lineup masterfully, scooping straight into a 9.5. Parko was on fire, and his effortless style was on full display as the hometown crowd cheered him on. With under a minute to go, Lopez scored a nice little runner and did his best to manufacture a score. But the 7.7 was not enough. The Australian's dominant performance in the final earned him the event win and cemented him as the first of the Coolie Kids to claim a Gold Coast win. Once the celebrations wound down, Parko would leave the Goldie ranked world #1 on his way to a runner-up finish at the end of the year.
Awesome scenes there. Joel Parkinson getting the W, and he won again in 2009 on what was a magic start to a title campaign. He ended up losing out to Mick in that one, but do you have any memories from that day, 2002, DH?
Yeah, lots of memories. It was actually hard because they both wanted my time, and they were both going for the same thing. And just like watching these coaches when they coach the same person in the same event, it's not easy. You got to give them both, a little bit of your knowledge and my craft at that time. But I think Mick was Joel was surfing smooth and great, and when it was barreling, he was incredible. But Mick he got that one board that year, that 7-minute board that I shaped for him, because he came to me and he had enough boards, and he just said, I just need one more board. This was for an event. And I said, I was quite angry with him. I just said, watch this to someone at the factory. Oh, Eliza, nice turn there. This girl's on a clean wave. She can just really hook things. She doesn't fall off. I shouldn't say that because she'll fall off. I said that about Ethan, yes?
Yeah, and he almost fell off.
Yes.
But Eliza's on fire here at the moment. Mick, though, he did improve Kira's situation. He dropped an 8.83. Eliza, prior to this one, was hanging under a 6.17. Jesse's got a 5.33. So Kira's out in front, and they need a 6.4. And they probably need it to come from... Well, Joel and Sammy can both improve on the numbers they're hanging on to at the moment. Joel's got a 4.93, Sammy a 3.43. It's not out of reach just yet, 10 minutes to go. But if Jesse can find a score, it's going to get difficult.
Well, it sure is. It's a much better all-round performance by the Kira team. I mean, Snapper basically has not cracked the 5 except for Caden. That 30 minutes and they haven't cracked the 5 yet.
Yeah, I was expecting Joel to. I mean, it's not barreling, so you know, otherwise it would be already over, I would say, because he's so good out there. But you know, I was expecting Joel to, and I don't count him out. But the backup of the girls' score is going to be really important. Yeah, and as you said, if Jessie puts on one, now look, they're all getting pushed up into the rock, so there's no priority. There's supposed to be a handshake agreement, but I think Joel will be having none of that.
One thing I've really recognised over the past few years is that one pattern is that you have to have a strong girl in your team. Like the women's is the difference.
Yeah. Well, it goes back to what you said before about World Club Surfing now.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And when you had the Usher Cup here and just, you know, the friendly rivalry with everyone, and I got to meet so many people from all over the world. They were giving me T-shirts, and I met people in towns I didn't even know existed in America. And yeah, but it's fantastic. And here goes. Oh, here she goes. Take it away, Ronnie.
Yeah, here we go. This is a key ride here for Savvy. Rip it into this one. 16-year-old needs to make the most of this last section and does. She was trying to improve on a 3.43, so that's the first step in chipping away at the required score for the Snapper Club. Let's check in with Kaipo. He's tracked down one of our coaches.
Jake.
Kaipo.
What do we think? What are we seeing today in the playing field?
Well, we're just on the high tide now, so it's great that the Kira versus Snapper heat's out there right now. So by the time it goes out a little bit more, we're going to see some great surfing today. We've been a little bit spoilt, Kaipo, from yesterday. Incredible Snapper, but any other day, this would be pumping. So it's going to be a sick day.
Strategy today to win?
Second or third ones, I reckon. Like they kind of clean up a little bit. So I'm not sure we're going to see too many barrels, but I think by this afternoon, it could be all time.
Awesome. Thanks for your time. Enjoy the ball.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kaipo. And yeah, Jake Patterson, he's going to have, obviously, Stephanie Gilmore in the semi-finals. And they'll be trying to formulate a game plan to combat that incredible backhand surfing of Nadia Aristabe. But we've got 7 minutes to go here. And numbers coming through for Sammy Tharsh ride, 4.67. So, you know, that requirement, still a 6.4 at the moment.
That's right. I mean, Caden Francis, a 10 won't even help Snapper at this point. It's not up to him. It's going to have to be the other two surfers. But, Darren, the other thing is that, and this has been a part of my whole thinking, is that the kids, you know, it's so expensive. Unless you're cashed up with a sponsor, it's so hard for these kids to travel around the world. But at these club events, they're meeting people from all around the world where they can go and stay with families as they go around the world. That's part of the whole thinking.
Oh, important score here.
Yeah, Joel starts with a beautiful carve. He doesn't have a whole lot in the bag at the moment, just a 4.93 prior to this one. He's probably already gone past that with the big combo on the outside. And here comes Snapper. Like they do so often in board riders events, they always fight to the hooter sounds, and Joel still rolling through to the inside on this one. He's going to cruise his way out. Mick and Joel were such unique surfers coming through. Joel just had a style that, you know, was kind of unrivaled, and he never lost it. He had it when he was a micro grom. You know, just the ability to read a wave. It kind of reminds me of, say, Katie Simmons on the women's side. It's a really unique approach, and there's a bit of it there. And Mick was a different breed altogether, just sort of one of the most wiry, elastic surfers we'd ever seen, who had this crazy body torque, and as a result, incredible speed through transition.
Yeah, that was the difference you could really see about Mick. You know, he had that speed. And Joel sometimes, you know, was crucified for looking a bit slow in his cutbacks, but I loved it. I thought it was the most beautiful cutback after Richard Cram, to tell you the truth. I just loved that. You know, but, you know, Mick got injured, I'm not quite sure what year, but when he came back from that injury and how fit he came back, it was incredible. And then the same thing when Joel's got a new trainer, Wes Berg, and how fit he came back and how good they were surfing. and fitness, and it was fitness, speed, flow. They were unbeatable there for a while. Always some good numbers coming up for Joel here.
Yeah, this is going to be disastrous for the Kira Club. Joel is about to go excellent, and we knew it was going to happen. That first term was absolute money. But yeah, just thinking of the way they influenced a generation, those two surfers. I think you could see the influence yesterday when we saw Felipe Toledo and Sammy Pupo surf. There's a lot of sort of shades of Mick and his body talk through a lot of their top turns, their calves in particular, Bugs.
Yeah, they sure did. I mean, they've had such a massive influence. But I mean, I always used to call Steph Gilmore the...
Oh, here we go. So Snapper's taken the lead. Sorry, Bugs, to jump in there. 8.1 for Parko. And Mick needs a score here. 6.78 required, but he's almost maxed out on points himself. He's got an 8.83. So the pressure now is really on.
We need Jesse.
Eliza and Jesse.
Yeah, I think Jesse's the one that can get that score. He got a 5.33 on the two-turn combo. So, hopefully he can get the score.
Yeah, I always used to think, call Stephanie Gilmore the Parko of women's surfing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, she was so beautiful to watch, so smooth.
Still is. And we'll be watching her in that first semi-final.
Yep.
Definitely, Steph has been completely transparent about having some heat rust and some nerves, especially, needing a big result now after not getting too much from those first two events. But she's had a really difficult run through this contest as we see scores starting to roll through. Ooh. And it was not quite enough. Jesse Ferguson, he needed a 6.62. He got a 6.33.
Well, we got a pretty exciting finish here now.
Yep.
So close, nothing in it, less than half a point. Snapperboard surf riders on 21.77, Kira on 21.33.
See what happens here. See if Parko starts blocking or Mick starts pushing them around. Would be, 2 minutes to go.
Notice that, Kira's 64 years old.
Yep.
Snapper's 62 years old. And their names are Kira Surf Riders, Snapper Surf Riders. I remember Bruce Lee used to go, we're not board riders, we are surf riders. That was the original names, right? Now it's all board riders.
That's right. Had to correct myself there. But, yeah, this is going to go right down to the wire.
You can see all the guys. Oh, who's this?
Oh, 6.62 required. And Jesse Ferguson, he's going to go chasing it. It's a nice turn to get started. Climbs up over the foam here, flowing beautifully. If he can keep the combinations going through the inside, he's definitely a chance at turning the heat here in the final 2 minutes. Goes to the cutback, bounces off the foam. Needs some steep wall to work with and finds it. Nice hit there. And he's not done with this wave. It's going to stretch on forever. And Jesse's done it extremely well. Caden on the outside. We'll see what kind of work he got done. The requirement was a 6.62. Sammy's still fighting as well.
Oh, Mick's doing airs.
Classy.
Don't do it,
Mick.
Mick.
A great finish.
Well, we've got a big quarterfinal heat coming up to set up that second semi-final on the women's side here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Lakey Peterson, she is eyeing off that yellow jersey. And Luana Silva, though, super consistent through the first two events of the year and performing so well. She seems ready to chase down her maiden championship tour event. That's just around the corner. As we see here, it's Eliza just trying to up her score as well to make things potentially a little more difficult for the Snapper Club. We've got scores on the way. Felt like Jesse Ferguson surfed his wave brilliantly.
That's not the score there. There's still another score to come.
Yeah, still a score to come.
Wow.
Still a couple of scores to come.
It was probably the best wave of the whole heat, but he surfed it great. But, Caden surfed his wave incredible. So I don't think it's going to go to nines. It's going to be close. But
6.62 though is the requirement at this stage.
Well, I think he got that. I didn't hear the Kira guys screaming and yelling, so we'll see.
Snapper, one of the most dominant surf rider clubs ever, if not the most dominant.
Jesse's got a smile on his face, so maybe oh, see. Anyway, we'll see how.
Yeah, so Kira's been around for a long time. One of the first board riders, surf riders clubs established in the country. But Snapper's kind of taken the momentum in recent years, won a lot of national titles, won a lot of board riders and surf riders meets.
But, you know what's really great to hear is that Mick Fanning and Darren Hanley are coming back to Kira to nurture and get that new and that rebuild, and I think that's great for the club, mate.
Oh, yeah, it's fantastic. The club gave me so much as a kid, and giving it back and Mick giving it back, it's fantastic. So, yeah, that's all we can do.
Well, the scores are in, gentlemen. And Jesse Ferguson fell short, needed to go a bit harder on his ride. And Snapper is going to take the win. They're going to get the trophy. And their 2 under-18 surfers are going to receive complimentary WSL membership and QS and Pro Junior entries for 2027. And the boys, they're still smiling as they always do after surfing it out. And that rivalry, we can look forward to seeing them in the water again. Darren Hanley, what a joy to have you in the booth for the call, mate. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations on your success so far, and you're looking good on the Surfboard Empire rankings at the moment, and best of luck.
Yeah, that's becoming a little bit serious now, so...
It is, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was always there, the rivalry, but now it's very tangible. There is a leaderboard, and yeah, I know all of you are paying attention to what's going on there.
I'm just surprised how much these Americans want to win it. I've never felt that before, so now I'm going to get serious.
Yeah.
So,
you don't want to win it?
Oh, it's a bit of fun and banter for me, but yeah, if we win it, we win it, you know.
You are full of it. I love it. Mate, congratulations on getting your surfers through. Here we go. This is what we're looking at the moment. DHD poised in 3rd position with a number of surfers chasing the title here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro in 2026. But all the Craftsman bugs are on fire this year. The boards are looking fantastic.
Oh, it's great to see it getting a bit serious.
We got a lot to look forward to today on what will be our finals day, a public holiday here in Queensland, and that means we can expect huge crowds once again. Joel Parkinson signing autographs as we get set for quarterfinal heat 4 for the women. Lakey Peterson taking on Luana Silva. Stick around, we're going to bring in Jessie Starling and Felicity Parmentier for the call.
All right, we are kicking things off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is our final quarterfinal. It is a Margaret River Pro final rematch. Lakey Peterson in the red. Luana Silva is in blue. 35-minute heats today. We have 11 of them on the dance card.
It's finals day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We have some unfinished business to settle from yesterday afternoon. It's quarterfinal heat number 4. Lakey Peterson taking on Luana Silva. This is a rematch from the Margaret River final that we saw just over a week ago, where Lakey, she got the jump on Lulu, went all the way up the rankings, and she's fighting it out for that yellow jersey right now. My name is Jessie Starling. I am joined in the booth by Felicity Parmentier. This is quite the matchup that we have in our hands here, Flick.
Oh, I'm excited. I just think, you know, the waves are going to continue to get better throughout the day, and I just know how hungry Luana is going to be to, you know, wanting to get one up on Lakey after last week. I feel like the way she took that loss, I mean, it was visible, right? Like, she was hurting because she's made a few CT finals now, but she just hasn't managed to get the W. And I know, you know, of course, this is not a final, this is a quarterfinal, but it's going to mean a lot, obviously, to Lulu, not only because she wants to get a jump over Lakey, but also valuable points and in the rankings as well.
There's also the GWM Aussie treble on the line. Now, if Lakey wins this heat, she wins the Aussie treble and that GWM Take 300. So she's surfing for more than just the yellow jersey. There's a car on the line here as well. Lulu, she wins this. She's still in the running. She has to go pretty deep in the draw here, though. So there's so many storylines on the line here right now.
Oh, this is really cool. I mean, there's a lot, you know, a lot of consequence with this heat, really. I mean, Lakey's kind of got the keys in one hand, essentially, right now, and it's up to her, you know, which is pretty cool. But look, when I think about this matchup this morning, I think Luana, look, both surfers have been surfing great, but for me, Luana's just silky smooth surfing, her like really critical nature through the lip. I just feel like she's very much in form, and I don't know, just it kind of feels like her time's coming.
Both of these ladies also working with Leandra Dora. We saw that they had an incredible run over at Margie's. Obviously couldn't get much better than these two in first and second. So working with Leandro, it's clearly paying off for them here. You can't help but think this is a hard situation to be in as a coach. You're on a right-hand point break. It's not like you can tell one to go right and one to go left. And it's just another one of those situations for Leandro of may the best woman win.
Totally. I think it's also, like, how good is that, you know, for Leandro as a coach to have so much success, really, in the last couple of events, even since Bells, you know, it's so epic. So I think he could just be proud of both of the women right now, and I think it's just, you know, the same situation as what it was at Margs, that you tell both, you're not going to, it's kind of like best woman wins, really. Like, obviously, you're going to give pointers to both the women on what you think is the best, but out there, also, it's a totally different ballgame. You know, even if we think to conditions compared to yesterday, it's a lot different as well. So the read on the lineup's going to be different. It's just really who's going to adapt to these different sort of conditions to what we saw yesterday.
I just love these friendly rivalry storylines just building throughout the season. Obviously, like we've mentioned, these guys met just over a week ago in the final. Lakey was our 2026 West Australia Margaret River Pro champion. But she's also got Lulu in other places around the world. She's got her in Sunset. She's got her at Pipeline. It's actually 3-1 between these ladies. And Lakey getting that jump. Lulu got her back in a quarterfinal finish last year over at Winky. When we think about all those waves where Lakey has won, they're quite heavy water waves. Where Lulu, she got the jump on Lakey in a bowly looking wave there. So kind of comparing that here to Snapper, you'd think that these bowly looking waves, just like that one going unridden, is maybe more in Lulu's favour.
I would agree with that. I think looks like we might have a paddle here.
Lulu scratching to get into this one. It's so awkward with that foam just pushing down the bank there. It makes it really hard to get speed and go out ahead. But if she could have just been a half beat over, that looked like it had a lot of potential on that wave.
Yeah, I think so. Back to your point before, Jessie, I would agree with you. I like Lulu's approach when it comes to cupped out surf and those more bowlier sections. I feel like she's really good at going really critical and into the lip.
Loving what we've seen so far today. So much action. Two of my heroes were out in the lineup to start the day. They're down there on the glass with Vorno.
Thanks, Jess. Well, the inaugural Cones of Origin just took place between Snapper Rocks and Kiro Surf Riders Association. It was a great battle. Joel Parkinson and Mick Fanning, the team captains. It was a great battle. Mick, you got a 9. Parker, you got an 8. But it was Snapper Rocks who won the day. Sorry, Mick, we'll come to you in a minute. But Joel, that was a tight one, and in fact, a good win on home soil.
Yeah, definitely. I think Caden pretty much carried us through that. It was amazing. Sammy got a pretty good little one. I think she got maybe a 5 or a 6, and yeah, it was good to get a win, especially Mick dropping 9s, and Mick looked like he was in form, and yeah, we're pretty happy we get the win, get the first trophy, and hopefully this is our perpetual thing and keeps going and for next generation.
I think it will, mate. And just Mick, quickly, proud of your team's efforts?
Yeah, for sure. You know, kids surf solid. it's just, yes, it's tricky out there today. It's, you think you're on a bomb and then you're not, but look, proud of them. The opportunity to go and surf in front of this crowd in this arena is probably the biggest learning for them. So I'd like to thank WSL for doing that, for all the kids as well. It's pretty amazing.
All right, well, thanks very much, Mick. And right now we got the CEO of WSL Australia and Pacific, Andrew Stark, who's going to present the trophy to the Snapper Rocks team. Round of applause, everybody. And we'll throw it back up to you, Jess.
Svorno, Parko, Mick, just have this incredible rivalry. We both grew up watching them, just absolutely loving what they can do. And seeing them compete out there this morning, you'd still think they'd make heats. They are still so competitive.
Oh, totally. It's just cool that that rivalry will continue for, as long as we, for as long as time goes, really. It's really cool. I hope that continues through to next year and that rivalry will just get stronger and stronger.
It's a constant celebration of the 50 years of the World Tour that we have this year. Right now, though, this heat, not really, is standing up a lot right now. Lakey, the high mark of the heat so far, it's a 3-point ride. She's got a .43 as a backup. Lulu with a 1.5. Let's take a look at this 3 here, Flick.
Yeah, okay, so this happened during that interview. Little wrapping turn there. I think, Mick spoke to it. It's so different today. It is quite challenging. I think we're near the top of the tide too, so things are a lot different. And I think this morning it's all going to be about being adaptable and who can adjust the best to these conditions. I think things will improve, no doubt, as the day goes on. But yeah, things have been a bit tricky as we see Lulu out the back.
Oh my gosh, look at this watercolour. It is so beautiful at Snapper Rocks today. Lulu with a strong looking carve, doesn't look to be holding back here. Wow, jams it on a second turn here for Luana Silva. Thinking back to that final at Margie's, at the start, it felt like Lulu was maybe just holding back a touch. It didn't feel like she really hit her full strides. Different story here. That was full throttle for Luana Silva.
Yeah, it was. It also just, the more I'm looking at these conditions, the more I'm thinking it's quite sectiony today, this morning as well. And look, we'll definitely see the odd long wall this morning, but I think, there's potential to sort of get some big numbers with just 2 or 3 manoeuvres today, and especially this morning. So let's break down what happened here. Picks up a wave and it actually ends up doubling up to the inside. Only the 2-turn combo, but this turn really strong. I mean, ditches the fins and yeah, I mean, she looks in control. She looks really confident and pretty, decent score for this morning.
Yeah, 5-point ride for those 2 turns. A lot of power, a lot of aggression behind that as well. So advantage Lulu on this first real exchange that we had from these 2 ladies. We've got 35-minute heats again this morning for these quarterfinals, and I just feel like these guys, they're the best sparring partners for each other. They train together, they push each other outside the jersey. And now that they're in the heat, it really is starting to build towards this really healthy rivalry here. Lulu doesn't want to lose again. It's 3-1. Lakey Peterson wants to make it 4-1 here. Airdrops out of the takeoff. It's one to be one section. And you can see, you nailed it on the head there, Flick. It is really sectiony out there today. That southeaster just wrapping around the corner. Luana with a lot of speed behind her board here. Carves to start. There's that jam that we love from Lulu into a second. 2 really good waves back to back, and Luana Silva starting to heat up right now.
That's cool. It's really cool. I feel like the intensity has risen even since that last 5-point ride. Oh, wow, she picked off a gem, really. Okay, only 2 turns. Yes, we're at point break, but how smooth was that clean face on that wave? And just allowed her to really do some high-quality surfing. I feel that this is going to go upwards of the 5. Super critical. Beautiful-looking wave here. Really nice and drawing off the bank really beautifully. More solid turn to start off than the 5, and then she goes up into the lip on a critical section. So, look, and bigger wave too. Obviously more energy with this wave, carrying a lot of speed through that carve. I really like this wave. I feel like, yeah, it's going to be upwards of the 5 and starting to put a lot of pressure on Lakey. So, yeah, I think we're going to see this is going to be pretty common, these couple of 2-turn combos this morning until, it starts to sort itself out and get cleaner as we approach that lower tide later on today.
Yeah, this score, it has to go upwards of that 5. It had a little bit more aggression in it. We're waiting for one more number to lock in, but it's definitely looking to be the healthiest number of the heat so far. These 2 ladies, like we mentioned at the start of the heat, they're battling out for more than just a spot in the semi-finals. We have the GWM Aussie treble rankings here, and Lakey Peterson is so close to taking it home, but Lulu is still in with a chance here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, the way this thing's panning out, I mean, basically, Lakey has to win this heat and she drives away in the tank 300. So, But at the moment, Lulu, she's got a bit of a, you know, she's kind of running away with it at the moment. But yeah, I mean, big implications with this heat. Obviously, you know, Molly Picklam's not in the draw. You've got Katie Simmers knocked out. There's room for movement here. And Gabriella Bryan, world #1, she went down yesterday to Nadia Aristabe. So big upsets on the leaderboard. And yeah, implications for today. And who's going to drive home with that Tank 300?
Lakey looking to answer back here with a pair of threes in a lineup. She'd love to connect with a big section. Floats it here. That's a bit better. Kicks the fins out. You can see a little bit of a smaller wave. So right now, Gabby and Lakey tied for the lead of the Aussie treble rankings. Gabriella currently winning with a tie break. So if Lakey wants to improve and beat Gabby on the rankings, she needs to improve her overall average heat total. However, if Luana beats Lakey, she needs to go all the way to the final to beat Lakey in the Aussie treble. So there's actually a lot on the line here. A lot has to go Lulu's way. So just by making the semi-finals, job's not done yet for Luana Silva for the GWM Aussie treble. We have a Tank 300 on the line. 22 minutes to go. Lakey with some good surfing, but like I mentioned, just a bit of a smaller wave there.
Yeah, a little bit of a smaller wave for sure. I think just my observations watching it this morning, I just think you got to maybe readjust what you're looking for out there until, you know, we reach the top of the tide, things start to draw out a bit on, you know, there's a little bit less water on the bank. I think you're looking for your two-turn combos. Like it's not, this morning I'm not seeing a traditional, you know, ruler-edged line, corduroy lines coming into this bay. I'm not seeing that yet. You know, things might change this afternoon as the tide drops, but I think you've got to reevaluate. And, you know, to me, Lulu's surfing is bigger and more impactful. Yeah, they're bigger waves and there's only a couple of turns, but yeah, it just looks big, it looks solid, and she looks connected.
So Lulu right now, that 6'5", it's really going to carry through, and it feels like she's just pushing really hard here. Lakey, that last wave, it's going to come through as a 3-3-3. We've got obviously the GWM Aussie treble. Another initiative that we have going on here for the Championship Tour surfers is if you score a 10 this year, you get a Yeti 110 Tundra. We know that we love seeing prizes on the line for these athletes. And Lakey, one of the few women in the draw to ever have a 10-point ride out here at Snapper Rocks. And we actually haven't seen a 10 since 2017, where Lakey and Steph both got a 10 that year. To have had that success already so early on for Lakey Peterson, she'd be really trying to tap back into that energy she found in 2017.
Oh, totally. I think, you know, that was, you know, early days for Lakey, you know, and being on the tour. And I think, you know, you think about the icons that were on tour with her at that time, you know. I mean, obviously we've had the return this year of Carissa and Steph, but that was the years, you know, from 2007 to 2022 when the tour was absolutely dominated with, you know, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright and Stephanie Gilmore all collecting world titles. So it's not an easy time, you know, of that generation to try and get 10s and progress through, you know, heats and contests. So yeah, hats off to Lakey for getting the job done during that era. You know, it's not an easy feat.
Yeah, it was a round 2 heat against Silvana Lima. Silvana also has a 10 here herself back in 2015 against Sally Fitzgibbons. And Lakey went on to have a 19.27 combined heat total there, which went on to be one of her highest heat totals of her entire career. Actually was her highest heat total ever. So Lakey, with already having so much success here in the past, she's won here as well. She really can lean in on what she lent into over at Margaret River, where she's got a connection with a place. She's already lifted the trophy here before. She's close to doing it again. And having a victory as a veteran on tour, it's hard to do these days with this really incredible generation coming through.
Yeah, I think victories are super hard. I think, we'll get back to that point, looks like Lulu.
Lulu with first priority here. She's going to use it. Looks like this wave's going to bend back. Wow, bottoms out through this little Marley section. It's got a lot of wall. We're waiting for her to go up into it. Gets the first turn, comes in harder on that second one, gets up there in time for that third section. Can she hold on? She's fighting the whitewater here. She does. Looks back to the beach. Mateus Hurdy loves it. Leandro Dora loves it as well. It was really clutch surfing and a tricky section to get to at the end there.
That wave was reeling off so fast down the line. It really, you could see how much it was drawing off the bank. I mean, that's pretty much a gem. Like, I feel like that's almost one of those special waves you're going to find this morning. I mean, look at the speed she's carrying as she zooms around this section. Just crystal clear blue water too, connects with the first section. I mean, look, she's so critical where she's hitting these waves, so late to the last turn. I mean, I love how she just fought to really make it convincing to the judges here. I feel like she's going to, she's going to improve on that 5 for sure. Put more pressure on Lakey. I mean, she's had a really, really good pick on it this morning. It feels like to me, her and she's really been able to identify what waves, have got that power that offer that really critical section.
She also had no speed going into that third turn, which would make it so much harder to project out of it. And we know that little Marley section at the end there, it's a really shallow sandbank, so there's actually a lot of water and power behind it. Scores in. Biggest of the heat so far. It had to go there with how critical the surfing was. 7-5 to add to her 6-5. Lulu is just continuing to build here.
Yeah, she's looking so good. I think even more pressure. Now she's put Lakey in a soft combo. So, I mean, before Lakey was chasing, I think, excellence. Now Lakey's chasing a 2-wave total. So, yeah, you got to take your hat off to Luana. She's totally connected right now. Her surfing looks so good. I even remember thinking last year her surfing really suited, and we were up at Burleigh. Obviously, we had the venue changed with, that cyclone coming through and no sand at Snapper. But I remember watching her there and thinking her surfing really suited the point break of Burleigh, and I still think the same thing here at Snapper. I've watched her here in Challenger Series events too, and her surfing just really suits this wave. I think has the ability to pivot so tightly and square up so nicely, and it just suits her surfing so well.
She's easily the most improved surfer on tour, and just seeing her improve so quickly, it must be so inspiring to that next generation. Obviously, we're doing really big days down here, lots of surfing, lots of talking for us, and a lot of time in the sun for the crowd, and I believe Kaipo is where you want to be over at the Hydrolite.
When you're out of the ocean all day, something that's super important is hydration. How do I stay hydrated? Hydrolite. And Hydrolite has a hydration station right here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Effervescent, flavored electrolyte tablets. We put them in all these different flavors. You can come up here, get hydrated in the hot sun, because it's going to be a hot finals day. I'm going to get hydrated. I'll see you out in the water.
Love it, Kaipo. Thank you. Straight back into action here with Lulu, just taking this one down the line a little bit. If we look to the scoreboard right now, Lakey Peterson is currently comboed with 15 minutes to go, and using priority, a little bit of aggression there, slaps the water. You'd think priority now goes to Luana Silva, and it does. So a bit of a mistake here from Lakey.
Yeah, it's definitely a crucial moment. She knows it too. She's a veteran, right? So, yeah, I understand the frustration. I'd be feeling, pissed too. It's a pretty difficult moment for her, and especially because I feel like, if that wave had reeled off, she gets a score, she's broken the combo. She hasn't managed to score over, a 3.3, so she's going to be feeling very frustrated right now.
Thinking about both of these ladies right now, obviously there's a long time to go in this heat, and we've seen heats being won in 5 minutes out here, especially with that jet ski assist. Whoever wins this, they're going to come up against Sawyer, who just took down our reigning world champion, Molly Picklum. Also took down Dimity Stoyle, who knows this wave like the back of her hand. How do you see either one of these ladies kind of faring up against Sawyer out in these conditions?
Well, they're coming up against a backhand surfer, right? And I think this event, we've seen some incredible surfing on the backhand. I think it's a point of difference because you can square up so tightly in the pocket. I think the only thing that sometimes lets a goof down is the repetitive nature of their surfing. And, it's no fault of their own. It is really hard, right? But it has been done. You think to the greats that's won out here on their backhand. I go, even on the men's side, you go Wilco, you go Owen, and there's been differences in their surfing. They've been able to give us that variation. Looks like Lakey's up and out. But, yeah, I think the goofs for me on the women's side, though, just this event, you think to Nadia as well yesterday. I mean, she blew minds. I think Steph said it the best. That's probably one of the single best backhand moments we've ever seen here out at Snapper Rocks from a woman. It was incredible. So I think, the power that they possess, that's going to be a challenge for either one of these women.
I just think Nadia has hit strides here. She's really started to hit gear. She looks so relaxed and just so in control of her own destiny here. Obviously, probably the hardest draw coming up against Steph Gilmore in her home court, but if anyone can do it, it's probably Nadia Aristabe. I'm really looking forward to that matchup. There's a lot of people that you can tap into for advice here. One of the best to ever do it is Mick Fanning, and Lakey got to catch up with Mick Fanning before her heat.
Out there? You know what? I think as the day goes on, it's going to get better.
Yeah, we'll go in.
But sort of like in this east sort of wobbly stuff, it's almost sitting down further.
Yeah, for sure.
But don't be scared to like just like if you feel like the wave's going to do something. See how this one had not much, but then it's got this runner. So like sometimes you get these surprises that just happen. Like
roll the dice on a few of them.
I think so.
Like it's kind of that day, hey. Like, because I've been watching for that long. And I'm like, some work out, and you don't think they're gonna, and then some don't. But it's just
if you get stuck paddling, like
just start going.
Don't be over precious with priority.
Yeah.
All until like the last sort of 10 minutes, you know.
For sure.
But like there's some down here
that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
Just start trying them. All right.
Yeah. Good
Thanks,
luck.
Nick.
Go
Appreciate
get 'em.
it. Thank you.
There's maybe no one better to rely on out at Snapper Rocks. If Mick told me to go left out there, I definitely would. Loving just that little insight between Mick Fanning and Lakey Peterson here. Priority with Luana Silva. Lakey, she's going to get this one under. She needs a 4 to break combination right now. You can see this one, it's building down the line. It goes below sea level here. What can Lakey Peterson do? Hacks into this first section, into it on the second, but goes too far on that heel edge rail flip.
Oh, man. Far out. That was tough to watch. I think if she sticks that turn, she's obviously broken the combo. There's a lot of power. You could see the energy in that wave. Really, I feel like, there's a lot of energy and power. Far out. That's going to be a tough moment for Lakey. She's going to have to recalibrate after that one because she's only got just over 11 minutes.
You can see she's pushing. She's got moments where there's big scores coming from Lakey, and just those little subtle mistakes, they're going to hurt in these heats right now. You can see she's opting for the paddle back out, so it's a good intel that the sweep isn't crazy today. Lulu, just a quick in and out here. She's going to retain priority, and you can see even just a little bit of fidget nature coming out of Lulu right now. She really wants to win this heat.
I think it's just smart, right? Like, she's noticed that Lakey didn't get a score on that one, so she's like in and out. Why ride a wave when I could be taking one away from Lakey?
Just over 11 minutes to go here. Luana trying to get one back on Lakey Peterson after that Marks final. We'll break it down right after this Bonsoy brew break.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, by Breitling, official watch and timing partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour.
There's no place that you'd rather be than the Gold Coast right now. It's professional surfing paradise here. It's been absolutely pumping. We're into finals day And we're here to settle a bit of a grudge match between Luana Silva and Lakey Peterson. It's a rematch of a final that we had over at Margie's, and this just in during the break here, Flick.
Wow, okay, massive turn out of the top. She's so connected for the second one. This is a beautiful looking wave, absolutely. Oh my goodness, just falls on the last turn. But hey, there is going to be some serious numbers come from the strength of these 3 turns. She is so improved, it's crazy. You're so right, Jessie. I've got to agree with you. I just feel her surfing has gone next level, especially during this event. Obviously in the off seasons, if you put the work in, but I mean, look at the number that's come just from the strength of those 3 turns.
Wow, the IC scoreline, an 8.5 for Luana Silva. One judge going as high as a 9-point ride. This is Lulu's best ever number she's ever had on the Gold Coast. Prior to this, it was a 7.67 from last year. So Lulu, we talk about improving, we talk about building every year, and let's look at the facts. She just got an 8.5, and it's the best score she's ever had here.
Oh, it's so epic. I'm stoked to see it. I feel like, imagine if she'd completed that last turn. I mean, she's on her way to easily over 9 points. That was pretty special, especially when you take into consideration how tricky the conditions are this morning. I just can't commend her read on the ocean enough. Lakey got this wave. This was during the break, so let's have a look. Whoa, beautiful bowly wave. Got some size to it today, I will say. So clicks one off the top, yeah, and then, yeah, this is the wave she just couldn't find the finish on. So, look, she has, look, up until that moment, she might have potentially broke her soft combo, but, you know, with Luana locking in the 8.5, she's back in one.
Still on the strength of that one turn from Lakey, she's getting a 4.5. So that's really good signs that the turns that she's doing have a really great amount of punch behind them and impact for the judges here. Just going incomplete on that second section, it really is. You can see maybe just shaking her confidence a little bit right now. She's got so much to give, but just struggling to connect here right at the end. She's still comboed, and that combo, it's gone up here. It's 16 points, so she needs to go excellent, not once, but twice here with 6.5 minutes to go. Lakey, let's see if she can do it here. She's going to carve, and now we got a bowled out wave. Clicks, you can see, just buries the nose, but she's going to keep it above water. Float on the second. Is there a tube on this wave? She's going to race it. Still coming down here. Draws out that carve for Lakey Peterson. Moves like that, got her the win over at Margie's just a week ago. Is it a 6-point ride? Is that wave breaking combination?
It's a good fight back, right? I feel like obviously it has to be, it's her best wave yet, right? So prior to that, it was the 4.5 for basically the strength of one turn. I think she's broken the combo. And, I mean, job done, really, essentially. I mean, I'm looking forward to breaking this thing down. Had some serious draw on it. I feel like conditions are already maybe improving. So nice wrap to start it off, but things really start to square up on the inside. I love the floatiness of that. She almost picked the nose. Yeah, it was good timing. I think she's broke this combo. I mean, if this had a really solid finish to it, I mean, it was a tricky wave to read. If it had a solid finish and a solid closeout section, I feel like she could potentially be on her way to an excellent rider herself. Yeah, just kind of let her down with the finish, but that's better from Lakey.
How much would it change Lakey's confidence right now just to break that combination and not have to still reset with 5 minutes to go?
Well, look, if it breaks combination, it'd be a good thing for her, but at the moment that score's come through and it doesn't look like it's going to.
It's a 5.5 for Lakey Peterson, so she's still going to need more. Lulu posting up the 3rd highest combined heat total of the event so far on the women's side of the draw. Coming up next, we're going to go into the men's quarterfinals. I absolutely adore the look of this first one. Cowley Vast taking on Ethan Ewing, 2 completely opposing styles, but 2 of the standout surfers of the event so far. Lakey Peterson needs a 6-point ride to break combo. It's a smaller looking wave, but I actually really like the wall. Pushes super hard there. And what is a trademark turn from Lakey, she's losing it on those first sections here, so just a bit of pressure applying with only 4 minutes 20 to go.
Yeah, she's pushing hard for sure. I think there was also frustration there. I could see it, you know, when she didn't make the turn. I'm interested, you know, the last score obviously didn't break combo. I think judges have probably just like analysed that. There was a couple of bawbly moments, and when you compare it to the kind of surfing we've seen from Luana and the strength we've seen just from a couple of turns, there's a few like wobbly moments through that wave, so I can kind of see, you know, where that number's landed.
Lakey just swinging again. You can see how desperately she really doesn't want to lose here. You know, she wants to keep this this strike rate that she has against Luana building. You can see her husband and Britt just watching in and really trying to almost like will a wave to come to Lakey. It's still doable with 3.5 minutes to go. It probably becomes less doable when we get to that 90-second mark. But Lakey, she was the first to say, you know, she loves these matchups with Lakey and with Luana, and they push each other so much. We're going to take a look here, though, at the GWM recap, and Lulu just putting on an absolute clinic here.
Oh, for me, Lulu's wave selection has been phenomenal this morning. She has had the pick of it. It's incredible when we've seen what she's done. She's managed to find some really clean face in a really tricky lineup this morning. It's been warbly. This one here, this is the 8-5. So going excellent in the first heat of the day this morning. Beautiful surfing, top to bottom, and hypercritical, right? Like, I feel like it's been so evident and night and day for me with the judges that they don't want to see, like, of course, that if you give them that variation, you can go out in the face and, you know, add a wrapping turn. But if you're going up into the lip, you're getting excellence. I think it's been so clear to me, this whole event, especially on the women's side of the draw.
We look at the head-to-head, the last matchup, we keep mentioning it was just over a week ago at Margie's. It's 3-1 to Lakey Peterson, and with 2 minutes 30 on the clock, you're going to have to think that that's going to slowly start to average its way out, and Lulu, it's looking like she's going to get one back at Lakey. Obviously, still 2 minutes to go here, but Lulu, she so gracefully lost to Lakey last week at Margie's, but you can't help to think that it would have hurt, it would have cut really deep, and she's fighting back in a way that we thought she would here.
Yeah, I think, as we say, maybe Lakey having a little sniff.
Having a little look-see on the inside. It's a bit of a foamy looking wave. I love the fact that she's still swinging. She's not given up till the very end, but just past that Breitling 2-minute countdown, she's going to keep swinging. You heard Mick say to her, don't be precious with priority. There's a lot of waves out there. There's a lot of waves that can bowl up and scores can be found on nothing. And Lulu knows that. You can see she's already paddling down to Lakey here.
Yeah, I think, I mean, even if you just look at how many waves both women have caught, there is a lot of waves, right? Like, Lakey's got 13 and Luana has 10, so that's a lot of waves ridden in a heat, you know, like, I think it just speaks to the, you know, how consistent it is out there, how many opportunities there are, and, like, obviously, Lakey did listen to me. I just feel like her read on it hasn't quite been as good as Luana. For me, you know, even just look at the scores Luana's throwing away. The scores that Luana's throwing away, a 5 and a 6-5, you know, would have beaten Lakey's 2 scores as well. So Luana's had such an epic read this morning, really adjusted to the conditions really well. Yeah, I mean, look at the wave count. It's pretty crazy when you look at it there, you know.
Yeah, 13 waves to Lakey Peterson, 10 waves to Lulu. And you can just feel that with 45 seconds to go, unfortunately, it's not going to be doable to get 16 points with 40 seconds here. Lulu with priority, and there's a good wave rolling through, so she's going to take it. She's playing defense here. I love how much speed she's surfing with. Comes up, draws out one of those calves that she just has on lock here. Nice tight turn in the pocket. She's going to head back out the back and look at the clock and know that she's had a really convincing win with 20 seconds to go.
It's going to feel good for her, for sure. I think the last week would have stung, and it stung hard. We saw it. I mean, she was visibly upset. Let's see Lakey.
Be nice just a break combo here for Lakey Peterson. Puts it on rail. You can see just couldn't quite roll all the way over. And just the incredible sportswoman she is. Claps Luana Silva. She said to Lulu at the end of that final last week, you're going to win your first ever championship tour event, and I'm going to be the lady to cheer you up the beach. And Lulu, she's one step closer to achieving her dream here.
Yeah, it's cool. So Luana moving forward into the semi-finals, and she's going to be taking on Sawyer. So that's going to be a really good matchup. The Goof take on the regular footer, but wow, man. I think there's an advantage for okay, yes, there's an advantage and disadvantage for Luana having surfed a quarterfinal. Obviously, she'll be surfing one more heat than everyone else today, but she also has a lay of the land, an understanding of how it's working out there this morning.
I just love the respect between these two ladies. You can even see Lulu giving Lakey a heart. You know, they just really do adore each other. They push each other so much, and I feel like they look forward to these heats and matchups against each other. So Luana Silva moving on through to the semi-finals. She has got Sawyer Lindblad. Semi-finals are now set on the women's side. We're looking to do it on the men's next. It's Callie Vass and Ethan Ewing battling it out for a spot in the semis. Joe Tapel and Rabs in for the call.
I can't explain it. Queensland's Gold Coast just has it. You don't come here to visit. You come here for the feeling. The feeling when nothing can bother you. Reset. A new beginning. The perfect time to slow down. The speed, the flow, the rush. You don't just come here to visit. You come here to feel like a Gold Coaster. And that's why I keep coming back.
Life is so good on the Gold Coast of Australia. The adventure, the perfect waves, the food, the culture, the hinterland, the waterfalls. It's got it all. They love sport, and they love people like me who come here to visit because there's wonderful people to welcome you, like Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, local boy, local hero, and a world champion. Rabs, thank you for always making me feel welcome on the Gold Coast of Australia, my friend.
You know, one thing I've always prided this place is that it is a friendly town, and I think Australia's a friendly country. So yeah, stoked you're here. You know, it's good to have you and the whole World Surf League, the best surfers in the world. It's just great, Joe.
You've been putting on a show for us, laying out the red carpet for the best surfers in the world for many years. But now here on finals day, it's pretty rare for us to run through straight days of competition. And we had a huge win from Luana Silva, who's just making her 2026 season just better and better. Came off a final at Margaret River, quarterfinal at Bells, into another semifinal as she just eliminated her teammate with Leandro Dora, Lakey Peterson. So Lulu's moved on to take on Sawyer Lindblad in semifinal 2. Now to the men, quarterfinals. Starting off with Cowley Vost taking on Ethan Ewing. We've got Tahiti and France representation for Cowley, and Ethan Ewing, a Queenslander himself, looking for his first win at this venue. Then we'll see Mateus Hurdy, Liam O'Brien. Connor O'Leary has Leo Fioravanti. That's a all matchup with the Dog Pound, coached by Richard Dog Marsh. And then Felipe Toledo, Sammy Pupo in quarter 4. Sammy was nicknamed Felipe 2.0 by Sammy's big brother, Miguel. We'll get to see that contrast at the end of the quarterfinals this morning. And these two just setting up positioning. Cowley Vost out there in the red. The goofy footer was excellent against Marco Mignot. Got an 8-point ride for some really good backside turns and a backhand barrel as well. And Ethan Ewing came off just a show-stopping performance with 8s and 9s in his previous matchup, Bugs.
Well, this is an incredible matchup. You know, you're seeing a bit of cat and mouse going on here. The positioning at the start of the heat. We've got Ethan Ewing. He holds pole position, but Cowley Vost, I noticed him heading down the beach a little bit. Ethan saw him, sort of kind of herded him down the beach at first. Then they started paddling towards the point again and just trying to position each other. And they've actually had to duck dive a couple of ways because that reverse rip, it sort of takes you out and then in.
As these two set up out the back, let's catch up with the semifinalists. Lulu is with Vaughn.
Lulu, it's pandemonium down here. You have so much support. Listen to this. Hey, listen, that was your highest ever heat score total in the CT.
Finally! Gosh, I've been waiting for that. It's only been 7s for me. I want to keep pushing. I want to keep going. I want to keep showing what I have because I feel like I have so much more to show, so much more to give. Maximum respect to Lakey. She's my sparring partner, so it was really cool to share another heat with her. I really wanted to get her back because of Margie's, but you know, love her. She's my inspo, so. Yeah, I'm just over the moon. I can't even believe what's going on at the moment.
We saw the pain after the Margaret River final. Obviously, that was a tough one to take, but beautiful way to sort of turn that around and use it as motivation in this heat against, you know, a great friend and a great rival.
For sure. Right after the Margie's final, I was just like, okay, get me to snapper, let me go test my boards, let me go surf. Like, I was already focused on here, and I already wanted to do good here. I was trying to put Margie's in the past, but you can't always do that. You have to enjoy every moment. So I was just taking in every moment. I'm really grateful for what's going on, for what's happening in my life right now. This is incredible. It's the best start to the year I've ever had. I've got amazing people by my side. I couldn't get here without them. So yeah, I'm just really grateful. I'm really happy too.
Mate, you've just kicked off an epic, or what will be an epic finals day. A fantastic performance. You know, like you really attacked those lips when the sections were there. You did not hold back. And every one of these people who's down here is absolutely stoked out of their minds for you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Just want to say hi to my dad e todo mundo no Brasil que fica torcendo, todo mundo na praia aqui que fica torcendo também. É uma maravilha. Agradeço a todos vocês. Um beijão.
Luana, 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 Luana.
I get shy.
The chants are powerful for Luana Silva, getting so much support, maybe more than she's ever experienced since she'd been on tour, and also getting her first excellent combined heat total, Bugs. That's a big one for her. She's on a roll this season on the championship tour.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, a 16-point total. That's averaging out to 2 excellent waves, and that's the best start she's ever had. She's won the hearts of the Gold Coast. Massive crowd down here, and they're loving Luana Silva.
Here we go, a battle for position. It will be Kauli Voss from Teahupo'o on the island of Tahiti. He is just tracking down the line on this JS surfboard. He'll belt the lip line there. Nice power, nice control from Kauli Voss. Has some range on that backhand. We can see him get nice and low and read barrels really well as he shuts it down. You can see the importance for Kauli Voss really owning the opening exchange, knowing that the crowd is going to get right behind Ethan Ewing as soon as he takes off.
Well, that's right, and you know, that was all of 9 minutes to get that ride, Joe. So there was a lot of cat and mouse going on out there. We see Carly now. He'll go and get the jet ski out, and you can see he's actually got a paddle against the reverse rip. What you get out here as this tide goes out, you get a fierce reverse rip, but then as the waves come around behind the rocket snapper, you can get a current underneath it going the other way. So you can get 2 currents going at once. It makes it quite tricky.
Checking it out from this angle, Bugs. A nice pace to start with that backhand carve off the top.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful opening ride here. He just really times it perfectly. Starts to go to town. His backhand is just flawless. A bit of a fluffy wave, but it's not hindering his forward progress. Every one of these turns is a scorer. And a great finish there. There's snapper at its best from a competitive surfing point of view. Maybe the conditions aren't buttery like yesterday, but the performances are.
Oh, it's still a dream surf trip, isn't it? Kauli Voss getting his first score. Let's say big happy finals day to Kaipo, who's out in the water now.
Happy finals day, Joe. Bugs was talking about it out here, just a conditions update. Yeah, that reverse rip is in effect right now, so a little bit of a challenge this morning. It's been cleaning up since I've been back out here. Also, Joe, I love the story of this heat, not just the 2 Goofy Foot and Regular Foot clash, but also the clash of 2 hometown pit crews when it comes to boards. JS versus DHD. So I love all the stories that are involved here. 2 of my favorite surfers. And I would just like to start off the morning with a quote from Art of War, Sun Tzu. In the mix of chaos, the calm surfer finds the line.
Look at that. Those are powerful quotes you've been releasing throughout not just this event, for several years on tour. One of Kaipo's favorite books. He reads a lot of leather-bound books and enjoys surfing and having a blast. Thanks for the froth, Kaipo. 6.0 to start for Kauli Voss. Ethan with priority. One thing Kaipo did bring up is the crosstown rivalry, Bugs. We were talking about before we jumped in the booth as well with Darren Hanley and Jason Stevenson. DHD and JS both got started under the tutelage of Murray Burton, famously known as Muzz. And this is kind of a case of a rivalry of like master and apprenticeship going on right now.
And I remember when they, when they were kind of grommets and they first started shaping under Murray Burton, and of course Darren sort of got going first, and it was the master and apprentice then, and then JS, originally from North Stradbroke Island, the home of Ethan Ewing. He came to town, his nickname was Stratty, and he started shaping there too, and then wow, have they blossomed into, not only have you got these great stories about the cooler kids, but then these great stories about two of the world's premier shapers.
Muzz started off studying the rail lines of legends like Gordon Merchant, studied the shapes of the great MP, and then started his own brand, first Mars bars, then Pipe Dream surfboards, and DH and JS learned a lot. Working in the factory, repairing dings, doing all the hard work, and then became two of the biggest labels in the world, but both based right here on the Gold Coast of Australia. Paddling into this one on a DHT, Ethan Ewing sets up his first turn in the matchup with Cowley Vost. Nice wrapping cutback, always paced with his style. And belting at the end section with that clean whip, ditching the fins. It's one of those styles that is appreciated by everybody. Rail work is second to none when it comes to just pace and the way he can just channel his speed always into the critical part of the wave.
That's right. There was this pretty much this universal opinion that if you ask any surfer in the world, they would say, I'd like to surf like Ethan Ewing.
Yeah. What do you think about style, Bugs, as you watch this Bonsoy replay? Do you think Ethan was born looking this clean, or did he put a hard work into it as well?
Oh, I think you know, surfers from Queensland have usually got this flowing style, but moulded by point breaks. Very important to get that last whipping turn in. It wasn't a long ride, but he got a couple of solid turns in there, Joe.
Bugs, you guys are famous for having style in the water and on land. Wild fashion statements your crew made. But were you guys breaking down each other's technique back then, kind of before coaches and things were really prevalent in big events? You know, were you guys as peers kind of saying, you can't put your arm there, you got to, you know, lead with your upper body? Was that the kind of feedback that would go down with your friends back in the day?
You know, Joe, I actually never got coached one heat in my life, and pretty much no one did, and yet we had to kind of make it up as we go. We didn't go home and watch video of ourselves after a heat and work on our technique. It was, as I said, like for me personally, the point breaks moulded my style, and it's the same. You know, it's the same with Joel and Mick and Ethan. It's the waves you ride mould your style.
And you can see that just graceful approach from Ethan Ewing, and these two meeting here at Snapper is pretty classic, because their only other time they met was, well, at Cowley's home break. He's the Prince of Chopes, Te Hupo'o, that beautiful town at the end of the road in Tahiti. We'll be heading later on this season on the championship tour. Cowley's built a reputation for, one, being the scariest wild card draw at that event. Now full-time on tour, an Olympic gold medalist, achieving that on his home break. But now it's Ethan's turn to kind of welcome him to Queensland and see if he can answer back on a wave that he surfs all the time.
Well, there you go. He sold him on that one.
So Cowley Vost will just throw priority right to Ethan Ewing. You can see the rookie putting his head down there, knowing that is just a huge mistake against somebody that knows this lineup very well, and also someone that's already finished runner-up in the world with a lot more experience at the CT level.
You know, it was one of those situations where it was actually a decision made out of respect, Joe, because Carly went, you know what, this guy's so dangerous, I don't want him having this wave.
Right. Kaipo, wow, what a mistake. What'd you see?
Yeah, I mean, you can't make those mistakes as a rookie. And just threw that priority straight into the trash, and a priority error in the column for Cowley Vost, and this is a dangerous place to put Ethan Ewing, especially since he's trailing Ethan right now, and now Ethan has total control of the heat.
Kaipo, is kind of evident over the last couple of days. It is hard to identify a keeper sometimes. When you just look at a wave, it sometimes can start small and grow. Maybe it's just Cowley thought that thing was going to really double up, and it just went flat.
Well, I like what Aki said yesterday. Like, he takes the ones that looks like they're going to be a closeout, basically, because he's looking for those ones with a really long wall, right? And then this point has a way of cleaning itself up as it goes down the line. So yeah, tricky to identify with this mix and with the reverse sweep, but still priority air to Kali Voss.
And also, Kaipo, we remember Ethan when he got started. He was one of the most anticipated rookies to come on tour going back to 2018. He would have sometimes a 9 and then just no backup, and he ended up falling off tour. Sometimes that rookie season, you're still working some things out.
I agree with you 100% on that. There's, once you make it to pretty much the elite level, there's still a lot to learn. And also, when you're used to winning all the time, whether it's a challenger or the QS, and then you come over into the CT and you start losing, it takes mental fortitude to get past that. And that's a story of a lot of rookie years.
Kaipo, it's a holiday here in Queensland today. It's finals day. What's your view like of the fans on the beach and how they're getting involved in all these waves that are being ridden?
Joe, the beach is already packed. It is... I don't know if we're going to be able to fit more people than yesterday that we had here on the beach, but we're going to try to break that capacity, I feel, today. So, yeah, if you're watching and you're within driving distance, come and see it live. Join the vibe.
Estimating how many people that you could see, Kaipo?
What is it? Maybe 10,000?
I love it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. Yeah, right around there.
I think you nailed it. Good man, Kipes. Enjoy the finals day. Warm water. Makes him happy. Watching the world's best surfing. Kali Voss taking on Ethan Ewing for a chance to be in the semifinal. Ewing was able to get priority off Kali. Let's see what he does with it now. The man from Stradbroke throws down just a calm turn, waiting for the bowl to set up, putting more speed into the second effort. Tempo's looking solid, just an open face, layback, gouge, and he will lay down. Ethan 6.5 on his opener. Got the priority from Kali, turns into second scoring ride. One of the most efficient surfers on tour when it comes to wave selection. Oftentimes, catches the least amount of waves and turns them into victories.
Yeah, we just saw Kali take another wave there, but you can see that wave, the whitewater foam ball went way off the bank. It wouldn't come back onto the bank till way down Marley. Probably scoring opportunity of minimal, whereas Ethan, this wave here, Joe, it's not a long wave. Gets good foam climb here. This first turn here, this is classic Ethan, just wrenches it back. And again, this section just offering one more turn. Just another backup wave. Pretty clever of him to get that wave. Having that priority, but it's not going to be, I don't think it'll be a keeper in the end, but it's very handy to have it in the kit bag right now. That first exchange, Ethan Ewing just shaded Kali Voss, 6-5 to 6. That's where it sits.
Still very close. What a great start to this quarterfinal. Kali Voss, part of the rookie class. Mateus Herdy, also part of the rookie class that's still going here on finals day. Mateus coming up next, taking on Liam O'Brien. So we've got back-to-back heats showcasing JS Industries versus Darren Hanley Designs. Ethan Ewing finishing runner-up in the world, mentioning he had a tough rookie year, had big scores, but was still learning the formula and spent a lot of time with Bede Durbridge. Bede, also from Strati, had a very successful career. Bede joined us for the call yesterday, and man, Bede won the Pipe Masters, he won the Triple Crown, he won events around the world like Brazil and Lowers, and was always a force here at Snapper Rocks. And he was able to hand a lot of that knowledge down to Ethan Ewing on how to put a heat together. Bede always knows that Ethan's got some of the best game in the world, and just a little bit of backup and mentorship has gone a long way. But Ethan called Phil McNamara for the job at this event to do some coaching. A familiar face that spent years working with Mick Fanning.
Yeah, years and years. And, a big shout out to the crew at Point Lookout, the home of Bede Durbridge and Ethan Ewing. I mean, the whole island, I'll tell you what, the whole island celebrates when they have a win.
Philly Mack, great to see him front and center at a contest again. It feels like a flashback to the good old days. It was just a wonderful sounding board for Mick Fanning through several big world title event moments.
Yeah, I'd see Mick and Phil doing a lot of work in the off season, just around the corner, probably a D-bar, and you know, Phil's just such an astute observer of the art and the science of competition.
13-13 on the clock. Ewing doesn't have priority. He's starting to move a little bit deeper on the point. Might see something in this whitewater roll-in, and he will hold back. Didn't see a double up to commit to there. So Cowley Voss with priority is chasing a 5.51 to upset a local favorite here in the first quarterfinal for the men on finals day. We'll return to Snapper Rocks for more action right after this. Can't make it here today, you can download TrueSurf and try the conditions at Snapper Rocks. Growing up with video games, it is so fun that there's surfing video games to play. You can download TrueSurf now, get more information as well at worldsurfleague.com/TrueSurf and surf the same conditions as your heroes like Ethan Ewing and Cowley Voss. I think one man that always gets compared to surfing like a video game character is Felipe Toledo, coming off one of the most remarkable performances of his already iconic career, Bugs. What he did to Snapper Rocks was just nothing short of astounding, especially in that Hydrolite heat to watch with Medina, just both of them in beast mode, and that's a heat that we'll never forget.
No, we certainly won't. And you know, I felt like when Toledo was getting ready in the keyhole yesterday, I felt like his mindset was that he was the underdog, that he was going out there, he wasn't the favourite, and I think he's most dangerous in that position. But it also reminded me of the moment at J Bay when Toledo just completely surfed that wave in a different way, and that was mind-blowing as well. So he's had a few of these days that red letter days.
He certainly has. I even remember the 2015 win that Felipe beat Julian in the final. He got the last wave of that final. There are already just tons of nines in that heat, you know, going back over 10 years ago. And his last wave under priority, a perfect 10-point ride. It was about 2 to 3 feet that day. It was pretty small conditions, but no one had ever gone faster. No one had hit the lip harder, did more reverses and big power carves. He basically tagged every single element of the criteria, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone match that since that wave in that final back in 2015.
Well, you know, there's been some great small wave riders in the, you know, around the world. I remember, I think Timmy Curran and Armando Doltro, but that performance that day just cemented him going, he's the best small wave rider on the planet Earth ever. But of course, he's matured and now, you know, certainly can surf at least, you know, medium-sized to larger waves incredibly well.
Great to see Gabriel Medina hanging out here on finals day after being eliminated in that event. He's got a lot of people to watch here on finals day, with a lot of the Brazilians still in contention for winning this one. Crowd going crazy as Ethan Ewing gets to his feet. The Queenslander rips one into the pocket, drives through the lip with the tail blow, pulls it forward, and just shoves it in the pocket with the wrap, leans into a meaty little finish on the inside corner. Ethan feeling the love here on the Gold Coast. His whole goal there, improve on a 5 under Cowley's priority bugs.
Yeah, I know. Now he's already got that 5. Pretty ordinary looking wave, but look at that turn there. And he comes around, just incredible surfing, blows the tail out. A third turn, completely different style, and just whips it around for this finish. That's going to get rid of the 5.
Watching the technique again here, Bugs, and how many different types of turns he can release on this wave.
Yeah, and that's why he just knew going into this wave he was going to pull something like so creative in his turns.
We talk about combinations of major maneuvers. That's in the judges' criteria. That's a great example of high-performance surfing, from a big open face hook into a big tail blow off the lip line. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see when you come to Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, it really covered the criteria.
6:30 to go here. Ewing waiting to see if he improved on the 5.0. And with Medina downstairs, it just reminded me that this is the final stop again of the GWM Aussie Treble. Medina currently leading those standings. Leo Fioravanti still in the mix. Sammy Pupo has a scenario to unfold as well. We'll keep you updated. Luana Silva kept things very interesting, because Lakey Peterson was actually in a situation, if she would have won that quarterfinal, she would have gotten the keys to the GWM Tank 300. Since Lulu won, we'll keep you posted on the outcome, this being the final stop.
Yeah, what I was thinking was, Gabriella Bryant, what she wanted was for Lulu to beat, you know, Lakey Peterson, and then not go any further. But I'm not sure how the points work there, but I thought that might have been the ultimate scenario for Gabriella Bryant to hang on, but we don't know. I mean, Luana is in the mix in the semifinals and going for the big prize, but she's got more on a plate to surf for.
Crowd going crazy for Mateus Hurdy. Definitely probably feeling like he's at a home away from home right now. Riding that JS Industries Carbo Tune design quad with the swallowtail. We've seen that element done before in performance conditions. Mateus actually got here nice and early and got to try that board out for the first time, you know, just warming up. And after a couple of surfs, he was like, well, I think this board is good enough to compete on. There's few of the JS riders that just wanted to stick with what felt really comfortable. But Sam Zubovic and the crew, he said, hey, we've got a bunch of Carbo Tune designs and you guys could try them. And Matt just gelled with it instantly. And he's been taking down some big names. He's got Liam O'Brien coming up next, Bugs, which is a fun one for the crowd with Lobby just from down the road at Burley Heads.
Well, as far as performance surfing, both those guys, Mateus and Liam, two standouts yesterday. Wow, this is going to be fireworks. And, you know, coming back to this heat here, that priority, you'd have to call it a priority mistake by Carly Vass, opened the door for Ethan, because he used his priority to get the 5, but then under priority, he got a wave. It didn't look that much, but he turned it into an 8-point ride.
Wow, 8-point ride. That is the fat boy ride of the heat. Under priority as well for Ethan Ewing. Did a whole lot on the open face and then was able to blow the fins out the back for some big combinations, Bugs.
Yeah, this was so great. 3 different styles there, and just this whipping turn at the finish and an 8-point ride. See, Carly sort of in that situation now where he's looking for that superior wave, whereas Ethan was just looking for something, you know, we've got that tide running out now. Just past that, between that 1 and 2 hour mark, you really see a difference with that tide drawing the water off the bank.
It's interesting, Bugs, when someone's, you know, as fiery as Ethan, he's accomplished world runner-up in the past. As I see the score drop down as another excellent score for Ewing. The pressure that comes with just repeating those results every single year. Here he goes again, Ewing setting the rail, fading into the pocket with a lot of speed, right off the top again, starting to rush this section. Little air dropping float, but he looks really fired up this morning. But I was thinking about it, you know, you lose early at Bells in this new format. He got a quarterfinal at Margaret River, but he still deals with the question marks of why isn't he winning yet when he's often the favorite to win. You know, a lot of prodigies and the top talented guys are always handed those questions, and I think Ethan handles that pretty well. Pretty private guy, doesn't talk too much, you know, lets the surfing do the talking, and he knows when he has the ability, if he's not winning events, he wants to strive even harder to make sure he's bringing the titles back home.
Yeah, he'd certainly be a favourite going into most events. You wouldn't think there's too many weak spots in his repertoire or his approach. But certainly this is one event I think he would have had his mind set on based on hasn't quite hit his strides yet on the Aussie leg.
Passing the Breitling 2-minute countdown. Ethan Ewing, last score a throwaway, counting an 8 and a 6.5. Cowley Vost made a priority mistake at the early stages of this heat, so he's decided to just drop anchor. Got a 6 to start, so he's in the game. Needs an 8.5. He got an 8-point ride yesterday to eliminate Marco Mignot. But it would have to be the best score of the heat to turn this one into a semifinal berth. At the CT level, Cowley's been in a semifinal, wild card over at Chopes, finishing runner-up to Miguel Pupo. The same year he eliminated Ethan Ewing from that contest. But he has a goal of winning Rookie of the Year. That's probably an obvious goal, but it has more meaning to him because the last surfer representing France that won that was Jeremy Flores, who's been in his corner for a very long time now, Bugs.
Yeah, what a great man to have in your corner. You know, Jeremy with so much experience, and he was a child prodigy. He came on the scene, and we knew about Jeremy when he was like 13 years of age.
So Cowley Vost showing the world that he's not just a tube specialist. He's really proved that over the years on the Challenger Series as well. Won at Ericeira alongside Tia Zabrowski. And that same board he won to the victory in Europe last year is what he's been going to here at Snapper Rocks. We are into the countdown. Ethan Ewing built to a quarterfinal at Margaret River. And he's just seconds away of turning this into at least a semifinal result. Only 2 previous showings of competing on the Gold Coast for Ewing, and he was knocked out in both of those very early. And he's going to feel the love from this local crowd here in Queensland. Cowley Vost exits out. Ethan Ewing moving on to the semifinals. Such a clean heat, Bugs. The 8.0 was just a rhythm changer, especially getting that under the priority of the rookie on tour.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I always like it when both competitors get a fair shake of the tree as far as getting at least 2 good rides, but it went a little bit, the ocean went a bit stingy there about halfway through, and there was only a slim pickings, but Ethan just turned it into something special.
Well done to Ethan Ewing. His personal best in the making so far in 2026. The past runner-up in the world has found his mojo. Coming up next, another rookie comes out. Mateus Hurdy taking on a local boy of Liam O'Brien. We'll bring in Julian Wilson to join us for the call right after this. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia, by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia, and by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company. It is a happy finals day for Ethan Ewing. And the Gold Coast is letting him hear it. All the love heading his way. At the top of the list of a lot of people's favorite surfers, Ethan moves on. And hey, how about this guy joining us for the call on finals day? A world title threat, a guy that's been in many finals out here on the Gold Coast. Julian Wilson, great to be in your company, my friend.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thanks for joining us for the call. So much to discuss. I mean, thinking about what you did last year, first off, I mean, coming from the trials, having the battle with Felipe, one of your longtime rivals, in front of a huge crowd on the Gold Coast, man. That brought back so many memories for us that have seen you grow up on tour, but also shown us that you still got it as well.
Yeah, for me, it was the most wholesome competitive experience of my life. There was no expectations. Kids and wife in the car. We came up for a little family holiday and very little expectation, and converted the trials into the wild card for the event, and just had an incredible run. And in between heats, I was in the rock pools chasing my little ones, and it was a completely different way to have a run through an event, but it was as wholesome as it gets. Just to put an umbrella on the little patch of sand there at Burleigh and feel the crowd and be amongst it, and I guess really surprised myself after 4 years of sort of couch surfing, watching as a massive fan and living and breathing the event still. It was a nice way to return and really surprised myself.
Magic. Thanks for joining us for the call here. We've got a banger. Liam O'Brien taking on Mateus Hurdy. It's going to be another JS Industries versus Darren Hanley Designs, just splitting the Gold Coast as far as their head shapers are concerned. And also Lobby's been here for a bit. He's got, the experience on Mateus, but they both got on tour this year from the Challenger Series. Both of them felt the drama at Newcastle at the season finale. Lobby's so humble. He's always like, I barely made the tour. And we're like, but you made it. He's just so pushes the accolades away from him and lets his surfing do the talking, which he did at the start of this one, Bugs. Liam got this one right when the horn went off.
Unbelievable. What a bombing set to start the heat. And Liam O'Brien, the kid from Burleigh, he's down a snapper and he's loving every moment.
Gosh, this is a solid one from out the back, Jules.
Yeah, it is. It's significantly bigger than most of the rides this morning. He's got the rebate on the inside. Yeah, he had a good... I guess, he definitely...
Jumping out of that right into live action. Speed turn. He is getting coned. Liam O'Brien, an absolute tube savant, especially on right-hand point breaks. Has that just classic throwback type style, cruisy attitude, and he makes that little running tunnel down the stretch of sand that he spent a lot of time on. Liam opener already came in at a 7.83. He is already on a roll, Bugs.
Amazing. When you consider it, Julian, you're getting coached or you're working your own game plan out and you see a heat and it's absolutely pumping. There's like 6 sets in the heat. The guys are getting heaps of waves. You're kind of making your game plan. You go out there and the ocean stops. This is nearly the opposite of that.
This is what happened here. So Mateus using priority on this one, looking like he wanted to launch, steps out of that one, and then Liam rolls into this tube, Jules.
Oh, okay. He was obviously paddling back out, just on the inside and then into the barrel. So he must have been halfway back out and picked this one up. Just so many good waves have been just hitting that bottom half of this bank and going underneath the guys. Even yesterday, it was just non-stop waves, and the guys weren't even, and girls, there were so many excellent scoring rides that they didn't even see. So I think Lobs obviously caught on to that. It's a little bit trickier today. It's a bit more broken up. It's a little bit more like the round 1 heats, but a better version of it. It's sectiony. It's got the reverse rip cranking. And we're going to see a lot more of this today. There's going to be, I'd say, less jet ski rides and more just staying busy and looking for those opportunities for 2 major manoeuvres, which they are looking to reward. There's another 7 for two manoeuvre wave. So, yeah, I think, talk about rhythm. Lob's got the rhythm. He's pretty happy with that. It's a great foundation for the heat. But, yeah, I'm excited for Mateus to really take flight here. And, you know, with it being so sectiony and the wind so light and the coping looking so desirable, I'm very excited to see Mateus sink his teeth into this heat.
We've been loving just learning more and more about the relationship, Julian, that you have with Mateus Hurdy. You know, for Matt, looking up to you as this kid coming up from Florianopolis, and actually his friends calling him a little mini Jules when he was growing up, is the way his body's built, the types of moves he likes to go for. And then him finding you as a mentor, you signing it up as his major sponsor. What a road it's been. And now I'm kind of seeing these flashes of when you used to get wild cards out here. Remember, you were going for giant alley-oops and just putting on a show for everybody. And Matt's got a bit of that flair that he might be searching for right now as he's hunting ramps at the same time.
Definitely. I think it's the ultimate compliment as a professional surfer to feel like you've left a legacy that somebody takes a little piece of, and he's
here he goes, tail high, but ends up on the roof.
He's dialed in. He just needs the right wave. That's, you know, he looks very sure-footed. He was just denied at the top of that wave. It had a little double up, which you're going to get that today. It's very sort of, yeah, a lot less predictable from yesterday. But yeah, so proud to have Mateus on the team, and yeah, just to think that I inspired him in any little way. I mean, he's pretty open about it. We work obviously very closely together now, and he brings it up a lot, and I'm just, yeah, so happy for him to build his confidence and show what he can really do.
Here he goes. He's just bringing out the back, and it's a clear showing of what he's looking for. He's looking for a big ramp. Meanwhile, Lobby's already locked in a couple of solid 7. 7.83 start, 7.17 for the tube. Here comes Mateus Hurdy now. The rookie on tour flows off the top. He has a double up now.
Yeah, he's set.
Nice pace, rips it into the pocket. Big section, sits on the roof of a big float. Super smooth in transition. Hammers the section, but can't hang on.
He's, he just got in 2 minds there. That floater section, like, take it back the last 2 waves when the wave didn't have as much opportunity, and he was 6 foot above the lip. So maybe a little indecision.
Activated there. He had that just rhythm where he was at he had so much control.
Yeah.
But when you have so many different directions you can go as far as maneuver choice.
Is that a broken board? It's a broken board.
Oh, wow.
The tail's back in the whitewash.
Look at that. That's Liam O'Brien coming in.
Yeah.
Board change. We'll find out what happened in a moment here.
Yeah, I mean, he's been completely in rhythm, does this, you know, unsettle his rhythm. Mateus is, oh wow, must have had a crease in it off that big floater.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think just going back to Mateus for a second, you know, it's all good to go out there and go let it all hang out, and he's going well above the lip and showing, you know, what his point of difference is in this heat. But he's got to just make sure he's really kind to himself in these moments, because, you know, you could see where he, you know, found himself on a really good wave, and then it almost was like he wasn't ready to go to 5th gear again, where on the waves before that he was in 5th gear, just revving, ready to put a massive score down. So hopefully he can,
Yeah, definitely. So we see Liam O'Brien broke the board, hitting the lip. He's getting high fives from the fans. Kaipo, what'd you see out there?
Well, it's actually what I heard, Joe. I heard a big snap. We heard the crack from out here. And so we knew something went down and looked out, and then we saw Liam just with half a board, right? So, gosh, that's putting, you know, Mateus in a pretty good situation. He's solo on the playing field right now. He's got to get busy, though, right? I think he's in a combination right now. He needs 2 scores, but opportunity for the Brazilian surfer.
Thank you, Kaipo. Liam O'Brien already running up to the jump-off spot, and he's hoping that his backup oar's waiting for him. Looks like there's the switch. He's putting on his leash, and with his ability with jumping off rocks, he should be out there without a problem, because the one at Burley actually is kind of frightening. It's tough to jump off, and you could ruin yourself and your equipment, but he's so used to it, Bugs.
Yeah, I mean, the Burley rocks are way more gnarly, but this one's all about timing, getting off the jump rock at snapper. But with that tide running out now, it's not offering too much of a challenge.
Okay, Julian, just give us the rundown of what Liam has to accomplish here to have a successful jump off this rock back into the lineup.
Yeah, it's like running across horizontal razor blades. It's like the rocks, yeah, the creases in the rocks run exactly horizontal, and they're very sharp, which deters a lot of people from having to go up there. But Liam, I mean, snapper's a little bit like child's play compared to the Burley jump off, when that, you know, we've all seen the carnage and highlight reel from those rocks. But yeah, he'll just time it right. You know, he's no real urgency, it looks like. He's obviously in a great position in this heat. A lot of time on the clock, and he'll just jump over the next big bit of whitewash here. Oh.
Patience, patience.
Yeah.
Liam's still there. Meanwhile, live action on the corner of your screen there. That's Mateos, just up and out, back to lobby. Oh, successful. Right back into the lineup, making it look easy.
Yeah, definitely. It's yeah, it's exciting today. I love watching this type of competition. Like yesterday was like unbelievable waves. Maybe some of the most beautiful surfing I've ever witnessed in a jersey, with combination maneuvers, the boys and the girls both lighting it up. And, but yesterday was, except for Philippe Toledo, it was all about what wave you were on. Where today, there's a lot of opportunity out there. We're going to see a lot of action. We're going to see a lot of ebbs and flows in these heats. And, watching these type of conditions is really exciting, because you just never know what you're going to get.
See Mateos just go out of a messy section. The ability of Liam O'Brien just with jump rocks as far as a skill set coming from Burley. He's in pole position now with priority, sitting out the back where he started off the heat with that 7.83. For Liam O'Brien, he's like a true surfer. Everyone's got time for him. He absolutely charges. He's just been around for a bit, kind of in that story of getting sent to the CS, not sometimes based on results, sometimes injury has sent him there. He never really got a shot at a rookie season because he hurt himself at Pipe at the season opener at the time, but didn't even need a wild card because he had such a successful run competing on the Challengers, Bugs.
Yeah, but before that, when he was on the tour, what he found frustrating was when he got cut, he'd had a tour where he lost so many close heats. I mean, they were super close heats. And he surfed brilliantly.
And now he's getting this energy from a local crowd, something that you felt before, Julian, to a lot of success. One of my favorite years of you competing out here is when actually we thought you weren't going to compete because of your shoulder injury. As we look at Lobby come out of the white water, and he will get started. Smooth turn off the top for O'Brien, laying into an aggressive tail blow. That score will be a throwaway, as we'll check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, Joe, I was just going to tell you, with the broken board from Liam O'Brien, we talked about opportunity for Mateos, but unfortunately he wasn't able to execute on that whole time. I think it was about 3.5 minutes that he had the lineup alone and took off up and down about 3 times. Meanwhile, Lobby was with a flawless rock jump to get back out there in priority, although now it's back in Mateos's priority because Lobby just kind of threw that one away. But I'm just so impressed with just how steadfast Liam O'Brien is in this heat. Here he goes again, Joe. Let's see what he's got.
Good man, Kaipo. First turn, little arc to start for Liam O'Brien. Jamming down the line, big tail high reverse, trying to really surf that end section up. You don't see him go for those all the time. It's almost like an Ethan Ewing. He can surprise you with big tail blow reverses. Compared to Mateos, you see quite a few of those electric progressive type maneuvers. And Mateo started releasing a lot of those to great effect on the CT back in Mexico when he had a wild card opportunity and made it to finals day. Let's catch up with Ethan Ewing with Vaughn.
Well, Ethan, congratulations, mate, into the semi-finals here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. The heat before yours was cooking. Luana Silva was going mad out there. Your heat was a little slow, but, man, most impressively, aside from the surfing, it was just such a smart heat, so well constructed.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the girls are ripping. Oh. Yeah, that's sick. The girls are ripping before, and it was like, yeah, pretty exciting, but then it just seemed to go through a weird patch where there wasn't many waves with wall, and we both started with really similar scores, and then I took like an average wave, and then just luckily just a little inside one that kind of had more water in it and managed to surf it up. And yeah, those ones feel good to get through, pretty grindy.
Surfing it up, it's a good skill to have in your pocket when you can get an insider like that and make a major score out of it. Yeah, mate, like there was a little priority there from Carly, the door open. I'm loving this little hustle that you've got now to just surf. We talked about it before, and we've seen you in events where really just the lack of surfing is what's cruelled you. So having those opportunities and getting scores under priority must be so satisfying.
Yeah, it feels so good just to, yeah, just free my mind and just surf. And yeah, it's pretty, I don't know, like surfing snapper with just one other guy out, it's pretty special. So I just want to make the most of that and just enjoy it as much as I can. So I'm going to try and keep it going for as long as I can too.
Mate, you're on an incredible roll just in terms of performance. You know, we saw the stab in the dark, just some brilliant surfing in that. And we've seen throughout, around all the events and stuff, you know, you're surfing at the absolute peak of your powers. This result is going to make a huge impact on your world title campaign.
For sure, yeah. It's quarters is great, but then once you get semis and final, it's like the points go up a lot. So yeah, pretty excited to get a result now, and just, yeah, I want to win this thing pretty bad. So yeah, trying to do my best.
Congratulations, mate. Look forward to seeing you in the semis.
Yeah, thank you.
Good on you, mate. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Ethan. Ethan Ewing wanting to win this event so badly. It'd be kind of fitting to go with the events he's won in the past. He's a champ at Bells. He's a champ at Jeffreys Bay. And to win one in Queensland would mean a lot to himself and his great surfing family. Ewing looking comfortable into the semifinals as we saw Mateo stay busy. He's been catching a lot of waves. He's not afraid of building the wave count as he's just been hunting here, Bugs.
Yeah, well, could be the story of two halves. This wave here, Mateo's is his best effort yet, Julian.
It is, yeah. Hopefully this is a little confidence builder just to complete a ride. He's still in the combo, but it's still somewhat irrelevant. I mean, he just needs to catch fire here. There's 15 minutes left in the heat. He's got a lot of time. There's so much opportunity out there, and I like where he's positioned right now. Just, yeah, he sticks one, he'll stick them all from there on. So hopefully that one juicy score happens pretty soon.
Mateus Hurdy, it was really fun catching up with him. We did a Meet the Rookies piece produced by Miguel Clemente and Milby Shannon, and it was really fun because we called him, and I was like, wait, where are you, Mateus? And he's like, oh, I'm just in the warehouse, you know, over here at Riviera. And Julian and Ryan were like, yeah, go stay there. I've got a bed for you and everything. And he was so emotional, you know, after qualifying, as we got to talk about how many messages he got when he lost in Newcastle. And he was like, wow, I felt so much love. Like, he realized internationally how many people wanted him on tour. And then when the good news came, you know, it was just almost too much. He said it took over a week to even just come down to earth after how many close calls he's had of almost qualifying. I think the global surfing world was so thrilled, and you were right next to him during those moments, Julian. That was magic.
It was definitely magic. Leandro, his coach, obviously wasn't there, and I felt it kind of got, yeah, handed over to me somewhat to help him through that event and ride the roller coaster. And I was just so impressed with his performance under pressure. Didn't quite, you know, get that moment himself, even though he had an amazing performance. And then, yeah, the emotions and, you know, all of Brazil, of the world, because, you know, there's not many surfers that come through with his kind of talent that tick, you know, the free surf side and the competition side. And he's had 10s in competitions, and he's had, you know, closing parts in surf movies. And it's a pretty rare thing to see that come through. So there's, you know, he's got a massive fan base. They all, you know, chimed in when it didn't go his way, and obviously extremely emotional for him. And I just tried to help him, you know, have perspective on the moment. And there was a lot to still come before his fate was decided. But yeah, man, I was fighting back the tears. You know, obviously understand how much he's put into that moment and injuries, and yeah, just, you know, it goes so deep with Mateus. He's, you know, he's got the talent. He's got so many of the right pieces. But yeah, you got to knuckle down and get it done. And yeah, it was like his moment came. He did it, but didn't quite get the score. And then yeah, I just had to keep him away from his phone and away from all the messages that were saying it went the other way. And then yeah, it was really a class act of his to, yeah, swallow that and come down and watch the other heats unfold, and be there on the beach with him as his moment happened when the young guy got a 9.5 with 30 seconds on the clock and did it in true Mateus form. It was, yeah, the emotions came straight back for him, and he was a little bit speechless, but deservingly so. He's his only spot here on the tour, and he's you know, he's really solidifying that he deserves to be here in this event. It's been impressive to watch.
Little up and out for Mateus Hurdy, just without priority. He's just checking things out, hoping for a big double up. One thing that's been fun throughout this event is looking at the Apple Watch analytics. Liam O'Brien, remember in the previous round, round 3, he got that 8.5. Well, that is the fastest speed recorded on the Apple Watch, 56.33 kilometers per hour, speeding to that 8.5. It makes sense, huh, Bugs? I mean, to get big scores, you got to be flying.
You know, it's so good to know how fast surfers go, Julian. I mean, you know, for decades, you know, you felt fast, but wow, that's Olympic skiing fast.
Yeah, it is. It'd be actually pretty cool to, like, you know, obviously we're not going to Kira this year, but like then you have like the different wave matchups to what speed the surfers are traveling at. I think it's cool to see that data. It's in so many other sports, and definitely a place for it in surfing. And yeah, it's nice to sort of, you know, match up the what you see to what the actual speeds are. I've never actually known that.
That's pretty cool. 10:45 to go. Mateus Hurdy comboed at the moment in this quarterfinal. Can he break it here? There's the wind up. Nice control, down carve to get down the line, and lets go of a big air section. Hasn't quite found the magic to bring one of those down, but 10.5 minutes is a lot of time. He's keeping his head in the game. Just reminded me of his US Open final performance where he caught so many waves and gave it his all. So 10 minutes is a lot of time for the rookie to try to fight back against a local favorite in Liam O'Brien. Connor O'Leary's checking in, getting ready for a battle with his good friend Leo Fioravanti. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and continue the conversation with Julian Wilson. We'll be right back. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Coastal Real Estate, official real estate partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Mophie, empowering you to live your life untethered. Power on.
It's already a finals day, so that already makes you feel good. But if you want to feel even better, you go hang out with our friends at BioGland. I think that's where Jesse Starling is right now.
One of my life goals is to surf as long as I can, guys. So I've come down to BioGland. This is Nathan from BioGland. Nath, if I want to surf all day, every day, tell me what vitamins and minerals do I need in my body?
Well, we've got pretty much everything and anything you need down here, whether or not it's a multivitamin, magnesium, curcumin, pretty much anything to keep you up, keep you going, and then just having a great time. We're having an awesome day today. The sun's out, it's finals. Let's have a great time.
And I've heard it's been chock-a-blocks because everything here is $15.
Yeah, we've got a red hot special, and as you can see, people are everywhere, so things are going quick, fast, and it's just a great day.
We love it. BioGland is an incredible partner with the WSL, and if it's good enough for Tommy Carroll, it's good enough for me, guys.
100%. I want to surf like Tommy, and also Liam O'Brien, who's a BioGland ambassador, along with Sophie McCulloch, as we look at a wrapping turn from Mateus Hurdy, trying to break the combo that's been put on him by Liam O'Brien, drawing into a fun lip section to snap it, but runs out of room and has to get out of there. Catching a ton of waves. It's actually off our scoring screen. Over 15 waves ridden from Mateus, and a much more efficient heat with wave selection for Liam O'Brien because he's still keeping his first 2 waves.
You know, back in the day, Joe, you know, you used to only be able to get 10 waves. If you got an 11th wave, you got a penalty. So then we said, that's a silly rule. Then we went out to 15. You could have 15 waves. And then it was like, you know, unshackle this sport.
We've come a long way, haven't we, Bugs? Yeah, there was a 10-wave max, and then you'd almost be like an interference. Well, let's get back to this. Important ride from Mateus, the throwaway punt, as he's just been searching for ramps this entire quarterfinal matchup. And now he's down to 6 minutes on the clock. So yeah, Mateus living in the luxury of can max out as many waves as you want. I remember it was a part of the criteria too, even in recent Triple Crown years when Mick Fanning was in a final at Haleiwa. He actually checked in with officials, was like, can we catch 15 waves? What's the max today? And that was sort of the end of it when I think everyone was realizing that it was a bit silly to get an interference for catching too many waves.
Yeah, and it was an interference. Plus you had to return to the beach, you know, lying down. It was humiliating.
Mateus Hurdy qualifying at a great time in pro surfing. The rules are just in favor of high performance surfing, so he knows it only takes 2 waves. And if he can turn this around with a couple of big full rotations, we might have a heat here. Julian, one of my favorite memories of you down here was when you you busted your shoulder mountain biking. That was it. And we thought you were maybe going to miss the first event of the season. You got a bunch of boards done last minute. All of a sudden, you had to paddle with one arm. Final gets sent down to Kira, and it's bombing, and you used all of your powers to come away with one of the most heroic victories, you know, when we thought you'd be just missing the event altogether.
Yeah, I ruptured my AC joint in my shoulder, grade 3 rupture, mountain biking, cross training in the off season, which I always did for cardio. And I got a lot of reports on how to best rehab and recover from that. And if I went the surgery way, which was like 50% of the votes from the surgeons, it was guaranteed 6 months out of the water. Without, with a chance of not getting full rotation back in my shoulder. And then it actually came down to Chris Prosser, who's I have to thank completely for that victory, and just the way that he helped me through that rehab. And we definitely had zero plans, intentions of competing in the whole Australian leg. It still was going to take a lot of time to get my shoulder working properly again with a bit of
Okay, here we
Hopefully.
go.
Here we
Focusing on this, still loving the story from Julian, watching a throwaway punt from Mateus. But yeah, it was remarkable just to see you get right into gear and take a victory running on pure adrenaline.
Absolutely, yeah. I came down that first, you know, I guess, yeah, just to finish that story really quickly, but I wasn't even in the water. I was just doing my rehab. My wife was due. She was due in about 5 weeks. And then our daughter Olivia came early, which was about 2 weeks before the event. And yeah, just the strength of watching, being a part of my, you know, firstborn child and the strength of my wife. I just turned around after seeing that and being a part of that and just went, oh my God, what's the worst that can happen? I need to see if I can ride a surfboard in some way, shape or form. I came down to the Gold Coast. I started every heat on the jet ski. There was no chance I could duck dive waves and jump off the rocket snapper. Zero chance. And yeah, I just hit up Kieran Perro at the time. I was like, hey, can I start my heats on the jet ski? And he's like, yeah, that's fine. You just got to wait for the hooter to go. You'll start with no priority. But yeah, that's completely within the rules. So every single heat I started from the beach, jumped on the jet ski. I just went with the rhythm of the rip. Found some obviously great rhythm with the ocean. And yeah, I just went on an incredible run and completely surprised myself. And yeah, it was a pretty special moment.
What a magic moment, Bugs.
Oh, it was a pretty wild day at Big Drawn Kira though too. It wasn't an easy Kira.
No, not at all. Like, I came in from the quarterfinals. I was basically in tears saying to Chris, yeah, I guess that's it. My run's done. My arm's completely dead. I can't move it whatsoever.
Here we go. Still enjoying the story from Julian. Big whip there and a fin ditch from Liam O'Brien, who hasn't needed to improve on a total since his second scoring ride. And this one's going to kind of rush in front of him. He will get caught by the whitewater, hanging in there to go the distance. This could be his last wave in this quarterfinal. Slinging a beautiful slicing carve. And now he's down to 1:15. Yeah, what a run for Julian on the banner for this event. One of the most impressive heroic victories. And sometimes athletes pull out their best against all odds. The idea is to be at 100%. You've got everything controlled. And when outer forces are pushing you to dig deep, you really find what you're made of.
Yeah, absolutely. The greatest joys in life come from adversity and serious challenge, I think. But yeah, man.
I can tell your emotion because you're here to support Matt. He's probably looking for you on the beach.
Yeah, he's wondering why I've changed my position.
And we're lucky enough that you came up to join us for the call, Julian. I know you've really invested your energy in your brand. You know, you had signs of maybe making a comeback to the tour, and we were backing that from what you did at Burley last year and beyond.
Might be his last.
As we'll see, last wave here for Mateus. He's still combo, but he's going to put on a show for the fans. Still not finding the landing gear, which is not normal for Mateus Hurdy.
It's not.
But the rookie will turn in an equal fifth, which is heading the right direction.
Changes his seed. He's in the game.
Mateus Hurdy will now prepare for Raglan to go backside over in New Zealand for stop number 4. His rookie season in Australia has just come to a close, and Liam O'Brien will have a big matchup with 2 local favorites in the semifinals as he will meet Ethan Ewing. Let's go to the GWM catch-up. Rabbit, Liam got this wave right at the start when the horn went off.
It was unbelievable after a really quiet heat, the heat before. Liam O'Brien comes out with pretty much the wave of the day so far. And this bombing wave took him all the way halfway to Rainbow Bay.
He scored
7.83, 7.93, I think.
Yeah, 7.83 start, and then his second wave got barreled a 7.17. I mean, this guy has that instinct on point breaks. He knows when to hammer it, knows when to pull in. He got to enjoy that view, and he heard the entire Gold Coast just lift in cheers for Liam. But good effort, some good signs of just learning the game for the rookie Mateus Hurdy. A lot of room to move with it. Julian Wilson, thanks for coming in and sharing stories about your career and also your relationship with Matt, man. I hope you get to show up at more events so we could spend some time together.
Thank you very much for having me in here. Yeah, it's really nice to sit on the couch and not harness all those nerves and try and convert them into something. It's nice to support Mateus, and I'm so happy to see him have a breakthrough moment this year. And now his seed change, he's into round 2 starts, and excited for him. It's a great result.
Epic. Awesome, Julian. Coming up next, we're going to have more big action. Connor O'Leary taking on Leonardo Fioravanti. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Owen Wright for the call right after this.
It is finals day. Quarterfinals time is unfolding. Liam O'Brien, he is through to the semis. He'll take on Ethan Ewing, an all-Queensland battle. And one of them's going to be charging for the event win here on the Gold Coast. But a big crowd turning out in force to get behind Lob, who is on his way to his best ever finish in a championship tour event already. Here on the host set, powered by Mophie, Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and joined by a former event winner here, a bronze Olympic medalist, Owen Wright. Are you ready to go?
Oh, mate, I'm so fired up for this heat. I've been saying, can I get on this heat? I want to call it. This is going to be the best.
And I know why, because you spend a lot of time surfing with Connor O'Leary. His backhand, you know, it's something to celebrate, but he is going to have his hands full against Leonardo Fioravanti, who's been super sharp this year.
Yeah, always going to be a tough battle. And, you know, that battle for priority with Leo, he's no stranger to sitting around at Froggies. So it's going to be straight into it here.
Yeah, in the last round, it was really interesting to see Leo almost submissive in the fight for the inside, and it worked in his favour. Today, pushing Connor O'Leary and getting that first ride, and it is going to be a big score for the Italian. These guys both showing some real positive signs in the lead up to this event getting underway. Leo's been doing it with great results, and Connor O'Leary's been free surfing beautifully here on the Gold Coast. But let's have a look at this ride, Rich, because it was an excellent score.
Oh, just connecting with that second re-entry. Beautiful form here from Leo, who is in career best form at the moment. Comes down this little pockety section, blasts the top again, and gets a huge finish.
Wow.
With some drama in the exit there. So rock solid finish there. And then this is the opener for Connor O'Leary. Love the contrast of styles with these guys, the backhand, forehand approach. Connor has been one of the standouts for sure. The backhand power is undeniable. Bit of a foamy one, this wave, as it comes through the inside, hoping that it'll clean up, but he's still getting some good work done nonetheless. That vertical attack has been so strong.
With Kelly Vasta bowing out, Richie, in that opening heat, Connor's the lone goofy footer left, and just based off the free surfing footage we saw in the lead up to this contest getting underway, it's a surprise to no one.
Oh, no, he's been in incredible form. And the big fella, 6'2", and just puts so much power and emphasis, similar to how you used to do it, Owen, and still do it.
So
just so much leverage.
Connor's one leg is the size of my whole body.
Mate, he is a tank. I was actually just chatting to him before we got in here. Just wanted to confirm just his weight, 94 kilos.
Yeah, that's...
And 6'2".
Yeah.
That is a unit of a human.
I think he might have dropped a couple of kgs, though. Like Felipe Toledo this year, he is just looking so physically sharp and ready to go.
It was that extra long off-season, gave him a little bit extra time to strip some kilos off, which he always has made a point. He finds it hard to lose weight, and he's done that over the off-season, I think.
He's 6'1", Rich, but after he got his win at J-Bay last year, he grew an inch, and he is so confident these days. But as we mentioned, Leonardo Fioravanti has proven to be a guy that will punish you if you make mistakes, usually putting up sevens. I think Leo understands that Connor's got the form. He pushed hard on his first ride, and instead of going to those sevens, he's got himself into the excellent range.
Yeah, well, just chatting to Richard Dogmark, coach for both these guys, and I was like, hey, what was your last piece of advice for the boys? He goes, just don't go too far up the point. Wave selection is going to be key. Once you guys get into a rhythm, just surf it out. But the emphasis was on picking the right wave so that you could put your best surfing on show.
You know what's interesting here is that Connor's got a 6.33 on a horrible wave.
Yeah.
Right? And Leo's got an 8.5 on what is like the most beautiful looking wall. And I think this competition, Connor, we haven't seen his best. He hasn't been on one of those dreamy walls that we've seen Philippe and Sammy and all these guys get. So I'd love to see him get one of those this heat.
Fioravanti looking to improve on a 4 here. Strong first turn, almost lost it, but hung on beautifully. Big crowd building on a public holiday here on the Gold Coast as Leo looks to extend his lead over O'Leary. Moving through to the inside, throwing everything at it. I think understanding too, he's on a smaller ride and just forcing it, willing to throw some risk on that final section.
Yeah, worth it for that. You got to throw everything at the end section when it comes to the wave size there. That was a bit smaller, and he knows he's going to have to get 2 big scores for this heat to go down. And the second Connor gets one of those big open clean faces, it's game on for Con. But this Leo, he's so fiery, man. He's one of the toughest competitors to beat. Like, he always posts sevens, and he's got himself into the 8, so he's feeling it. And both these boys are looking great to just fire off at each other this heat.
Rock solid, so much control as we watch the replay of Leo come down to the inside section. You can just see the legs a bit further together. Got stuck on the forward part of his board there, didn't quite get that rotation and the momentum of the turn going. Goes down.
Well, plenty of time to watch this battle unfold, and head-to-head, Leonardo does have the wood on Conor O'Leary in their 2 previous battles. Leo has got the jump, but here goes Connor. Nice opening section, bit of release in the tail there. He's going to get out of this one as it fades away. We're going to hear from another semi-finalist now. Liam O'Brien is with Jesse Starling.
Lobby, just silky smooth point pedigree yet again from you. This has been such an amazing event for you to just showcase the incredible surfing that you have on offer.
Yeah, it's been unreal. As you hear from behind, it's been so cool to have all my mates and my family down here supporting. Such a special feeling, and I don't know, it's nerve-wracking at the same time. I think I've said it every time I've come in done one of these. I'm like so nervous every heat, but it's a good thing because you're trying to focus for not just yourself but for everyone else as well. So no, it's been really cool. I mean, I'm just enjoying every heat and trying to surf my best every time, and yeah, trying not to get too worried about the result, just putting in the right preparation and trying to do my best out there. And yeah, if it's my day, it's my day. If it's not, it's not. But yeah, just enjoying every minute of it.
I love that. I really love that. There was also a bit of drama in that heat. You broke your board, you sprinted all the way up the beach with a million of your lob heads following you, and then you have to rock off under pressure as well. That is no easy rock off to do. To go from all of that in a whirlwind of a moment, what was kind of going through your mind on that run around?
I was lucky I had a couple of scores already, so it was stressful, but it could have been a lot more stressful on those rocks if I was really trying to rush back out there. But yeah, it was a bummer. It was such a good board, but luckily DH has been shaping some blades lately, so and everything I've got at the moment feels pretty good. So yeah, I don't know. I was just sort of like trying to find my backup board in the sea of people on the beach. I was like, I don't even know where it is, but No, the little grommies that are doing the caddying did a mental job and got it to me up at the keyhole. So, I don't know, it's pretty cool. Everyone's just like cheering and carrying on the beach when I was running around. So, no, it's a pretty special moment for sure.
And we're guaranteed a Queenslander in the final. It's you and Ethan in the semi-final here. Feels like you guys have been the standouts when it comes to traditional surfing on the wave. Ethan, he's always a hard draw, but you guys are going to be a really equal match in that semi-final.
Yeah, he's an unbelievable surfer, as everyone knows. He's got a great read on this wave, surfs here a lot, so it's going to be another tough challenge. But I mean, every heat's been hard. I mean, like Mateus in the last heat, he's so phenomenal, and I was still sweating right to the end, knowing that he could do some massive air and drop some silly score at any time. So it's they're all tough challenges, and I think it's just going to be more of the same for me. Just trying to focus on my own game and do it as well as I can, and if that's good enough, then that's good enough.
You've got the whole beach behind you, Lobby. You even got one of our beach commentators, Tapper. He's been commentating you since you were 9 years old. Good luck in the semi-final and bring it.
Thanks so much. Stoked.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, Liam O'Brien, the only true bona fide point break surfer left in the mix. He probably didn't go left until he hit the QS. But Liam O'Brien looking really solid. We mentioned it the other day, Rich. He has been a dormant talent on the tour, a celebrated surfer amongst his peers, underrated. And today he has the opportunity to kind of realise the dream of getting into potentially a final and having a crack at a victory on home soil. Here goes Connor. And some of that absolute lightning fast work he's been doing in the free surfs. That's a big combination, rolling thunder down the line here at Snapper Rocks with a bit of lightning chucked in.
Triple banger from Connor O'Leary. Each one of those turns was right on the edge, just literally toying with the lip. And for such a big guy, he has so much control. This is a backhand clinic going on here. Let's check out the replay. What do you like about this one, Owen?
Mate, just this first section, so tricky, but he just powers straight through the thing. That turn was unbelievable. I haven't seen a turn like that in years. I don't think I've ever done a turn like that. That was amazing.
So many good goofy footers on the championship tour. What makes Connor O'Leary's approach stand out?
So he goes really deep off his bottom turn, but when he comes up, he literally hits it like almost beyond 12. And look at this, like he has this like quick whip out of the top. It's like this power extension thing right here. Look at that tail, just blows straight out the back. I mean, look at the spray too.
One thing I love, Richard, about Connor's backhand is the fact that after he hits it, he never flattens out. He always is pointing straight down the face. He's almost taking the steepest route out of each of his big backside hits.
Yeah, the angles are quite incredible. We'll get back to that live action of Leo.
Leo looking for a reply, throws the tail, great control, he'll stick it. And he's been super fast on his road through to this point in the competition. Did have an 8.5. There is a feeling, I feel, in the booth here that Connor O'Leary is about to respond with an excellent score of his own, and he's up again, hammering down the line here. Blitzes the lip. Reconnecting with the kind of magic that saw him win the event at J-Bay last year is this big goofy footer who hangs on for the finish. And he is flexing. Both these surfers are coached by Richard Dogmarsh, an incredible goofy footer himself. And he is absolutely loving what he's seeing here at the moment. How can you not? I mean, friendly fire, he's going to lose one of these competitors, but the way they're competing at the moment, both have a great shot at winning today.
Amazing. This is, you're watching two guys who are in complete form at the moment, but Connor O'Leary seems to just be in top gear. And he is just destroying these waves. I'll give you the stats. So 6'2", 94 kilos. He's on a DHD Juliet 6'2", 19 1/4, 2 11 16s, 33 litres. So the highest volume boards, I think, on the tour, probably comparable to what Geordie's riding. It's a single double, and this is his backup board from J-Bay last year.
Wow, the number is in for Connor O'Leary. Check it out, 8.77. And we have a new heat leader here. He's got another score on the way, but Leo has a number about to drop 2. He's after a 6.61 as we see the IC score update. And the average dropping on your screen there. This is magic form. And Connor O'Leary, you know, people are always talking about him being a threat at events. Coming into this season, I was thinking Bells, wow, he's got a great shot at winning there. Fell out of the mix early. A 17th place finish there in tricky conditions. Got beaten by Yago in what looked like on paper a great matchup. And Yago just found another level over Connor there. So a disappointing run on the GWM Aussie treble so far for the man that represents Japan but grew up here on Aussie shores. But this is his bread and butter. A right-hand point break is where he's got a fantastic shot. And Jessie Starling, she's tracked down the coach. It's all smiles at the moment, Jessie.
It definitely is all smiles. Connor, he just went excellent. Leo is answering back. There's not much more you can ask from your surfers here, dog.
Nah, I'm super stoked. Like, the waves are really fun. They're both surfing really well. Like, they've both already got a couple of 8s. So kind of a dreamy, you know, like proud dad moment almost, you know? Like, they're both, like, sort of performing like you want them to, and may the best surfer win.
We were chatting before the heat. I was like, is it a good or bad thing to have your athletes both in the same heat? It just feels like these guys, it's a good thing for us because they're both pushing each other so much right now.
Yeah, look, and they've had so many training blocks together, so there's not bad blood, but there's definitely some rivalry there. But it's better in a final, of course. That's your dream. But no, I'm super stoked, and I'm really proud of them. You know, it's good to have good waves. It's been real tricky this year, and I felt like they've both lost some heats that could have went either way. So to see them both tear in is just what you want.
You got some fans on the beach too, dog. I just heard a yeah dog down the beach.
It happens when you're old. Some people have got long memories.
We got a superstar on our hands, guys. I'll let you focus in, but we're stoked for you, dog.
Thanks, Jess.
Love it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Richard Dogmarsh. Connor O'Leary grew up in Cronulla, and he had so many great goofy footers to inspire him. Mark Occhilupo, of course, Richard Dogmarsh. It's a long list. Andy King. Blake Johnston was his coach for a number of years, but even won the clock way back. Jim Banks, originally from Cronulla. Andy King. But, man, the move to Lennox Head is what has helped him get his backhand to a whole nother level. And you've watched it, Owen, all come together. I think I've seen Connor surfing in really good conditions at Lennox, and that was prior to his J-Bay win. And I started to think at some point it's all going to come together in an event for him, and you know it seems to be the case here today as well. 7.67 on his backup, and the requirement for Leo still very achievable, but a 7.95.
Yeah, I think you know that move to Lennox for Con was massive. When he first started there, first came, he was just doing these big one-off turns, and then all of a sudden it started to link to 2, to 3, to 4, and he's just putting these entire waves together that are like, you know, I've always thought he's going to win every backside event that comes through. Like he's J-Bay. Like look at the performance there that he had. I've just been waiting to see that come out, and you know, on the text thread with him leading after his first round, and he was all like, you know, like you mentioned, Yago went to another gear to knock him off. He was saying, you know, I've still got more gears. I'm like, sometimes you got to relax to get into those gears.
Yeah.
And that's where he was really resonating with that, just like calming down a bit, letting that board fly down the line and relaxing into those higher gears. And I think Connor's touching those gears today. Like he's had pretty short waves and 8.77, 3 turns. Like let's give him 4, let's give him 5 turns. Let's see what happens today.
Yeah, well, he mentioned that his hero, Mark Occhilupo, sort of caught him as he was running down for a heat and just said, you know, like settle down, just get out of your own head a little bit and do that surfing. And you're right. I think he's been trying to reach those gears without the clutch, and today he's found it. Smooth transitions and really cleaning things up here in what's been a really stunning fight back just to get to this point. The heat's not over, not by a long way. 15.5 minutes to go, and Leo only chasing at 7.95. Movement here on the outside. The Italian looking for a reply, needs a near excellent score here. Beautiful whipping calves. The rail work has been sublime so far this season from Leo. As this wave steepens down the line, gets a good combination happening and finishes with something different. Leans back, gets that release in the tail, pumps the fist. And with 15 minutes to go, this number could go there.
It could. Some really clean surfing. Keeps it really tight the way he does his manoeuvres. There's not too much unnecessary movement. Leo incredibly strong. He's worked on his fitness over the last few years. He's bulked up and looking incredible.
He's just a student of the game, man. He's worked on every bit of surfing, like every angle he's covered, man.
Yeah, he sure has. Let's have a look at it, Rich. Is there enough in these first turns?
Okay, the opening car was a pretty lateral. The second one, again, it stayed fairly horizontal, but had some spice on the end of it. There's a better snap down the line with more speed. So he's tagging these sections. It's that final turn for me where he really brought that high-risk element, a little bit of innovation, and this is the first time we're seeing the replay. This is wave number 5 of Conor O'Leary here. Just squares up again and just toying with the lip on the backhand. His timing pinpoint perfect.
Comparable rides right there. I think Leo's maybe just even that wave was a little bit smaller again. So I think might didn't come in just under what he needs, but nonetheless, this is they're going for it in this heat. What do we got?
Not enough time. I want to see more. Just over 13 and a half minutes to go. The IC score update there with a 7.67 for O'Leary. Leonardo's chasing a 7.95. Let's get word from Kaipo out there in the channel. What a heat, Kipes.
Great heat, great surfing. Of course, I'm always a fan of the goofy foots. So I'm a giant fan of Conor O'Leary, that 8.77 run. You guys talked about it a little bit, but he was walking the tightrope that hole. Talk about high-risk maneuvers. Talk about surfing on the edge. That's what I'm seeing from Conor O'Leary. Leo Fioravanti, it also seems like he shows up every season a little bit more prepared and increasing his skill set. So it's a great matchup right now, but you know, me personally, I'm just really, really enjoying the backhand surfing of Conor O'Leary.
Yeah, it is. It's just looking so sharp. Mentioned it before. He's just relentless when he gets it in that rhythm. You know, it's dead set like being at a Bushdorf. That base, it sort of hits you in the chest when he hits the lip. And Leo, you know, I think he really almost got there on this ride with that final turn. Just so unpredictable. You see a lot of the same thing when you get to that end section because people are looking for a safety move to get a good finish. And Leo just laid into it and pushed that board to the point of release. Almost got there, just a point shy. A 7-point ride for Leo. 12 and a half minutes to go. We're just gobbling this up, Rich.
Oh, this is amazing. Loving watching these two guys go at it. Good friends, stablemates of Richard Dogmarsh, and that's exactly how you want to see a quarterfinal unfold. These guys just really inform, both of them.
Just over 12 minutes to go here. Big crowd building in anticipation of crowning some champions here on what will be our finals day. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back to the show, and what a show it's been here on finals day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Conor O'Leary and Leonardo Fioravanti, sparring partners who work under Richard Dogmarsh, fighting it out for a place in the semis, and both dropping excellent scores already in this heat. And we are expecting to see some more the way these two surfers are competing. Connor has the lead. Leonardo after a 7.95. What a contest it's been. The first 3 days brought magic conditions, the best we've seen this season. Yesterday was incredible, and we're going to reflect on the 8.77 of O'Leary on the Stone and Wood slow-mo.
Yeah, there's a couple of things worth noting. Pause it here, please. Now, the angle of the board through here is unbelievable. That is a board at maximum tilt to get maximum acceleration as Connor is eyeing off this section here. So his eyes are fixated on the very point where he's going to do the turn. Really balance the inside arm here, almost touching the face of the wave. Okay, now let's let it roll till Connor gets up on the lip. Beautiful rotation of the upper body. Okay, now freeze it here. Okay, so total weight distribution from the back leg to the front leg, and his arm is actually touching the board. So a complete shift of weight from the back foot to the front foot. The fins are out completely, and that is how you get that full tilt, that full tail flare on the backhand. The board's really flat here. As we let it roll, you'll watch him transition onto that heel side rail. He starts to extend the body and get straight back into it, eyes fixated down the line. It shows you just how quick it happens. But the thing to note is that distribution of weight from that back foot to the front foot as he hits the lip. It's incredible.
I've seen another goofy footer put their hand on the deck of their board like that as they're riding out of those big backhand blasts, and that's Owen Wright, who's still with us for the call.
It's looking very familiar, but the fact that he had, his whole tail out then, and, he's pretty much got a third leg to go off.
Like a little tripod situation going on.
It sounds bad, but it's, it's all good.
Doesn't sound so bad.
It gets him back into the wave face, but the second he drops that weight back on his back foot, like, I don't have as much weight when I drop my back foot back, and I get a bit more drift time than he does, and he re-engaged so quickly and carried all that speed straight into the next turn.
Yeah, when you're leaning over on a board like that, on the bottom turn, you come into that turn with so much speed, and speed is everything, as you know. It makes that top turn almost easier to do when you've got all that speed.
The way he hangs off the bottom too, it builds anticipation for what's going to come, and he doesn't disappoint when he gets there.
He's so patient off the bottom, and he loads up so much in his legs. Like, if you've seen him squat in the gym, it's incredible, and that's a big wow.
Oh, there's a big power squat on the lip, and he's trying to better a 7.67 here. Just committing this wave. It might bowl up through the inside. Conditions improving as this tide drops, and Connor just attacking. And just every time he comes out of those assaults on the lip, he's right back in that power source, ready to square up again. And that was always the catch cry for him and his mates down there at Lennox. When they're in good conditions, the mantra is square up. And he's done it beautifully. Look out. Here comes the most dominant surfer at this event. Gets well wishes from Mick Fanning there as he's making his way down to a crowd that is about to make a whole lot of noise.
This is an unbelievable heat.
Huge. As we see Leo now on the outside, looking for a 7.95, and he has a good looking wall stretching out in front, up into the pocket, bit of release there in the tail. Solid control that he's shown throughout each of his rides so far, but he needs more down the line here, and he'll find it. Clean combination to finish, pumps the fist. And we're going to see where this number falls. Both surfers will charge back out on the back of the Red Bull skis here. Big shout out to our Water Patrol team.
Yeah, these next scores that are going to drop, they'll tell the story here, because Connor O'Leary, he's looking to replace that 7.67. The requirement might go a little further north if the judges put it into the excellent range. And that's the score that Leo needs. It's basically excellence. Yeah. These guys are in such a flow state at the moment. They are in flow zone.
I mean, they're both right at the peak of their game right now. And, for me, yeah, that Connor's wave, it's coming in just under. I didn't think it was going to improve, but Leo's will be interesting here because he's flying through some of these big turns, and he's got good variety as it comes down the line.
Yeah, clean snap there through the inside. He starts to get a little bit more vertical on that last turn. Little carve to slide.
I don't mind that turn with a bit of extra variety in that. And then he gets a really clean finish.
Yeah. Yeah, so multiple manoeuvres down the line. The first two for me, there was a little bit of a lateral nature to it. He was coming from behind the section, hitting the lip, and then still going down the line, whereas Connor's angles on his board just so much more acute. So I'm wary whether they'll go there.
Once those big scores are locked, it's a game of comparisons for the panel. And they're going to be thinking back to the 8-7-7 from Connor and the 8-5 from Leo. They had bigger, more committed manoeuvres than probably what we saw from Leo on that last ride. So with 4 minutes to go, you know, there is a question mark on that number.
Maybe it's the next exchange that could be cause some more trouble in this heat, but
we'll see.
See what happens here.
It feels like the judges are making those comparisons at the moment, Kaipo.
Yeah, I just want to touch on, I think everything's improving out here. We see the frequency now. You know, we had some slow heats earlier in the day. Right now, the frequency of waves coming through. Things are cleaning up here. Tide's going out. So I think we have a very, very kind of positive outlook for the rest of the day. It seems like we're moving in the right direction, Ron.
Oh, we sure are, mate. And you're in the best seat possible to watch it all unfold. Obviously getting a really close look. Numbers starting to roll through. And it is going to be so close for Leonardo Fioravanti. And the score is about to drop. And he is sweating on this number too. It is a 7.53, not the 7.95 that he needs, as we see the IC score update there for the Italian. Surfing so well already on his way to his best ever finish on the Gold Coast. This has been a bit of a bogey event for him, really. He's had 4 previous efforts here, and this is the first time he's been into the quarterfinals. Conor O'Leary, he reached the quarters here in his rookie year. And when you think about the rest of the competitors left in the mix, Felipe and Sammy have found the most success here. Sammy in the Challenger Series event where he claimed a victory, and Felipe with a couple of wins. And they've been some of the most dominant performances that we've ever seen in a championship tour contest. So Felipe, certainly the man to beat on finals day here, but we are seeing a number of surfers achieve excellence already as time starts to wind down. Connor would love to improve on this 7.67, and he's off to a great start here. Look at the speed in transition here. Squeaks in that final manoeuvre.
Interesting choice of wave there for Conor O'Leary, needing to better that 7.67. Leo was showing zero interest in that wave, so essentially didn't need to take it, and
Leo was out of position for that wave.
Bit of a question mark as to whether he was going to better the score on that. I know he surfed it brilliantly.
There is a classic, we're going to see a replay. It was really good surfing on a smaller ride. A minute and a half to go. There is a classic case study example of giving up priority when your opponent isn't in the lineup, and we can talk about it. We couldn't for a year, but Kieran Perro had the Pipe Masters in the bag against Jeremy Flores, had priority, took a wave he didn't need to, and it was a closeout. Jeremy ended up getting a near perfect ride and turned the heat in the final stages, and Kieran didn't sleep for a year. He came back the next year and won the event. So, you know, once you've got control and you've got the lead, going a wave that may not improve your situation,
and it hasn't,
is a huge mistake. And it came through to 6.5. So with less than a minute to go, and Leo showing incredible form. He's going to swing. This will be his shot at it, chasing at 7.95. Fioravanti throws everything in the first section, sticks it, comes out onto the open face, grinds through a carve, still needs more, rips into a beautiful arcing turn in the pocket, and again just continues to hammer this one down the line. The wave's starting to taper a little bit. Leo, he's got all he can out of this ride. He juiced it for points. He surfed the start of that wave so well. Is it going to get him there?
My heart is literally in my mouth. Like, obviously, I love Connor to win this heat, but that surfing was incredible. The start of that wave was unbelievable. I'm just not sure it's going to get him all the way there because the wave did die out.
Yeah, love the commitment to the first turn. It was the wave in the end that let Leo down. Just didn't have enough on the end. And Conor O'Leary looks like he's going to hang on. Some amazing surfing. The goofy footer moves through to the semi-finals.
Well, you've got to applaud the form of these two competitors, and you've got to celebrate the fight once again of Leonardo Fioravanti. What a machine. He just doesn't back down. But Connor O'Leary's kind of tapping back into the magic form that saw him take the event at J-Bay, and he is on his way to the semi-finals here.
He knows the mistake he made then. You see a little shake of his head too. So.
Yeah, I think Richard Marsh, after the initial applause here and the congratulations, we'll have a little word to him in the lockers and just say, hey, mate, don't you ever do that again.
He had a winner moving through to the semis either way, but yeah, you want to clean up those mistakes. Owen, what an absolute pleasure to have you step in for a couple of heats during the contest and share your insights with us, mate.
Hey, thanks for having us. I love watching surfing, all about it. I'm absolutely loving today, and I'm going to back Connor in for the win. Let's go.
Oh, I bet you are. The Goofy Alliance is strong with this one. Mate, enjoy the finals day, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Yep, see you soon, boys.
All right,
Thanks,
stick around because we've got another special guest coming in. Three-time world champ is going to help us close out the quarterfinals here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Presented by GWM, Gabriel Medina up next.
Years deep. For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. A new world champion. Harnessing nature. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The semi-final bracket is taking shape. Just one more quarter-final heat to decide our last semi-finalist, and it is a heat between the two highest scoring surfers of the event so far, Felipe Toledo, Sammy Pupo, who has just been right there, just under Felipe's highest scoring heat. And joining us for the call is the Brazilian GOAT, the three-time world champ who's been on fire this year, Gabriel Medina. Mate, great to have you here to talk through this big heat.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a huge one because you've known Sammy your whole life, basically brothers, and spent a lot of time on the road together. He has tapped into something this year. He has found amazing consistency. He's taken his speed to another level, and he looks ripe to challenge for a world title, doesn't he?
Yeah, for sure. Looks like he's more confident, you know, he's surfing, and his board is looking really good. And yeah, and not having a pressure to make the cut, you know, I think gave him a lot of confidence to just surf and think about surfing. And he's looking really good. I think it's his best year so far, you know, and he's every heat, every year, he's improving so much.
Yeah, I guess the first step to getting yourself a world title is getting yourself a championship to a win. For you, that win came very early in your career, but he'd be feeling some different kind of nerves today, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah, for sure. So when you start making hits, you know, like making quarters, semis, you started dreaming, you know. You want to go up there. And of course, the pressure comes with it. It's part of the game. And for sure, he's been thinking about it, you know. And let's see. Felipe.
Here we go, Felipe Toledo, who's been starting so strong, and he's going to throw everything at that first section. It was a tricky section to read, so priority's going to flip here to Sabi Pupo. Just a couple of throwaway scores for Felipe now. He had a 3.83 on his opening ride, but Sammy after a 0.27. But go ahead and finish your points. So you're trying to manage your emotions on a day like today.
Yeah, and I mean, but of course he's on the surfing snapper, you know. He's one of the best out here. Sammy and Felipe is the two best out here, I think, and of course he's thinking about good results. He's surfing with pressure, and that's it.
Love it. Yeah, before we start talking too much about these two, I want to say a big welcome back to you. It has been awesome to see the form that you've brought. It seems like Mick Fanning spoke about, those earlier years, 2007, it being quite taxing on him emotionally, just maintaining that intense focus and fire to get those world title wins. And then 2013, he was able to switch off his competitive mindset and really just save it for his heats. It feels like you've arrived at that kind of place. You seem really light around the events, but you've found that same kind of scary form and competitive fire when you get the jersey on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to be back on tour, and it feels fresh, after a year off. Feels fresh to be back, and I've been trying a bunch of boards, different shapers, and which keeps me more motivated, to find a good board. Oh, Sammy
driving off the bottom. Oh, that looked beautiful off the top. Big carve. He's got a lot of variety with this forehand. He gave us a bit of everything in the third round, and he's going to throw everything at that final section. I think both these surfers are very aware they have to give their very best and risk everything on some of these sections to beat one another today, because they've been putting up such big numbers.
Yeah, it's a fine line though, Ronnie, to get to that point where you'll start to push outside of your comfort zone, and you push too hard, thinking you've got to do more than you actually have to do. And let's have a look at the replay here of Sammy. I concur, this first turn, beautiful. Just fully connected and locked in. Big roping cut back. And he just bides his time here, Sammy, waiting for this wave to stand up again. And then he just blasts through the lip. Unfortunately, it just cupped out under him and lost that connection. So goes down. So a bit of a shaky start for both our competitors here. And I'm sure we'll see them just settle down now and get into the rhythm of this heat.
Gabe, pretty interesting this bottom side of the draw. We had Connor O'Leary going up against Leo. 2 previous heats for them. Connor had never beaten Leo. That's the first time he's broken through and gotten a win over his sparring partner. And then a similar story in this heat. 2 previous heats for these two, and Felipe has won both those exchanges. And one of those wins was huge. That was back in 2022 in the final in Rio, where Felipe dropped a 10-point ride, comboed Sammy in that final. This is an interesting clash for a couple of different reasons, but they're surfing, there's so many similarities. They have that whiplash speed off the top.
Yeah, both surfers, they have similar surfing comparisons, because they both regulars, they are fast, they can do airs, they can do some different, and yeah, this heat can go either way, and I'm not gonna be impressed if Felipe wins or Sammy, because both are really good in this wave. Oh, Felipe.
Yeah, it's a really tricky start to the ride, but he's gonna hang on there. You can see there's some bump for the surfers to negotiate as they make their way through to the inside, but Felipe collecting points on the opening stages of the ride, and it's going to clean up now as this one rolls through Little Marley. And he's building for the finish down the line, and it's tailor-made for the alley-oop, and Felipe's going to stick it. Throws the figure up, and the Grom celebrating with him on the inside there. So cool, the crowds. Let's talk about that for a second. They have been unbelievable the last few days over the weekend, and a public holiday today. How fitting.
Yeah, it's amazing to have so many people on the beach, you know, just screaming your name. And just, I mean, for surfing, it's amazing, you know, to have the support. And there's so many Brazilians here. It's crazy. It looks like we're surfing Brazil. And yeah, especially those hits, you know, we have two Brazilian guys going against each other. And to have the support is always fun. When we are in the water, we're always thinking about it, you know, because, I don't know, there's so many guys watching you. You just want to perform really good, so you get the crowd pumped, you know, and yeah, make it happen.
Yeah, man, that was so special yesterday. Big crowd. I think turning out particularly in force to watch that huge clash between the two most accomplished surfers on the championship tour, yourself and Felipe, but also, you know, a lot of hometown support for Stephanie Gilmore in her quest to get another CT win in her return. But, you know, there is definitely something about the way yourself and Toledo will compete for a crowd. It's like you are energized when there's more and more people on the beach. Do you feel that?
Yeah, I feel that. I get so motivated when I see so many people, you know, on the beach. I have my family and friends. That motivates me so much. Oh, that's a replay from Felipe.
Yeah, this is that last ride. It was tricky.
In the beginning, it was tricky.
Really hard to surf at the beginning there, and Felipe looked like he was going to come unstuck on that third turn, but managed to get centered back on the board again. Now he starts to fire up, get these beautiful fast wraps down the line. Now he hits the accelerator. Right here we go. Okay, we know he's squaring up for a huge alley-oop. And as he's done so many times before, gets that full rotation in the air before reconnecting with the wave.
Yeah, we were talking about the crowds here, Gabby, and man, they were some of the biggest we've seen yesterday afternoon. And what was really classic, oh, here we go, the 8.17 on the IC score update there for Toledo. So takes the early lead here. That's a big blow, a huge moment in this heat. And Sammy needs a score of 7.68. But yesterday afternoon, I'm going to reveal that you were undercover here. You're going to have to find a new costume to escape the sight. But I saw you leaving. You had a photographer's backpack on and a tripod on your shoulder and a towel over your head, and you escaped the contest site unscathed. That was awesome.
Yeah, it worked.
That's the best thing I've ever seen.
I got home safe. That was good. Actually, my filmer always does that, you know, because he's my cameraman, and so I try to be like him.
Oh, that's awesome. Here we go, Toledo, just the two sections, but lays it out and gets fully extended on that final hit. 8.17 on his previous ride. And here comes Samuka driving through to the inside. Beautiful big float on a classic Snapper Rocks wall. Locks into the pit. Oh, just gets knocked off there. So the early momentum with Toledo. But yeah, really, sorry, mate, I've blown your cover. You're going to need a new costume this afternoon.
I was a cameraman yesterday.
We'll put you in the catering crew this afternoon. But Kaipo's out there in the lineup. Kaipo, take it away.
Just it's my time to froth, Ron, and so what I'm frothing on is this matchup right here. I call this the super heat. Two of the fastest surfers that we've seen in this competition. Also the highest scores. I think this matchup right here is absolutely monstro. And extra froth because I'm all about right foot forward surfing, the goofy foot, the master, black belt, 5-stripe, Gabe Magina in the booth to call this, so that's double froth on this one. There's so much froth, I can't believe it.
Oh, mate, we are absolutely buzzing in here on finals day, 21 minutes to go. And we've got Felipe Toledo here on the replay. This is going to be his backup score. Just the two opportunities here, but he made the most of them, Gabe.
Yeah, those are really good two turns. Was strong, just like he did in my heat.
I don't know if he's going to get the credit for the finish there as we see the replay of Sammy's ride.
Yeah, big air rev to start things off, and now Sammy just gunning down the line, big projection power float, and unfortunately just gets caught a little bit behind. This tide starting to drain out. And, well, Sammy actually caught the end of that ride that Felipe was on. So sitting a little wider, taking advantage. Have a look at the water clarity. This will be a great vision here of the floater. You'll see him come around this section. And I was going to say, we can start to see the sand churning up on the sandbar, an indication run out.
Oh, it is all shaping up beautifully on finals day with that tide dropping. We saw some amazing barrel rides yesterday, and I think for these two, that might be the only piece of the puzzle that was kind of missing for them, is a really high quality tube with those massive turns. I think there'll be 10-point rides today with the form that our competitors are showing as we head towards the semi-finals. Sammy Pupo has a number on the way here. Felipe's last ride, that beautiful big layback snap, just got a little lost in the whitewater there, deemed incomplete. So that one's probably not going to factor into this heat. But both these competitors have shown at Snapper Rocks that they're real momentum surfers, and when they get on a roll, they're so hard to beat. And Felipe, in both his victories in particular, thinking back to last year, 3 times he went 17 points plus on his way to victory, put together a massive heat score total against Julian in a hard-fought final, and his first CT win back in 2015. Julian was also in that final, and that was even better. He had 5 17-plus heats. One of them was 18.5, and in the final, he had 19.6.
I actually went and watched that footage back with Joey yesterday, and it's just incredible to see the evolution of Felipe's body and how much he's bulked up and how strong he is now compared to sort of a decade ago. He's lost none of that lightning speed and his willingness to go for it in that final against Jules way back in 2015 was just going for it in the air, just really mixing it up, showing us that variety, and he's continuing to do that today.
Yeah, another excellent score. His 5th excellent score of this event so far, Felipe Toledo.
Wow, good looking wave here.
Double up, and he's going to drive into this first section. Leans into his power there. Carving back into the bowl now a couple of times. Really just transitioning through those first 2 sections to get himself to the steeper wall that awaits on the inside here at Little Marley. This wave's starting to line up, and Felipe gets nice and close to the bowl. Really quick out of the lip there, drifting the fins, maintains fantastic control, whips it into reverse, climbs that whitewater, and still just begging for this wave to stand up again to throw a final hit. And that is going to be dangerous for Sammy Pupo, because he's only looking to improve on a 3.83. The requirement's going to be a big one.
Yeah, that's going to be a good backup. And just looking at the numbers there, the 817 v the 617. So 2 points ahead, Felipe at the moment on their best scoring rides, and he's about to drop a backup score that will actually challenge Sammy's best number. He's starting to draw away from Samuel here. He's got to be careful.
Well, Kaipo, you could almost read the dimensions on the bottom of his board. He showed so much of it to you during that ride.
Yeah, it was actually really cool. I mean, and just talk about Felipe Toledo. You know, before heats, he has kind of like almost like a possessed look in his eyes, like he's a man on the mission. Just on that wave, after he came through that initial first section, as it was lining up on the inside, and he saw the line in front of him, a smile actually came to his face. And he was just anticipating, you know, to be able to rail off a couple more turns in there and just go to town. So that was really a cool take from the water there.
Yeah, I bet. We're going to see a replay of it now. Rich, take us through the opening stages here.
Oh, beautiful looking wall, and a couple of nice wraps to start things off. As this wave just pushes off the bank just a little bit here. But nonetheless, you can see how Felipe keeps all that momentum and flow going down the line. Now it doubles up, hits the inside bank, quick snap down the line, and blows the air rev, gets it done really smoothly. Real finer detail there. As he came down off the air rev, he was already onto the bottom turn, and as he bottom turned, he shifted both his feet back into the right position to get himself set to do that final hit.
Pretty cool to watch. And you must be really proud, Gabe, of what unfolded while you were taking your break with that pec injury, which is fully healed now. But Iago getting a world title, and again, the Brazilian force just coming on so strong this season. We're going to get back to that in a moment as we see Sammy looking for his first really big number. He wants to get back on pace with Toledo here, wants to get an excellent score of his own, flowing beautifully. Nice pocket hit there. Bit of foam on the face to deal with, no issues for this on-fire Brazilian grommet, who comes rolling through to the inside. Oh, gets a little hung up there for a moment, and the wave reels off without him. But yeah, a stunning start. But as your seeds improved, all the Brazilians falling really onto this bottom side of the draw. So coming up against each other now, it's been an interesting start to the year, but one I'm sure all the fans back home are loving.
Yeah, I mean, it's really bad to have injuries, you know. And last year, the cool thing is I got to watch all the boys surfing, and was really impressive watching Iago, you know, going to the title. He is the guy that improved so much. He's been surfing amazing. Actually, he's my favorite goofy to watch nowadays, and yeah, he can do anything. You know, his airs are so impressive. I love watching him surfing, so I get really excited when I see him on the water, and yeah, to see him winning a title, I knew that was gonna come at some point, you know, and I don't know, he'll just like not doing mistakes and competing really well, so was just about time, you know.
Yeah, and it feels like it has inspired the likes of Sammy Pupo too to, you know, fulfill his potential as a championship tour surfer as well.
Yeah, Sammy is a really good pick. I think he's surfing tour, you know. I feel like he's fast, he can surf any conditions, you know. I think with the experience, he'll get better every year. And if I can, yeah, pick one guy to win a title at some point in the future, I would pick Sammy for sure.
Wow, that's a huge nod.
He's a really good surfer, and he's been competing really well. So, and he's so competitive. Like we're friends from a long time, and every time that we play something, he's like, he gets so like focused. You know, he wants to beat you so bad, and I like that. It's really fun.
Yeah, that's what little brothers do, huh? They grow up just wanting to win, wanting to win everything. He did win the event here as a Challenger Series event. What's been impressive about Sammy, he's really shown his resilience, Rich. Each year he's been cut off the tour, and that happened 3 times.
Yeah.
He went back and just dominated the Challenger Series.
Yeah, he certainly did. And this year, it feels different, though. He's come back onto the championship tour. He feels bigger, he feels more confident. The surfing's definitely improved. And he's sort of gone from dropping off and coming back on to putting himself into the world title conversation in 2026 with just amazing surfing. So something's clicked. I think he's really feeding off his brother's success as well, and then all of the other Brazilian Storm members.
Here he goes. He had a 5.67 on his last ride. He needs to really surf this wave up. And with turns like that, he could do it. Rolling down the line now. Get some release there just to transition and stay in front of this one. And drifts the tail again. He's after an 8.6. Not sure it's going to go there, but if he improves on the 5.67, he'll have a shot at it as we head into the final 10 minutes here.
He just looked better on that wave. The previous replay you could see just a couple of real minor judgment calls in terms of placement. He got left behind on the final hit, but this one he looked more connected. The timing was a bit better. Flares that first snap off the top. The second hack, that had plenty of power and intent in it. Little check turn down the line as he sets up this section. Again, a tail flare drift. And then the final hit had some sting to it as well. And you can just see with the body language starting to really warm into this. 11 minutes on the clock.
This is an exceptional heat. On paper to decide our final semi-finalist here. Just over 11 minutes to go as we see Nadia Aristabe getting set to take on Stephanie Gilmore in semi-final number 1 of the event. That's just around the corner. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We just had to hit rewind and go back to yesterday. On paper, we saw the two most successful surfers on the championship tour, Felipe Toledo and Gabriel Medina, fighting it out for a place in the quarters. Gabe is with us for the call. I mean, you never want to be on the other side of these heats, Gabe, but it was must have been pretty special to share the water with your good mate.
Yeah, that was fun. I mean, I was trying to wait for the good wave, you know, especially on the backhand. You gotta have that really good wave that gives you like a good wall to hit. And yeah, I just couldn't find. And Felipe is Felipe, you know, he's served this wave so well, and he ripped. He got 2 9s, and that was deserved, well deserved.
Really cool moment here. We love to see that. And
I just told him go all the way to the finals, right? Like just took me out, bro.
Well, the thing about that is he's on 16 championship tour wins. You're on 17, so you know, as close as your friendship is with Felipe, you guys, we're going to put the spotlight on that rivalry as this year rolls on, no doubt, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see. During the break, as you can see, next to Toledo's 8.17, another score has dropped, 7.6. We're going to get a look at that rider in just a second, but things are getting pretty difficult here for Sammy Pupo. Let's have a look at what went down.
Felipe off the bottom, off the top. A beautiful tail hang and snap to start things off. Comes down the line, projection floater. Building for speed, waiting for the section, and a huge carve off the top. Beautiful figure 8, bottom turn, top turn pathway there, and he gets the air rev at the end. Fights the foam for a little bit, and does he get the mate? Yes, he does.
Stay down. Stay down. 7.6.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Ronnie, Felipe is obviously on the Sharp Eye program. This is a custom model that he's been working on with Marcio, 5'9.5", just a hair under 18.5, and just a hair under 2.5 in thickness, 26 litres. And I think it's a modified Inferno model.
Yeah, and Marcel Serbi's been talking about working with Toledo, getting ready for this campaign, because he's dropped some weight. You know, he's looking really trim. He sort of looks to be back to his elastic best. Gabriel, he really does look super fit at the moment, maybe as fit as he's ever been.
Yeah, he's been working really hard. You know, he has his team, and Rafa is the guy that trains him, and he does a lot of natural, how can I say, workout?
Like movement.
Yeah, natural movement.
Surf-specific training. And
yeah, and he's been doing for, there he is. He's been doing that for the last few years, and I think he's been eating better, you know, like being healthy. And
yeah. I mean, if I had a rig like that, I'd be allergic to cotton as well. He is looking sharp, but he's got him finely tuned, and a lot of changes for Felipe in the off season too, right? He's moved back home to Brazil, and just seems like really comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil's amazing, bro.
Yeah,
I love living
no doubt,
there.
we all love it.
Yeah, and Felipe is happy there. You know, he got his family, and now he's living close to where he wanted to be, you know, in Brazil. And I think he's living the life.
Yeah, and you know, I think he's definitely kind of looking at real estate opportunities here on the Gold Coast as well, because he's had so much success here. Sammy Pupo also loves it, and Vaughan has tracked down Sammy's coach.
Yeah, well, this is an interesting moment. I think we've got Felipe. I'll throw it back to you guys just for a sec. No, okay, Matty, mate, when you're preparing for a heat against Toledo, you're like, minimum, you're up against 15, 16 points. But the good news for Sammy is that he dropped exactly those numbers yesterday.
Yeah, he got a 9.7 and another 9 yesterday. He's got it within himself. He's just got to find the wave, trust himself, and let it fly.
In the lead up to this one, obviously the performance he put on, he would have been full of adrenaline. It was a fantastic heat. How did you settle him down and get him ready for the next battle?
I mean, he said it, I think, to you guys yesterday. It was one of the best days of his life. So, I mean, we were definitely feeling good, but we had to remember it's not done yet. And he's going for the win here, obviously. So we have to bring it down. We obviously enjoyed our afternoon, but going against these world champions, it's going to push him to the limit every time.
Thanks for your time, mate. Appreciate it.
Thanks, and let's hope in 4 minutes a 9-point ride comes through, guys.
At 9.37, actually. Toledo 7.6. Super impressive. He's been the busiest surfer in the lineup. He's had 11 waves, Felipe, so going to work when he didn't have priority. And it is really a sort of a trademark of the multiple world champs on the CT. Yourself and Toledo, Medina, have reputations for, you know, being so deadly when you don't have priority. It's an awesome thing to have when, you know, you're on a point break like this, finding space and having the weaponry to launch huge airs. But this is going to be a tough heat for Sammy to pull himself out of now.
Yeah, I mean, and Felipe has no priority, which is harder for Sammy because he's gonna go big in the next wave, you know. And yeah, he's gonna play the game. And Sammy's gonna wait for the good one. That's pretty much what he's got to do, you know. And if he wants to get a 9, and he has to be in the right wave and do something different.
Obviously, with the domination and success of the Brazilian surfers on the CT, Gabe, you know, they're probably the ones that are going to really push you in this title race this season. But outside of the Brazilian mega force, who are the individuals that you think have a great shot at a title run this year?
Yeah, people have been asking me when I do interviews, and I mean, you have so many good surfers on tour, you know. I really like Ethan. He's a good pick, you know. He's been improving so much. He's been surfing amazing, and he's going to another good result here on the Gold Coast. And Griff, you know, Griff. I feel like Griff, he got one good result at Bells, and you know, it's being tricky to make through that second round. And Sammy.
Whoa, here we go.
Okay. Yeah.
Sammy throwing everything at that first section, incomplete. Priority now goes to Toledo, who's on the outside, eyeing off a good one. Wisely steers away from the tube there and starts to get a little tactical, and now is defending this lead. Yeah, they're really good picks, I think, just based on their consistency. Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto, but a few other people have stepped up this year. Sammy's one of them. And as we hit the Breitling 2-minute countdown, Pupo is up at the moment, and this wave has a nice shape to it. It needs to really hammer these sections, and does. Drifts the tail and rides the coping, and somehow is gonna almost hang on for the finish there. I mean, he has to push it.
He had to go for it. You could tell in the opening moments of that wave, he was surfing really well. It started to build down the line. It started to feel like he could get the score, which was a big one. 9.37 is the requirement, but obviously with the fall on the final maneuver, it's going to be very, very difficult, and I don't think it's going to drop. And Felipe with priority, and Samuel just down the point here. I don't know if it's going to happen.
He wanted a big set. In fact, probably in the opening stages, Sammy got his best start to a ride on a wave that didn't really eventuate down the line, but he looked to be in good touch. But you know, this is what Toledo does when he's on fire. He kind of builds that pressure, and even though Sammy surfed really well, he's kind of been forced to do his surfing on smaller rides. It's just been hard to match the bigger sections that Felipe's been able to track down out here. There's only 30 seconds to go here. Priority with the 2-time world champion, who's back to his dominant best here on the Gold Coast, Rich.
Yeah, he certainly is. He looks formidable, doesn't he? And after yesterday's performance, getting through Sammy here, it looks like he might be the pick. But here we go. Not over yet. Sammy down the line.
Yeah. Wow. What a performance from Sammy in this contest, Gabe. I guess from any event like yourself in this event, you've got to take the positives, and both yourself and Sammy here today have surfed really well this year, and again on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, Sammy's been on fire. You know, he's been so consistent. And I was gonna talk about Felipe. Sometimes losing is a good thing for you, you know, and he's coming back, and feels like Felipe is in the ribbon. He's about to lock a good result here, and he's looking dangerous.
Sure is. Chasing his third victory here on the Gold Coast. I'll tell you what you've won though, mate. You have just taken out the GWM Aussie treble win in the tank. Bring it on. A new tank 300 for Gabriel Medina. Sammy Pupo was the last surfer. He needed to win the event to wrestle that title away from you. But congratulations, mate, on a stunning Aussie leg. What's been the highlight for you? I know you didn't get the victory, but what kind of stood out for you during this Aussie leg?
Yeah, it's been fun. I've been surfing a bunch, you know, and for sure, like, I wasn't expecting to be leading the rankings. I was just coming back to the tour. So it felt good to be like a dark horse on the tour, you know, and I tried to do my best in this first event. You know, it's always really challenging for me going to Bells, Margaret, and here, going on backhand, and, you know, the waves change so much, but I'm glad I'm leading the rankings. I wasn't waiting for that, so I'll try to keep it up.
Feels like you're just in the water a lot more, surfing a lot more, and it's bringing a lot of happiness.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's been really fun, and I want to thank to my team as well. They've been helping me so much, like the doctor, my physio, my girlfriend, and Lucas, my filmer, Adriano. It's been really good traveling with Adriano. We've been chatting a lot because normally we used to compete against each other. Now we just share our minds, you know, with each other. It's been cool. I've been learning so much from him, and it's been fun. Let's keep the fun, and I'm looking forward to New Zealand. It's going to be a fun one, and it's just starting, guys. Let's do it.
There he is, the winner of the GWM Aussie treble, Gabriel Medina. Great to have your insights as we watch the two most fearsome surfers in the contest to battle there. But Felipe Toledo, he gets the W. He's on his way to the semi-finals. And that's going to be one hell of a clash. He's going to meet Conor O'Leary. Thank you, Gabriel. Rich, I'll see you again later on, and stick around because got the women's semis coming up with Nadia Aristabe and Stephanie Gilmore hitting the lineup.
One Wave, Hydrolite and the WSL are bringing people together to surf, connect and have real conversations about mental health, and everyone's pretty pumped to get out there at Snapper Rocks and get some waves too. One Wave started with a simple recipe: saltwater therapy, surfing and a whole lot of fluoro. What it's become is a global community bringing more colour to mental health through surfing. From Fluoro Fridays in the ocean to the Free the Funk program at school, it's all about giving more people the chance to ride waves and talk about mental health. It's also so epic to have Reef Hazelwood on board, Hydrolite ambassador, pro surfer, but you don't have to be a surfer to get involved. Just show up and get salty. Sometimes one wave is all it takes to free the funk, and that's what today's all about.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We found our way to the Hydrolite Heat to watch.
The GOAT, 8-time world champ, headlines every matchup she's in because she's the best ever, not only with world titles, but the most event wins in history with 33 as she takes on the rookie Goofy Foot, Nadia Arostarbe. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Jesse Starling. Proud moment for the Goofy Foots around the world, especially when Steph and Katie gave Nadia big raps about some of the biggest backside turns they've ever seen released on tour.
Oh, what we saw yesterday afternoon was phenomenal from Nadia. It really was. The way she squared up off the bottom, the power she drew out of the top and through the lip. It was insane. I haven't seen any better surfing on the backhand as we see Steph.
The Queen's getting things started. Just going straight. She looks brilliant. Finesse even off the top of a bumpy section that made her redirect. She'll throw down a nice clean off the top carve. Punching out that section. And now flowing through this inside double up. She knows how to find a tube. Can she find one in these conditions today? It's just gonna race off without her. Always brilliant with her rail decisions. Competing since 2007 on the championship tour. Having a couple of seasons off. And I think this was the comeback to tour that she was hoping for, especially on her home court here at Snapper Rocks, Jesse.
Yeah, it's been really cool to witness Steph almost come out of retirement in this event. She had a bit of a rocky start to the year down at Bell's, over at Margie's, a couple decisions, maybe not going her way. And then you come to her home court, she's just found this really classy, just confidence. She lives just literally across the road. She can surf this wave whenever she wants, and this is where she calls home. So to see her in her backyard, so confident and so comfortable, it's been a real privilege to watch her just find her strides again.
And then kind of a pinch yourself type moment for Nadia Arostarbe, being the first to qualify representing the Basque part of Spain. You know, for her being a replacement so many times last year, Flick, I thought she was actually handling it well because I'd see her after a loss and she'd be like taking a longboard out to Zunzal and rinsing off, and she was always happy and smiling, but she told me at the start of the year it was actually really tough just trying to get comfortable as a replacement last year.
Oh, it's kind of like you're there, but you haven't quite made it. Like, I've been dealt a year like that on tour, and I know how interesting that is because you kind of you're in limbo. You don't know if you're on, if you're not on. You're kind of waiting till the last minute to make sure that, you know, those events are confirmed for you or not. And it's like this false sense of security. You don't really feel like you belong, but you've kind of made it. So I think this year it's been epic, especially this event, to see her go from strength to strength. I mean, think about the people she's taken down on her way, you know, to this semi-final with Steph. You know, Alyssa Spencer, who was in form on the backhand, Caroline Marks, who's a world champ, and then the world #1, Gabriella Bryan. You know,
what a list.
It's massive, and that does massive things for your confidence too. And it's been cool. You know, we've been watching it in the live arena, heard us grow with confidence as we watch this replay of Steph, Jesse.
I really loved this wave, especially this first carve, and then into that float up on that tabletop section. Just the way she's putting a little bit more risk in her surfing today. Also, let's just mention the impeccable wave selection here of Steph Gilmore, really pushing hard through that bowly cut out section here. I was hoping for a little tube, I really was. The little girl inside of me got pretty excited here, closing out down past Little Marley, but enough damage out the back that the judges are rewarding a really good score.
Quick start for Steph Gilmore. I see the 7.0 lock in early here. Her third wave that she's looked at. Got active during the break, 1.77 to a 2.5, and then a 7-point ride as she's looking to check her equipment out. Long-time DHD team rider. They've made a serious dent in the Surfboard Empire Shaper rankings presented by Vea at this venue. And a tough event for Lost Surfboards, with Sawyer Lindblad being the last remaining team rider for the most dominant shaping stable that we've had in the last 3 years.
Oh, it's interesting, right? Obviously, we've got room for movement on the board for sure. And I mean, DH is just absolutely firing. I mean, both the surfers in this heat are both riding DH as we see Steph.
Steph locks in and ends up just stepping out. A lot of lump and bump on the face today. We kind of woke up to this, Jesse, in the conditions. You know, we had groomed open faces most of the day yesterday, but a little bit of bump to get through. Nadia's backhand looks solid right there. Tags the lip line. The rookie from the Basque part of Spain just absolutely drills the lip. winds up again and shuts it down. She's turned in an excellent score in every matchup she's had at Snapper Rocks, and Steph's answering quickly off the lip. Nice smooth section down the sandbank to lay down the rail. Gilmore hunting more, and she will find an end section to play with there. Snaps it shut and steps off. Just a young generation against the established and the all-time GOAT, which I think you got to stop for a second and just enjoy that the greatest surfer that's ever competed on tour, more records than anyone, is still out there with the jersey on in our time. You know, it could have been someone decades ago that we wonder what they were like, but this is the moment we get to be present watching Steph throw down these lines, Jesse.
Yeah, love this wave selection. Again, just a really bowly wave. Steph has this really cool line that she draws out snapper. She always finds just the tightest pockets here, which is giving her the opportunity to go vertical twice and then into a carve, back into another snap here. Just that style, that really dropped back knee. It's really just so elegant and graceful to watch. We've grown up admiring and watching her my entire life. So Steph finding some good form, but she's going to need to push a little bit harder on those waves because Nadia ripped this one.
How's this one flick?
Man, this made me sit up straight in my seat because she is not placing her turns. She is powering through them. Like, honestly, there is a lot of flair. There's a lot of, you know, electricity in her surfing. There is so much power. I feel like this is going excellent.
Well, there's one thing to get an excellent score in your rookie season. That's a big deal, you know, and to just get on a roll and turn in a hot streak of excellent scores, well, that's a whole nother level where not only has she found that she belongs on this tour this year, but she's taking down giant names like the list that Flick ran through, which included world #1, Gabriella Bryan. And now she's keeping that same form against Stephanie Gilmore. The hot streak of excellent numbers continues for the rookie, and she turns in an 8.5.
Yeah, let's take a look at that hot streak. She had an 8.33 in the first round, an 8-point ride in the second round, an 8.67 in the quarterfinals, and now dropping an 8.5. It's one thing, like you mentioned, Joe, to do that once in your rookie year. She has done it in every single heat of this competition so far. Judges completely unanimous across the board, an 8.5, and so early on in this heat as well. I'm really interested to see where this puts Steph Gilmore. Obviously, she's got another score to come in here, but I feel like this is really going to push her to dig a little deeper on those turns and hit those lips just a little bit harder.
How does she do it? She's done these big backside snaps throughout this event into the semifinal. Her timing's brilliant. She's got power. And an 8.5 will slow things down on the Stone and Wood slow-mo flick.
Oh man, this is like so much aggression. I just can't stress it enough. She's not just placing the turn, she puts it up there and she absolutely powers through it. So, like that is reminiscent of what we just saw Connor O'Leary do, you know, in the heat with Leo Fioravanti. Far out, just having a malfunction here. But yeah, like the hand placement as she shifts the weight, right? When she connects with the lip, she shifts her weight so quickly to her front foot, her hands literally touching the front of her board, and you know the fins are releasing out the back of the wave. It's incredible to watch. I just cannot stress that enough. It's really beautiful.
Brilliant backhand technique. I remember the Hobgoods used to watch Aki and they'd say, hand down, man down. You know, once Nadia lines up, it's just so reminiscent of the great Goofy Foots. And Steph's statement of watching Nadia's turns, you know, echoed throughout our surfing community of her and Katie admiring how big her backside hangers were. It meant a lot to the community of Zorao, kind of cementing her as an international standout and officially arriving on the global scene. As Steph's holding priority, we have a chance to catch up with Felipe Toledo with Vaughn.
Philippe, congratulations. Yesterday, you and Samuel set this beach on fire with the top scoring heats of the year. And it was always going to be a blinding matchup. A little bit trickier, but how did you maintain, you know, that form, that rhythm, and that energy from yesterday out there today?
Yeah, well said. A bit tricky today. Even though we still have plenty of swell. The bank's pretty good. It's just like, I don't know, it's just kind of weird, and you know, like all these ripples on the wave, and you really have to bottom turn and kind of mid-bottom turn decide where you want to hit it, or if it's a big carve or it's a, you know, just like a big hit. But yeah, you know, Sammy put on a show yesterday as well, and same thing, strategy, you know, go out there and put 2 big scores and kind of control the heat. And yeah, I did well, used my priority well. I got that smaller wave towards the end that I got my 7.6. It was a big risk actually because he was coming back and I had priority. I could have just let that wave go and sit down with priority and wait, but I was just gonna roll the dice on this one, see if I can get a score, and yeah, it paid off.
Yeah, man, and I love what you say there about sort of zipping and hunting and looking for the line that was going to give you opportunities, because that was the strategy that paid off in the end. I think there was just far less top to bottom opportunities from start to finish on the wave. But in typical form, you couldn't help yourself. You take to the air and it just lights up the beach, and everyone just, you know, loves to see that.
Yeah, if I can, I'm always going to take it to the air. It's always fun. And I mean, you know, in conditions like this today, if I just finished my wave with a, you know, a little turn, it was probably going to go 6, you know. So I knew I had to push a little bit harder to beat Semi.
You got a very, here comes Semi now, mate. A very different opponent in your next heat, Conor O'Leary, who has been just blasting the back out of it with some big, powerful top to bottom, you know, attack mode sort of verts. What's your strategy going into that?
Yeah, I think last time that we met was in the semis again, J-Bay, and he smoked me. Maybe it's my turn now. No, just kidding. We'll see how it goes. It's, you know, Conor's such a good friend too. We built our friendship on tour. He's a dad, I'm a dad, and you know, we share really good experiences. And yeah, you know, everybody loves Conor in Brazil as well, and he's part of the crew. And yeah, it's for sure it's going to be a really good heat, and let's go.
Let's go, mate. These right-hand point breaks, you love them, and they love you right back.
Thank you, appreciate that.
How about a vibe like that for finals day? The fans are just giving their love to every pro walking down the sand and performing at Snapper. That was a classy post-heat interview with Felipe Toledo. He moves on back to action here. Stephanie Gilmore lights up that section, compressing low, and she'll sink coming out of that frontside snap. Her wave before was a 6, had the 7 on wave number 3, so those are her top 2, 7 and a 6. Aerostarbe, though, with the big 8.5, making this battle really exciting. Congrats once again to Gabriel Medina taking the keys to the GWM Tank 300. I wanted that, Flick, and well, he deserved it. Wow, what an absolute run he's had through all the stops in Australia.
Oh, it's been cool to see how he's come back to the championship tour. You know, I think in the time off, he didn't drop that many clips, you know, even on his comeback after his injury. So it was interesting to see, everyone was kind of interested to see where his level of surfing was going to be. And yeah, it was pretty cool. You know, he came out, you know, at Bells and Winky, absolutely firing, backed it up with an incredible performance at Margie's, and then now here, you know, again on the Gold Coast. So I don't think there's any questions now about where that form is, and I feel like he's even stronger than what he was before he left, and sets him up, you know, for a really, it's a great start to the year. And if you reflect on, you know, the years that he's won world titles, he usually hasn't had that greater start to the year. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, where he can take the rest of the year from here.
So we've got one more GWM Tank 300 to give away. It's between Gabriella Bryan and Luana Silva. Luana's coming up next against Sawyer Lindblad, and Lulu's one heat win away from having a brand new ride. I don't know if she's aware of that, Jesse.
I don't think so either, but I'd rather be fighting for it than waiting to see.
Little snap off the top for Nadia Aristarbe, just leading the rookie class at this event. And she will fire up again and smash that section. She is just bringing so much energy, sending it back home, and her boyfriend and coach, Guille, is having a blast. An amazing surfer himself, also a goofy footer, can basically ride anything from Elias to mid-lengths to twin fins to just straight up Formula One blades. And yesterday when she was just going to town, he's like, I'm so nervous. He was like shaking with excitement, and it had to be on the top of the list of best days that they've been together, you know, in the responsibility of being a good boyfriend, but also a great coach as well, Jesse.
Yeah, it really is a team effort. That first turn was seriously vicious. So much spray coming off the back. And I just love how tight she's staying in the pocket. This final turn was next level. That tail completely drifted out the back of the wave. And the fact that she could get it out back down the wave in time before, there was 2 convergences. There was one coming from the left and the right. So to get the tail out and come back down right before all of that happened was really well timed. You could see how hard she was driving into that turn, really low on that back knee. It's going to give her some extra drive and speed to throw that tail around. And she's doing that on a round tail too, which obviously it can be done, but not typically done on round tails, usually done more on a squash or a swallow. So that is just a testament to how hard Nadia is pushing right now.
In a big semifinal heat, the best event of her career. She's just looking like she's really focused on making the final. Chatting with Adur Letamendia this morning. He's back in Basque Country, part of the Pukas family. He actually lent Nadia some big wave guns in the past. They've got a big wave spot there over in the Basque region. And he went to go pick his boards back up, and they're at Nadia's dad's house, John Aristarbe. And her dad's just so thrilled, you know. John's like what you'd call a core lord, you know, at Zerouts. And also her uncle Eric, a regular footer, you know, one of the classiest locals you can ever have at a local break. And they love this little stretch of sand in Zerouts called Mirador, slang Mirata. They still use that word to call this little sandbank. In Spanish, it means lookout spot, and it's sort of where they've always surfed for decades. The terrace is actually not there anymore with upgrades to the beach walk and the pathway there, but they keep that name alive, you know, for just the original name. Right now, they're all up. It's about 5 in the morning. Aritz Aramburu is up in bed watching this. They're very close, and they're so proud of what she's doing, representing the Basque part of Spain so well. Nadia out in front. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, Joe, it's Bonn University health check with me, and I'm doing a self-diagnosis. Last day of the Aussie Treble today, so I'm going to calculate total water time on the 3 events, the Aussie Treble, at 95 hours. With those 95 hours, you're going to have some health stuff. Hips might be out of place. My lower back has had better days. So that's a check on me. And now looking forward to stop number 4, where we switch gears to Raglan, New Zealand. Some chilly water there, Joe. And my health challenge over there is to avoid hypothermia.
Oh my goodness. What a report from an action sports hero. You know, his body has been through it all. He's got a lot of metal in him inside, but I was waiting for maybe that on the Bonn University health check. But man, he's putting in hours and hours. Thank you, Kaipo. Doing a great job out there. Yeah, throughout the entire Aussie leg of the tour. And looking forward to seeing what he's going to do as he's looking at a left in New Zealand, which is coming up next on the calendar for the championship tour. 12 minutes on the clock. Nadia Aristarbe is still throwing excellent scores in every single round that she's been in, as she has the lead over the GOAT at the moment. Aritz Aramburu is just telling me now that he's happy that her confidence has grown. He's seeing how she looks happy too, and it helps her just keep firmly stick to her board. Yeah, she has been so locked in, and Aritz Aramburu is just really loving her connection to her surfboard on those big sections. Nadia's out in front. Can she make her first CT final? But she has to get past the greatest of all time, Stephanie Gilmore. Back for more in Semi 1 after this.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire our surf community to protect and conserve our One Ocean to preserve the future of our sport.
We're going to do a huge beach cleanup.
One Ocean coral restoration.
Planting some native plants, learning about how the plants really affect our coral reefs here.
And even if you aren't a surfer, you know, the ocean benefits everybody in the world.
It's critical to our entire ecosystem.
To protect all these beautiful places and the ocean, and you know, it's huge, and I'm super stoked to be down here.
We are trying to restore our coastal ecosystems to make them clean, fishable, swimmable, drinkable, and enjoyable for everybody that comes to visit.
First step is inspiring people to get out there and experience it, and then the next step is to be like, hey, this is pretty cool, right? Let's protect this.
Happy Finals Day, everybody. You're watching the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. It is a beautiful afternoon, about 1:12 p.m. local time. Water's warm, it's been rippable, and everyone's going crazy. Seeing some of the best heats we've seen in a very long time. No doubt this season, it's all been happening here on the Gold Coast. Nadia Arostarbe in the heat of her life against the queen of Snapper Rocks during the break. Stephanie Gilmore went to town flick.
Oh, hold the phone. Let's see what the GOAT has in store for us. Just beautiful swooping, arcing turns here. Throwing so much spray. It's just classic, right? Like watching her out here is literally poetry in motion. So beautiful to watch. Gonna, you know, look, if you rewind to the 7, I feel like it's better, right? So there we go.
Excellence from Steph Gilmore to bounce back as we see the IC score drop down right in front of you. You can see what the judges thought about that. Highest score, an 8.7. That gets thrown out, and the low score of a 7.8 gets thrown out. It's all about making comparisons. So the judge that threw an 8.7 for Steph threw an 8.5 for Nadia. So their comparison was that Steph's was just a touch better. However, the overall opinion of the panel went a half a point under Nadia's 8.5.
I really liked that way from Steph. Again, we mentioned at the start of the heat, every single time she's up and riding on her feet, she's getting better and better. She's no stranger to excellent scores here. We know she's had 10-point rides here in the past. She's also had her highest ever heat total here in the past as well. Back in 2016, 19.77 was her overall heat total, and that is the highest of her entire career. So to come here, be dropping excellence, and to be fighting so hard to stay in this heat. Nadia's put up an incredible fight. Look, it's still a really small score for Nadia's standards. That is what she's looking for. So Steph, it feels like in 6.5 minutes, she probably needs to drop that 7 and go excellent again.
6:30 on the clock in semifinal 1, living up to the hype and the expectations. Here's the GWM recap. Steph got her third wave, still keeping it at a 7.0 flick.
Yeah, so this is her second highest keeping score. I mean, look, it's a solid wave, and she really drifted the fins there. I think when I still watch Steph here in this heat, I feel like she's got a little bit more left in the tank, which is scary, right? But really, the highest single wave of the heat, we're looking at it right here. Nadia just absolutely ditching fins a couple of times here on the backhand. And really, she's in second right now, but she's got the highest wave of the heat, so she's only chasing a 6.5 to advance. It's not really a massive score in terms of Nadia's surfing. She can literally get that done on 2 turns. This wave here, this is Steph's highest. This is the 8. And like I said, it's just so beautiful to watch. Her style, her lines are so silky and smooth. And yeah, I mean, I watch that though, and I'm like, that's not the best Steph I've ever seen. You know,
No.
she's great surfing, excellent surfing, but I think she has a couple more gears to click up into. So look, I feel like both of these women at this stage in the heat, Steph wouldn't feel like she's completely safe, knowing what Nadia's been capable of the last week. And she even spoke to it yesterday in her post-heat interview. She said that was one of the best backhand turns I've ever seen from a goofy.
Lulu coming up next. The keys to a GWM Tank 300 are on the line if she wins this heat over Sawyer Lindblad. She's got a new ride here in Australia. Sawyer, though, has been lethal, Jesse.
I just love these goofy regular matchups. It really has been a storyline of the entire GWM Aussie treble, and we're seeing it come to a head here in the semi-finals on the Gold Coast. Sawyer's been really dominant, and Sawyer's kind of gone along a similar route of Nadia Arostarbe, where she's had to take down big names. the biggest. The reigning world champion, Molly Picklum, took her down yesterday and did it in a way that, again, similar to Gabby Bryan and Nadia Aristabe, we thought it was impossible to take those two girls down. You could put them as your power surfer in every single event and think they're going to win, and you would think you're right, just with how good they are, the level that they're setting. But the Goofies are really rising to the occasion, and I've been really impressed with just how hard they've been hitting it.
Gosh, so hard. So many great Goofy showdowns today. Connor O'Leary's been leading it on the men's side as well, with some of the most powerful turns I think ever released on this stretch on this sandbar. 4 minutes on the clock. Steph Gilmore in her happy place, competing at home, the queen of Snapper Rocks, was still in high school when she won this event for the first time. I think she got permission to bail out on the studies to put on a show, and that was back in 2005. Rookie year 2007. It's a story that's still unfolding in front of our eyes of the class and the grace of the all-time great. Looking for a 34th CT win here, looking for a 7th win here on the Gold Coast. Jesse, for you, as just a Grom up and coming, wanting to be a pro surfer. You probably remember the first time you laid eyes on Steph Gilmore's style and how much that inspired you to pursue a career in surfing.
She was my ultimate hero growing up. It was either her or Malia Manuel that I was just obsessed with styles. Just the way that those two just performed and were entertainers and so effortlessly themselves. Growing up, there was always kind of this argument of you had to surf like a boy and you had to hit it as hard as the boys. But for our generation, Steph and Malia really rewrote that script of adding style and grace into your surfing, and it made all of us bring our own personality and flair to our surfing. And Steph was really the pioneer of surf like a girl, you know, add style, add grace, because it is really the most incredible just vision to when you can see Steph Gilmore with your own two eyes on a wave, you can't take your eyes off it. And Steph still has that impact on me whenever she is surfing, no matter where I am across the world. I'm in awe. I probably have a little drool coming down my mouth. Like, she's just so good at surfing, and she's a really big hero.
Oh, it's that powerful. I know for you, Flick, seeing Steph grow up into the champion she is, when you're that big and you make such a big impact, you're in the spotlight your entire career. She's handled that so well, just with a happy smile and giving time. It's really impressive when you look back on the last 2 decades.
Oh, you don't get the name Happy Gilmore for no reason, right? I mean, she always has the biggest smile on her face, regardless of whatever situation's kind of thrown her way. And I think, you know, she'll always go, she is the GOAT, right? But even, you know, whatever happens in the future, if she decides to keep going or, you know, whatever, take a step back from competing, she's always going to be this incredible person, an incredible surfer, whether that be a free surfer competitively. I just think, yeah, and to speak more to Jesse's point, she's just got this aura about her and this gracefulness that I don't know if we'll ever see someone match that gracefulness ever again.
1 minute and 18, we're feeling it. Getting to pressure time here, Kaipo.
Pressure time, and the pressure is on the Apple Watch for Nadia, noticing that she just got a minute left and needs a 6.5. She's been dropping 8s, so she just needs the opportunity, but the watch is a reminder of how little time there is for the Basque surfer.
Good call there. She's got the Apple technology right there. She can feel a buzz on her wrist if it is a priority change, a scoring update. You also have the beach announcers blaring it out as well, so the crowd is well aware of this situation. 40 seconds. Nadia, an 8.5, the best single score of the matchup. Her first time ever being in a semifinal, and it happens to be against an 8-time world champion. Steph in her 78th semifinal appearance at the championship tour level. Here comes a chance for Nadia. Chunky section, a solid one out the back. Is she going to be too deep? She's going to hang in there, and it's going to come down to this wave. Creating space now. This will come down to if she can get a double up and grease the lip line. Mid-face bottom turn, still searching for a good lip section to play with. This wave's not giving her an obvious target yet. And now finding it there, she picks up her rail again. Fades in the pocket, almost glancing to see where Steph was, and just a wave that didn't give her a good pocket to work with. Steph's on the next one, just a little bit after the horn. which is just looking like a victory lap. Steph Gilmore putting on a show for all of her friends and family here on the Gold Coast of Australia. Nadia falling short on that last wave, but turning in her best ever performance at the CT. And how about that? Steph Gilmore is in another final here at Snapper Rocks.
Oh, man. Talk about the turnaround from Bells to Margie's, right? 2/17ths, and she's back home. She's sleeping in her own bed, cooking in her own kitchen, walks down the street, chucks her jersey on, and now she's in the final. I mean, I make it sound so simple, but I just feel like it is a simple formula out here for Steph. It really is. And it's cool to watch. I mean, who knows how many more times in the future we're going to be able to witness something like this. So, yeah, in pretty cool moment. Nadia can hold her head up high, though. Yeah, she got defeated, but you got defeated by the GOAT. There's a lot of respect between those two, and yeah, Nadia should take that confidence on to the next event in New Zealand.
Steph has just made her 51st Championship Tour final, her 8th appearance in a final on her local break at Snapper Rocks. Yeah, if you have any plans today, cancel them. You've got the GOAT just showing her beautiful lines into the final, a chance to win a 34th CT event, a chance to win a 7th title here on the Gold Coast.
This is it turning into be a fairy tale story. Obviously, she's got one more job to do, one last heat to win. But Steph Gilmore, we just mentioned it in that heat, feels like she still has more left in the tank, and that's what's most exciting.
Speaking of tanks, we've got a GWM Tank 300 to think about. Luana Silva's got a chance. It's between her and Gabriella Bryan. Lulu has one more heat win to get the keys, but she has a fired up, goofy footer from California, Sawyer Lindblad, to deal with. We'll be right back. The GWM Aussie treble, the best in Australia.
The double cobra.
Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. 300 is good.
Welcome back to Finals Day, semifinal number 2. Hitting the lineup now, and Lulu wants the keys to a GWM Tank 300. The plug-in hybrid has up to 115 kilometers of pure electric range, so you barely need to stop for fuel. How about this? Lulu representing Brazil, raised on the North Shore of Oahu. Current number 3 in the world. How about that? Sawyer Lindblad a few spots behind her in 6th. And you can check out those rankings in real time after every heat completes. You can check out worldsurfleague.com, look at the live rankings, and see how your favorite surfers are moving up towards world number 1. Lulu already getting things started as we see her finishing move right there. Sawyer Lindblad already with a 1.5 during the break. And you can see that asterisk on Lulu's score. And look at that, she already has a 6. So we do have some catching up to do. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier, a big wave legend. Enjoyed some time on the CT, and She loves a paddle battle. We got Jessie Starling from North Narrabeen, but living on the Gold Coast these days. Look at that excitement to start, Flick.
Yeah, this is big, right? I mean, Lulu flexing there and really just picking up right where she left off from this morning. I spoke to it earlier. Yeah, she's got to surf one more heat today than the other women advancing through that quarterfinal, but I feel like it's kind of a strength because oh my goodness, conditions change so much, you know, since yesterday. It's a different playing field. I feel like it's working to her advantage, and then Sawyer opening up on her first wave kind of looks like, you know, just a smaller score here, so I'm assuming she kicks out. But yeah, and then right behind her, backs it up a second time.
Yeah, there was something pretty special about this last turn, just flaring the fins out. Did so well to not dig the nose in on that end section as well. Lulu, we know how bad she wants this. She just took down Lakey, got a rematch with her in the quarterfinals, and she's definitely not going to hold back. I love that she's already pushing so hard so early in the heat.
Yeah, I talked to Leandro Dora earlier today, and I was like, here we go again when they had the matchup with Lakey and Lulu again. And he just said, hey, it's actually not that different from how they prepare. He just gives them both time, just as if they had a different opponent. You know, he might just have a little bit more space between the two, but he's just like, yeah, it's the same game plan, and he gives them all he can individually. Lakey got the big win and the wine barrel back west. Lulu got the answer back in the quarterfinals this time. But I'm just so impressed with Luana Silva and how much she's grown over the years. She's always been a child prodigy, you know, watching her compete on Oahu. Then just had like just the learning curve of getting on tour, getting knocked off. And there's been so many examples of that. Of when you get knocked down, you come back better, and Lulu's living it right now.
Oh, I think Tamale Picklum, when she got knocked off, she came back. Zhao Chianca knocked off, came back. Ethan Ewing, there is so many stories like that, and then they come back bigger, better, stronger than ever, making better decisions in heats. And last year was pretty special for Lulu. Obviously, she cracked a couple of finals with a couple of runner-up finishes, Bells and Rio. But then this year, I feel like in the off-season, obviously everyone's talking about, oh, I've been putting in so much work, I've been putting in so much work. But then, you know, once these first few events have played out, you really can see, you know, who's had the most growth. And really, Luana keeps coming up in conversation as one of those surfers who's most improved. I've been so impressed. She's obviously had a really beautiful rail game her whole career, obviously spending a lot of time surfing Sunset. But I feel like there's a real strength in her criticalness of going up into the lip this year. I feel like that has been a point of difference for me.
Yeah, strength. I think the key word too. Yeah. She's strong. Yeah. Like she's bringing more power than she had even last year, Jessie.
Yeah, definitely. I know she's a Pilates queen. I always see her putting that up on her stories on Instagram when she's home at Hawaii going to the den. But Lulu, I feel like she also isn't afraid to lose anymore. And that's always a scary thought to have as a competitor. When you're not afraid to lose and you're willing to push at all costs and not fall, that's really when your best surfing does tend to come out.
27 minutes and 10 seconds to see if we'll have a decision. Well, we will have a decision. In the GWM Aussie treble, Gabriel Medina took it on the men's side. It's just between Gabriella Bryan and Luana Silva. Lakey, if she would have beat Lulu, she would have got it. So that was really intense already. Now Lulu is just one heat win away. If she makes the final, she'll rip the keys out of Gabriella's hands. GWM, proud to be the official automotive partner of the WSL here in Australia, and it's been a fun series. Different types of waves, you know. You got to be good at bells. We had wild weather there, and it all focused on Winky Pop, the backup venue for some hi-fi surfing. Gabriella Bryan took home the bell in a final over Molly Picklum. Went out west to Mainbreak, Flick's hometown, and challenged again with weather and just waiting period. And then the sun was out for a just clean finals day, and Lulu made the final with her sparring partner, Lakey Peterson. And we'll see who's joining Steph Gilmore in the final today. Up and out is Lulu, as Sawyer is holding down priority and looking like she will just hold court out there. Bouncy conditions, and even we saw with Nadia getting a wave at the end, and it was a solid bomb. And it's not always the case that those are going to be the ones that can get you the score. It stayed really full and kind of missed that money part of the sandbar, Flick.
Yeah, just too big for the sandbang, just breaking way too wide, full of water, and not really the kind of... She had to roll the dice, obviously. There was 10 seconds left, like, why not go? But one thing that Luana has done incredibly well this morning. We obviously saw her in that quarterfinal heat against Lakey, is her wave selection's been on, right? Like, I just reflect back to her high scores in that heat. They were just such clean wave faces in, you know, a lineup that has been really wobbly and kind of hard to find those moments. You know, I'd say Steph in the heat previous, you know, obviously the goat out here, and this is a home break. Of course she's going to be good at finding them, but Luana, you know, she surfed out here in Challenger Series events, but not in a CT level, and I'd say her wave selection's been pretty good too.
I think as well that wave for Nadia, the minute it came in, you knew it wasn't going to have that bowl, and being a goofy footer, you need that bowl back towards you.
Looking at these two sitting out the back, Sawyer does have priority. Let's have a chat with the queen. Steph Gilmore's with Vaughn.
Steph Gilmore, congratulations. You are into your 51st CT final. That is crazy. The comeback is well and truly on. One more job to do.
Yeah, 51. Well, that's pretty cool. Didn't know that stat, but if it was going to be anywhere, it's going to be here at Snapper, that I could find my rhythm again. And I was just stoked to have a heat with Nadia. She's been on fire all week, and I really, really love her surfing. And so it was good because I was out there going, all right, she drops an 8.5. I just have to push myself, push harder and harder, and just, you know, my surfing is pretty relaxed. So it's a good thing for me to be like, all right, I need to be more aggressive, and it's great. I loved the challenge, and yeah, it was great to share that heat with Nadia.
It's such an interesting point you bring up there. Like the first few waves, they were beautifully surfed, but as soon as Nadia got that score, you could tell you put the pedal to the metal and started really pulling the turns sharper, putting more juice into them. And the result was that you got your excellent score.
Yeah, for sure. That first one, I was like, oh, that was a really nice wave, but to only get that 7, you know, in that 7 range, I'm like, how do I crack the excellent range? So it's good. The judges are really pushing me to just go above and beyond, and that's what it needs to be in these to make the finals and to go all the way. So, yeah, I'm just enjoying it. You know, I was out there going, how fun is this? Like, I need a good score. I'm up against the ropes. It's so much fun to have those challenges, and yeah, I made it happen, so I'm happy.
It's pretty crazy to think that, you know, you had a bit of time off, you got that little wild card last year, and you were putting up great numbers, knocking out, you know, defending world champions and stuff like that. How much did last year's Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro sort of feed into your comeback?
I think the main thing was I went into that event thinking, you know, I'm just going to see how I feel. Do I still enjoy it? Like, what is this whole experience like for me again? And I just loved it. Like, I remember being in the water against Katie and just looking back at the beach and going, whoa, professional surfing is such a great sport, and to be able to live this life, I'm so grateful for it. And yeah, I don't know, it was just a real place of gratitude, but excitement. I just loved this feeling of having to perform like under pressure in these moments, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess I still want to do it.
I just want to give props to Nadia as well. I feel like there's so much talk about the progression of women's surfing. I think this event has set a new benchmark for backhand power surfing.
Yeah, for many years on the women's tour, we didn't have many goofy footers, you know? It was like Jessie Maladyer and then Tatiana came along, but it just feels like the goofy footers now have just gone to the next level, and it's so cool to be a part of it, and it just encourages me. I mean, my backhand's my worst part of my surfing, so I love thinking about how I can really improve, and watching women like Nadia who are just setting the bar really high is so cool.
Last night, this beach had probably about 50,
ever, right?
50, 60, I'd throw any number you want at it. It was packed.
Yeah.
You've just made the final. It's a public holiday. I got a feeling it's going to be twice as packed. How much are you going to marinate in the love that people have for you here at the Gold Coast?
That's a funny word. Yeah, you know, like I said, there's something so special about being out there in the water and looking back at the beach and seeing all of the people who are just surf fans. Like, you're a surf fan, I'm a surf fan, we all love it, and this is what we live for. So yeah, I'm just gonna, exactly what you said, marinate in the final out there. Hopefully do a little more than marinating, but just go out there, rip a couple, and put on a good show. And I guess, you know, whoever I'm against, we haven't seen who will be in the final yet, but it'll be a tough final, and I'll try my best. But thanks to everyone for coming down. This has just been the coolest weekend ever.
Congratulations, you're dead right. I'm a turbo surf fan, and I'm so stoked that you're in the final. Let's go.
Thanks, Vaughn.
Let's go.
My fan club. Are we good? Are we done?
You're not done yet, Steph. Big abrazo, big hug. Guille, the coach and boyfriend of Nadia Arostarbe, so proud of what she turned in. And Steph Gilmore is not done yet. She's got a final to surf in front of the crowd. She's going to, well, marinate on that and all the cheers and the people that are backing her to see if she can do it one more time on her home break. Let's get caught up with this semifinal. Here's Luana Silva flick.
Yeah, so Lulu, she picks off a bigger set wave here and nice couple of cars. And let's see if this one, I don't think it really bowled up on the inside for her. So really, I mean, this one just kind of tapered. It was a bit bigger, kind of pushed off the bank a little bit more. Probably just lacking, you know, that vertical sort of approach that we've seen from her. So look, it's probably not going to go up into those top two. And probably, you know, as we see Sawyer here, what did you make of this one? I don't know if we saw this one, Jessie, did we?
No, I don't think so either. Sawyer, she's kind of waiting to really get into this heat still. You can see this wave. It looks like it's bowling out off the bank as well. It's just similar to what we saw from Nadia on that last wave, just not having that bowl come back towards you. Even with that white water and the angle it was pushing at, it's definitely not the angle of wave that you'll be chasing as a goofy footer out there. Lulu, however, she just set such a statement for herself on those first couple of waves where how vertical she was going. So now when she goes back to her calves, the judges love her vertical surfing so much that they're actually not rewarding them as highly as when she really starts to hit it in the pocket. So Lulu also chasing those ones that really start to bowl back towards her to build on that 5-point ride.
Such a big stage to perform on. You know, this event is really serving as a gathering place of legends, surf fans, Grom seeing pro surfing for the first time. You take a walk, you'll run into Kate Scarrett, Skaz, you know, an absolute charger and a pioneer that really took it on when it came to really big, powerful waves, and even got to star in the famous movie Blue Crush. And now she's giving back, you know, giving back to all the Australians in the high performance centers and representing Surfing Australia so well. And so all the surfers growing up here get to talk to legends like Skaz and maybe figure out their road to making the Dream Tour one day.
Oh, it's really cool, right? And a lot of those, you know, ex-pro surfers who have spent so much time on, you know, the championship tour are working closely, even if you just think about Australia too. And obviously, you know, we know that system pretty well, Jessie, growing up here, but, you know, the high performance center down the road and a lot of that high performance center, they're tapping into, you know, those ex-CT athletes and bringing them on board. And how valuable is that for like that next crop and generation of like Australian surfers coming through, just having direct access to people like that? It's pretty invaluable.
I think there's so many regions around the world that are learning from Australian surfing culture in such a big way. I've seen the board riders clubs, you know, just pop up all of a sudden all over the United States, and now Hawaii's got a few again, and that's all based on what's been happening down here for many years. We kicked off finals day with the classic Kiraverse snapper led by team captains Mick and Joel, and they got to pick Groms, you know, young girls, young boys that got to surf on a big platform. These are all stepping stones to make it more familiar so they can believe that they can do it too one day.
It all, for Australians and competitive surfing, it all starts in a board riders club. Once you start to get the bug for surfing, you join your local board riders club, and then you get the bug for competing. And then from there, it goes into the junior rounds, and it's just something that's a part of our culture down here. And I love how quickly it's spreading across the world. A couple of months ago, we even had a board riders event here, the Usher Cup, and we had events from all across the world come down. We had this really awesome battle between Snapper Rocks and San Clemente, which was sick to see, you know, Kalohe and Dino and Mick out there at the same time, and Parko, sorry, at the same time. So even this morning, seeing Mick and Parko, Sammy Ardern, Eliza Richardson, and Caden and Jessie out there, it really does showcase that we're starting a trend of push that next generation, and you can see board riders clubs around the world are starting to do that as well.
Oh, it's absolutely massive. 15:50 to go. Let's see if we're gonna have a wave ridden here. Lulu won't catch up to it. Let's find out where Kaipo is hanging out.
We're hanging out by Little Marley Rocks right now, getting ready to get back out there, Joe. So you can see the packed crowd over here. Everyone's frolicking, having a good time. It's a holiday, obviously. So we're just joining in, having a good time, frolicking, like everyone else.
Kaipo, those were nice little jumps over the short break there. Be careful.
Yeah, we're out there on the ski. We'll see you in a little bit. We'll call.
How are these fans, though? Careful. He looks like a sea turtle.
I'm not kidding you. Yesterday, I saw imagery of this crowd literally up to the chest in the water, just trying, like when that iconic heat was going down between Felipe and Gabriel Medina, they were up to the chest in the water, just trying to get a piece of Gabriel Medina and Felipe Toledo, trying to touch them. It was absolutely insane.
Amazing.
The beach was so packed.
And then you see how Kaipo's handling the short break. He's got the big pack on his backpack. He did an athlete check about himself, but that was more of like a marine life check. You know?
Seriously, he's part of the marine life here on the Gold Coast. I'm intrigued though, Joe, because you used to travel all across the world. You've been to so many different surf breaks. Is snapper the closest you can get to competitive surfing? I mean, these guys are, as Flick said, up to their chest in water, wanting to be that close to the pros.
Honestly, you see big crowds, especially when you see these guys in Brazil. That's one of the wildest crowds you'd ever imagine. But it's really different in this location of the way the point is set up, where you don't see people waist deep getting to cheer on their heroes running by them on the sandbar. This is special. We've got a solid crowd in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. All the world's best are not missing out on the action on finals day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. See what happens with the keys to that tank right after this Bonsoy brew break. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, by Breitling, official watch and timing partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, and by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour. You're watching Finals Day here on the Gold Coast. Lulu still out in front over Sawyer Lindblad as we're getting close to seeing who will be in the women's final. One of our favorite things to do is to talk surfboards with our very own Richie Lovett.
Yeah, thanks guys. We're down here at the Surfboard Empire Pro Shop, and check the boards out. The Pizel, John Florence, the Cabianca, Gabriel Medina, Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer's out there in the moment. And this is one of the Driver 3.0 models. This little lineup here from Mayhem, Sawyer, Griffin Colapinto, Crosby Colapinto, the new F1 model from the Mayhem stable, going very, very well. That was the board that Yago rode to victory to a world title last year. Get on down here because it is packed and this is the final day. All the merch that you can see down here in the store, it's your last day to get it. So come on down, grab a deal. We've got the athlete jerseys as well, so you can take a piece of history. Come on down here, the store is packed and the stock is running out. Hurry up, come on down. Back to you guys.
We're rushing, Rich. Thanks so much. Well, here's that model in motion that Richie was pointing out. Sawyer Lindblad, the driver 3.0 from Lost Surfboard. She'll stuff it into the white water. She's got a little wall starting to grow, tags it off the bottom, nice off the top. Lindblad throwing more vertical, more spray off the tail. Nice connection off the lip line again, and she will crush the end section. Good flow, nice paced rhythm for Lindblad. And a great looking surfboard. She's carrying Lost Surfboards on her back on this one. The last team rider standing here on finals day. And the toughest team to beat, well, they've been unbeatable for the last 3 consecutive seasons. As we look at Luana Silva, Team Sharp Eye loading up. Beautiful arc. Sets it up for a beautiful snap. Nice combination. Snaps it again. Lulu has a nice end section. A little bit late to get there. Causes her to fall. But her vertical to wrap combinations. She even did a little snap, little combination there. I love it. Here's Sawyer again. Gets that turn to get some ground down the line. Now it's time to fade. There's the bowl already, pushing a lot of water off the tail. Staying composed as it's starting to push her down the line a bit, and cleans it up with kind of a 2-for-1 there, and she'll step off. So a really crucial rhythm created in a short time for Sawyer Lindblad. Lulu was keeping her scores from her first 2 waves. Things might be changing now, Flick.
Wow, there's a lot to digest there and a lot of replays to get through to kind of decide where we get to on these numbers. I think, you know, for Sawyer, I think they're her 2 best waves for sure. I really liked it. They were smaller waves, but the damage that got done throughout those inside sections for her was pretty crucial. I think Luana potentially even has the, potentially has the ability to improve on her situation too. So things are really tightening up in the back half of this heat.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Sawyer, just even on those shorter taper walls, just was going upside down. There was 0 downtime between any of her turns. Lulu, however, has had some good scores, even with a fall. Thinking back to that 8-5 in the quarterfinal, that's her best score of the entire season so far. So she is getting damage done and getting rewarded for it, even if she falls.
Well, a series of replays coming at you. Sawyer Lindblad just got 2 waves back to back. Wave number 4, a 7-point ride. Here it is, Flick.
All right, here we go. 7-point ride coming right up. When she took off on this, I mean, obviously we're only seeing what's in front of us. We can't see down the line like her, but I was thinking, okay, this is an interesting choice. But she obviously had the foresight that this thing was going to reel through the inside. And look, series of pretty critical backhand maneuvers, really just in that rhythmic approach that the Goofies get into. So thanks for coming. I'll take the 7, and then Lulu on this one.
Jessie, 5.43 here.
Yeah, it had to improve. Just how vicious that first carve was. Look how much spray on that second turn. Again in the third. Got to this one really late, so you can see that low tide starting to drain out there, but just so much damage done.
5.6 on this wave from Sawyer Lindblad.
Right, okay, so this is massive because this is going to put Sawyer out in front, right? I mean, she's got the 7, she backs it up with a 5.6. This was done within the space of, what, 3 minutes? And I guess that goes to show that it's really not over until, you know, it's over, because you can turn the heat in such a short amount of time. So pretty crucial couple of minutes there for Sawyer. And you've got to be thinking, though, we'll get back to that, Sawyer's up.
Pacing herself to start. The 20-year-old from Lower Trestles throws some water off the tail. Fights through the white water there. She's going to roll down to the bottom. Nice bottom turn. Connects again with an airdrop. Picks her rail back up. But the wave just stretches beyond her reach. But sometimes the timing of a nice little climb, it felt sticky, but then she just went into this beautiful sequence of a bottom turn to slam. That is just a Goofy foot feel right there that everyone got excited about, Jessie.
Yeah, I just feel like Sawyer's starting to hit stride here. You can see using up those priorities, an airdrop out of it. She's had great wave selection in these last 3 waves. Look how cupped out this bowl is ahead of her. Just so much spray off that back foot, and that really comes from how hard she's pushing. Driving really hard into it. This is that sticky moment into a really nice turn there that you were talking about, Joe. And then you can see, I mentioned it on Lulu's wave, that tide's starting to drop out. That second section through Little Marley, it's going to start offering some barrels soon. That one just getting away from Sawyer.
Yeah, and it's all about angles, isn't it? You know, you watch that next angle of Sawyer, and then you're like, okay, she didn't have to wait too long in that white water. It was almost reminded me of like dropping into a skate ramp. All of a sudden, there's the bowl, and then she just launched into it with a beautiful snap. We often say coping. We steal that from skateboarding and ramps, where it's like that hard, really place where the lip line bowls up and you can just drill it. And Sawyer's timing was really perfect there as she came off that whitewater section. So important scores coming in. The keys to a GWM Tank 300 on the line. Liam O'Brien runs down first, then Ethan checks in with his father, Bill. And then a high five from Phil McNamara. And then a high five from a fan that's sporting the jersey number 33 for Ethan Ewing. Those have been selling out on site. You can grab one of them on WSLstore.com. 4:35 to go. If Lulu stays in second, the keys to the GWM Tank 300 will go to Gabriella Bryan, who was upset in the quarterfinals by the backhand of Nadia Arostarbe. Lakey tied on points at the top of the rankings, then went down to Lulu. And all the numbers are in. So Luana Silva with priority, chasing a 6.61. Not sure if she's aware of all these situations. Sometimes coaches give you that as a little incentive, just depending on the surfer's personality. They'll let you know what's on the line. Leandro there looking at the replays. You can see Tyler Wright enjoying the action, and then Glenn Micro Hall. Micro coached Tyler to back-to-back world titles. And still just good friends. Micro actually took a year off last year from traveling. And Sawyer called him up and he's like, let's do this. And she had a great showing at Margaret River, which was fantastic because she got knocked out in the first round at Bells. So that was a good bounce back.
Yeah, to make back-to-back semifinals, it's pretty impressive. I mean, even on that men's side, how much have we seen that storyline change between three events? Gabby Medina, obviously the most consistent. He's going to come out as number one going into Raglan. Sammy Pupo, extremely consistent as well, but those quarterfinals have looked different every single time. So to go to the women's side of the draw, Lulu's been really consistent, but for Sawyer to get back-to-back semis after such an early round knockout just shows that she's got a point to prove when it comes to rounding out the Aussie treble with a bit of a statement.
2:45 remaining. Luana Silva also has her mom here. Tati's looking on. She wanted to be here for extra support. She shouted out her dad Fabio, who's back home on Oahu with her little brother Kai. Kai boy's been in the water a bunch as well. Likes to fish, likes to golf. Like a lot of local boys on the North Shore. And he's so proud of his big sis. 2:15. Sawyer knows that she doesn't have priority. She's got to be careful of making sure she doesn't get in the way of Lulu's take. Got plenty of room. Lulu's starting to wind up for the lead. 6.61's the requirement. Beautiful carves with that classy style. That reminds you of Malia Manuel. Driving back to the pocket again. Hitting the section well off the top, putting together a beautiful snap there. Getting down the line, back to the wrapping cutback. All flow, all finesse from Lulu. Surfing down to a little fun wall that's still opening up for her. It's bottoming out again. She hits it again with a little off the top. She's heading to Greenmount. Belting it off the lip again, and then the sandbar takes her down. Lulu checking her Apple Watch as Sawyer winds up, passing the Breitling 2-minute countdown. She is on one of those ones that stand full to start, but we saw how Lulu's really loaded up. Little speed bump she got through there. Lindblad off the bottom. Nice slap there in the pocket. pushing that carve back into the power source real quick in transition to 2 turns. This one staying a little bit flatter than Lulu's did, but it still will give her something to push off at the end of the wave. Very long rides to close out semifinal number 2. Luana Silva chasing a 6.61. We'll see if Sawyer did improve on her 5.6, then she'd need more. And a GWM Tank 300 will be decided here in about 20 seconds from now. Starting with some replays. Luana Silva first, Flick.
I feel like she gets the score, right? So she's improved. Let's just say hypothetically she's getting the score here, which means Sawyer's going to be chasing a number on her wave. This was beautiful surfing. I mean, she picked an absolute gem. This one just absolutely reeled through down the line. You know, it really hit its strides again as it went down to this little Marley section, even beyond. So even with her not making this last turn, in my eyes, she's got the score. So I feel that Sawyer's out there chasing something. For me, it's all going to come down to really the other angle of Sawyer's wave, because it's hard to tell. We kind of got caught up with it right at the end. Like if she makes that, she's pretty much on her way to an excellent wave, I'd say. But yeah, this is a hard one because from this angle, it's pretty tricky to see. You know, obviously she's out in the face, right? I think she's got to improve on a 5.6. It's a bit of a hard read. The water's pretty turbulent. What do you think, Jessie?
Lulu's has shades of excellent in it. I really love that wave. I think it could be the best wave of the heat, just with how good and consistent that wave was for her. And then this wave had so much bobble on it for Sawyer. I just feel like she didn't get that exclamation mark out the back that she needed. Surfed it beautifully, not taking anything away from Sawyer and how powerful and good her surfing is looking. I just feel as if it's lacking something on that wave from Sawyer Lindblad, and Lulu's wave just had this perfect cupped out wall the entire way through.
Scores coming through from Luana Silva. I see the number at a 7.67. That puts her out in front. Now we have to wait to make it official. Last of Sawyer Lindblad hasn't shown up yet, chasing a 6.68. You guys had a really good feel about it with that breakdown. And Sawyer Lindblad comes up short. Give Luana Silva the keys to a GWM Tank 300. She takes out the Aussie treble and gets a spot in the final with Steph Gilmore.
Honk, honk, let's go. She's got the keys. Hey, that's insane, you know? And she's #1 seed, you know, heading into Raglan, which is insane. I mean, what a moment in her career, but keep a lid on it. The job's not done. You got a final coming right up against the GOAT.
Oh my goodness, fireworks from Luana Silva on finals day here in Queensland. She will be riding in to glory of a lot of Brazilian fans that live here in Coolangatta. She is like a household name around these parts, and she has a big final with Stephanie Gilmore. Back-to-back finals for Lulu from stop 2 to stop 3. She just keeps getting better and better.
Best start of her career. Best season start to date we've ever seen from Luana Silva. That surfing was so clutch to keep her cool in the dying stages, needing a good score. We never used to see that from Lulu in her early stages of her career. Now she's going back-to-back finals, and she's coming up against Steph Gilmore, who she took down Steph at Bells. Let's just remember that. So this is going to be a great final between the two women.
Lulu posted a photo of meeting Steph when she was a kid. She came up to about Steph's waist at the time. Yeah. She was so honored to be in the water with her at Bells, but this is completely different. This isn't round 1. This is a final with everything on the line. One of the biggest heats of Luana Silva's career is coming up very soon. It's time for semifinals for the men. A big heat for Queensland. Ethan Ewing taking on Liam O'Brien. We'll bring in Ronnie, Rabbit, and Rick for the call.
back to the show. Luana Silva just processing things at the moment. She is taking out the GWM Aussie treble. She's won that Tank 300, and she will be in the yellow jersey when we hit stop number 4. What a performance up against the ropes in her semi-final heat with Sawyer Lindblad, and came out swinging on her last ride to turn the heat and established herself as the new world number 1. Congratulations to Luana. She's still got one more big heat to surf up against the GOAT, Stephanie Gilmore in the final. Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, a legend around the world, but this is your hometown, mate, and you must be loving what you've seen this event.
I sure am, and look at this one. Go, Queenslander.
This is going to be huge. We're here on the host set, powered by Mophie, and we're looking forward to this clash, Rich, because these two guys, they've showed beautiful form, beautiful point break surfing on their road through to this semi-clash.
Yeah, point break pedigree at its absolute best. Obviously, Lobby from just up the road here at Burleigh Heads, and Ethan Ewing originally from a little further north, but you know, he spends a lot of time down here on the Gold Coast. Both these guys, very similar weapons, highly comparable in what they're going to bring to the party here. Let's just see who can outpower each other.
This is going to be a lot of fun. Plenty of head-to-head history between these two, and we'll dive into that when the time is right. But right now you are seeing a couple of surfers that have made a massive march up the leaderboard already. When you look at the live rankings, Liam up 11 spots in the 12th position. And Ethan Ewing, he is on his way up the rankings as well. And we're going to see a replay of the opening exchange here.
Swoop to rebound, and then an aggressive lip snap. Another big hook on the face for Ethan Ewing, and this is what we're expecting from him. He's going to bring this, and then he's going to tune it through the entirety of this heat. Getting speed down the line, a big power slice. The wave bottoms out, and he goes vertical to finish off. Really good variety on that one, Bugs.
Yeah, it's a dreamy start for Ethan against Liam O'Brien. You'd want to get a good start because Liam's just been coming out the gates firing.
He sure has. We've still got plenty of time to watch these two go at it. But right now, we're going to hear from the new world number 1 with Fawn.
Luana Silva, you are the new world number 1. You are the winner of the GWM Aussie treble. You have a Tank 300 coming your way. That was a huge, huge heat for you. How are you feeling?
Say number 1.
You are the world number 1.
Rankings?
Yes.
Worked so hard for this. I didn't even win the event yet, but it just took so. Sorry. I worked so hard to get where I am. I have the most incredible team of people behind me. Last year I was just battling to make the cut, just to stay on tour, just to get a spot here, and now here we are, like third and a half year on tour. It's insane. The support's insane.
This year has been a dream come true so far. I mean, you got to surf against Steph Gilmore at Bell's. That was something you'd always wanted to do. You posted a photo of the two of you together. Then you made a final in Margaret River. You're into back-to-back finals here on the Gold Coast. And most impressive of all, you're doing it with the kind of surfing that stands up as a world number 1. Like, that was a really tough, incredible performance on that last wave in that heat, and you needed a score.
Yeah, that was hard. I mean, Story put me against the ropes. I knew like it wasn't going to be done till the very end, so I just stayed calm. I stayed with my composure. I had a lot of faith. I had a lot of faith in God that He would bring me one more wave just to perform on, just to open up on, just one more opportunity, and I'm so happy I did, and I'm so stoked on where I am. I feel like I've improved so much, and yeah, it's surreal. Dream scenario. Someone asked me the other day, who would you prefer in a final at Snapper? I said, Steph Gilmore, take it on. So here we are. Here's my dream scenario, and it's just one more heat.
Well, I was with the storm upstairs when you caught that last wave, and honestly, it was like carnival up there. It was just going absolutely mad. But this beach is just going off for you as well. The love is huge. What a dream scenario. As you say, Steph Gilmore in the final. You got her at Bell's. Can you get her here today?
We're going to have to work really hard to take her here. She's surfing incredible. She's got back into, Steph Gilmore form, 8-time world champ. But yeah, I think my surfing's been really good, and I'm just going to focus on my own game. And one more final, it's one more opportunity, and one more opportunity to show what I can do.
Mate, we're going to let you go and get ready for the final. Congratulations. Before you go, though, see this? That is the GWM Tank 300 that you have won as the champion of the GWM Aussie Treble. Congratulations. You're going home in that thing.
I need to buy a house, put another garage in there or something. It's not going to fit. Dad, you got to make a garage.
Congratulations, Luana. We're so thrilled for you, and we hope that all your dreams come true in this next heat.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to everyone.
Luana Silva getting the keys to the Tank 300 thanks to GWM on this Aussie treble, which she has been on fire throughout. It's been a remarkably consistent performance, and she now has the opportunity today to win her first championship tour event, Bugs. She's had a couple of cracks at it in the past, but just a huge milestone for her already, getting to that #1 position on the rankings.
Well, that's what rankings are about, and this year, I mean, it's not the Final 5. We've got a full year of Grand Prix events, and this is so good for that young lady. Of course, she's got the final against the greatest of all time, the Queen of Snapper. But by gee, what a fantastic performance. Back-to-back finals, and she's having a year.
She sure is. Well, we've got a big heat on our hands here to decide our first finalist on the men's side. Liam O'Brien trying to respond to Ethan Ewing's opening wave reach of a 7.33.
Yeah, a couple of swoops to start this wave off. Now it runs down the line. Liam connects, beautiful snap, drops down into the trough and just gets caught behind a little bit. That wave just ran off down the point. So Liam really only getting a couple of swoops in the one hit, so be looking for more.
Here he goes again. And this guy is really starting to light up, and he is going to climb that foam, get out in front of this wave again, and really look for his first big opportunity to lay down a high impact turn. And there he goes, swings the tail and gets the completion. A lot of confidence in his surfing at the moment. But that wave was a tricky one. I think when the conditions were pristine, nobody was segueing their way into the tubes, Bugs, quite like Liam O'Brien.
No, that's right, and that was a classic Queensland point break manoeuvre there. You often ride a wave at Burley, Kira, Snapper, and you go over the back of the wave. It didn't happen that time, but over the back of the wave, there's a wide one, and you nail it.
When you look at the 4 surfers remaining in contention at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, Rich, this guy is the bona fide point break thoroughbred, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Snapper Rocks is, I'm going to say, it's a somewhat friendlier version of Burley, the way Burley breaks, a little bit more impact and speed down the line. But that last turn, that had so much flair to it. Check the back of the board, completely disconnects with the wave face. Nice and high, busts the fins out. And then Liam just regains control, just drifting backwards for a moment there. Brings the DHD board back under his feet for a perfect landing.
He had to flare that last section, Kaipo. Not a lot of great work done before it to find that final move, but that was explosive.
The fin throw was incredible. We saw it from the water, the whole back half of the board in the air. Looking sparky, looking on point. Really smooth surfing by Lobby. But I also feel like this is one of the most stylish heats that we've seen. Because both Ethan and Lob, such stylish surfers, perfectly suited for a point break. It's just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, sure is. We're seeing the coastal water cam vision of that ride there, Bugs. He really just sort of had to work through these first few sections.
Yeah, well, you're right. The wave itself didn't line up perfectly for him, but he had to manufacture a few sections there. That last hit was the best one, Rich, and it's not a massive score, 5, 6, 7, but it could be a backup. I kind of doubt it as the full body of this heat unfolds.
You look at the other 3 surfers left in the mix other than Liam O'Brien, and you know, they've all really adapted. I mean, to quote Bain, they merely adopted the point break style. Liam O'Brien was born on it, moulded by it, Rich.
Yeah, he really was. And let's talk about what that style is, you know, and it's about flowing, it's about connecting those transitions between the turns, not having that sort of jittery type of style where you're pumping. And you think about the greats from here, you know, Joel and Mick and Steph and all those surfers that grow up in these style of waves. They have that flow element a little bit more than everyone else. And Liam's got it as well.
Sorry, Richard. You know, the wave molds your own style. I mean, you can't ride from here to Greenmount and do 18 cutbacks without kind of working it out.
Yep. Absolutely. Here goes O'Brien, tucking in, fighting for an exit, but can't find it. You know, despite the fact that Liam grew up, you know, pretty much on his forehand, he rarely would have looked left as a kid. These other competitors that he's up against here on finals day are just lethal on rights as well. Ethan Ewing, yes, there is a point break near Point Lookout there that he gets the opportunity occasionally to tap into, but he spent most of his formative years travelling down to the Gold Coast to really get familiar with these long-running rights.
Yeah, he did. Here he is here. There is one magical wave over there that turns it on.
He's got so much glide in his surfing. Surfs with that fluidity and speed, but intense, explosive moves that he can lay down, and remarkable variety as he goes really hard on that final section, actually loses contact with the wave for a moment, and as a result dumps all his speed and doesn't get the exit out of the turn.
Yeah, just a little slip up for Ethan Ewing. Before that, it was flawless. And just looking at both these competitors, this is the shaper. Darren Hanley on your screen, shaper to both these competitors in the water at the moment.
Also got Connor O'Leary on the bottom side of the draw, and Stephanie Gilmore in the final on the women's side. Big day for DH when you think about the Surfboard Empire power rankings.
Yeah, well, you know, when Ethan left, he gave his dad a hug. He went over and saw his coach, Phil McNamara, and Darren, they're going, yeah, whatever.
Well, here he goes on the replay here. It was shaping up to be an unbelievable wave.
Oh, geez, that turn in particular was beautiful. This one here, the board just skipped out momentarily for a second and just disconnected from the wave face. Looked like his back foot just shifted, and he lost a bit of that forward momentum.
Well, you know, here we are, the semi-finals, Rich. That is the first slip-up I have actually seen that kid make.
Yeah, since his opening heat, which he kind of unnecessarily, you know, exposed himself to another early round loss. He got busy in the final 5.5 minutes and saved his place in the event with some beautiful surfing. Since then, he's been building. He's been really back to his silky best, but still unloading some of the biggest turns of the contest.
Yeah, his explosiveness through the turns is undeniable, and I will say comparatively with these guys, you feel like Liam maybe sits on the water just a little bit higher. The rail game of Ethan Ewing, it just cuts a fraction deeper, potentially a little bit more spray. Looks like he's going to get a little rebate here.
Yeah, just flowing through the first section so he can really size up what this wave's going to do down the line, and he doesn't see much in it, but Liam O'Brien, he's up now. So his best is a 5.67 at the moment. He's going to need more against Ewing. And turns like that will help generate a solid score. Love the way he leans back through the carve, and again just starts to assault the pocket down the line. Moving plenty of water himself as he kicks the fins. And now goes looking for a finish here. Big float, stomps it. And on a tricky section, we'll get the completion.
When we see the replay in this, you'll notice that every single bottom turn he made was in the foam board.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And if there is somewhat of an advantage for Ethan Ewing in the power department, what Liam O'Brien brings is this element of flair and speed through the turns, and we saw it on that wave.
Yeah, he's you know, really stepped up the pace in his surfing, like we've seen Sammy Pupo do this year, and Leonardo Fioravanti. It feels like Liam's another guy who's found a bit more gas in the tank.
Oh, beautiful opening slash there. Little check turn cut back with a beautiful foam rebound. There's that bottom turn to snap that you were talking about, Bugs. This one here just felt like an F1 car going around a chicane. Nice tight pivot off the top on that one. And again, all the way down at this point, he's going right a couple of sick turns towards the final moments of this wave, and I've banked a big number.
Shocker start to the year for Liam O'Brien, a 33rd, only just scraped through onto the championship tour in 10th position on the Challenger Series. But he really dug himself out of trouble at Margaret River, had a 9th place finish there. But you look at the people that he was losing to, and You know, they were kind of heats on the forehand. You'd expect him to get through, with full respect to Matthias Hurdy and Joel Vaughan in those first two events. I just thought that Liam Surfin looked a bit stronger.
Yeah.
And, you know, this event has been a huge turnaround for him. Haven't seen him into the semi-finals of a CT before.
We've talked about Liam through this event being one of the most underrated surfers on the tour for the last few years, and it's great now that we're starting to see the results that really represent his talent.
Yeah, sorry, I said haven't seen him into the semis. I meant haven't seen him into the final series of a CT event this year. He's had a couple of semi-final results on the CT, but it was a while ago, 2021 at Rottnest Island. Wajima, he made the final there, and also at El Salvador, he had a semi-finish. But, you know, to get to this point in a competition in front of a hometown crowd in Queensland Bugs on a public holiday is massive.
It is massive, and I love the fact that the first half of this heat, this first semi-final, they've both laid a foundation. Now the second half, you know, Ethan to the 7-3 through the 6-5, still waiting for that wave for Liam, but it's going to be up there. It's going to be right up there with, there it is, a 7-3. So equal billing on the first best ride. And I just to your point before, Rich, like what happened was that when Ethan didn't make the cut, he was, you know, he was so upset because he'd done all the work. He had so many close heats, and he was out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's both these guys have come back onto the tour bigger and better, really cleaned up the any little errors. The surfing overall has improved exponentially.
15 minutes to go here. Both these surfers holding on to similar high-scoring rides in the 7-point range, and the next big exchange is just around the corner. We're going to take a quick break.
Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Experience Gold Coast and the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia, by BioGlen, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia, and by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company.
The World Surf League would like to acknowledge the Gudjambara and Minyangabul people of the Bundjalung Nation and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations people down here on the beach today and also watching on our broadcast this area. It is beautiful, and it was obviously fantastic to see a beautiful opening ceremony. The Slab family always involved. The Jurakai mob do an awesome job in just educating us on culture, and yeah, it is fantastic just to turn up here and see the waves just firing in this beautiful part of the world, Bugs, that you've called home. And don't see you moving away anytime soon.
No, not this century.
Great heat unfolding here at the moment. You've got two extremely informed competitors, Rich, both holding on to similar high-scoring rides, and there's not a whole lot in it. The next exchange is going to be a big one. I think they've both got bigger numbers they can reach for.
Yeah, they've both given each other a little tap on the chin, and it's going to be who can come with that big uppercut or cross and really wipe this out. The second backup score is going to be the one.
Touched on their head-to-head history a little bit earlier and said we'd have a closer look at it. And have a look at this. This is their 6th heat, 5 previous matchups, and it's Liam O'Brien who has the edge on Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, that's somewhat surprising, but at the same time, you know, not unexpected really, given the form of Liam O'Brien. You can see the average heat scores very tight, but the edge goes to Liam. A slight edge to Ethan on the max heat score, and then really the splitting hairs for the individual wave scores as well.
Yeah, a couple of those wins for Liam O'Brien came at heavy water lefts, which sort of speaks to, you know, his ability in waves of consequence. Even though he hasn't wrestled away a huge result from those kind of locations, Liam's fearless. As we see Connor O'Leary making his way down. He has been absolutely ruling as the lone goofy footer left in contention for the event title here this year. He's certainly a shot, but he is taking on the high-scoring, just ultra-dominant Felipe Toledo, who's really sort of sent warning shots out to the entire field with the performances he's been stringing together.
Yeah, this is going to be a classic matchup of, you know, that fast-paced, natural-footed style of Felipe against the backhand just whooping that that Connor's been dealing out here at Snapper Rocks.
10 minutes to go here. And a long time ago, I called my first championship tour event at this location. I was in the booth with John Shamuka, the late, great Johnny Shamuka. I want to send a shout out to his son, Brandon, who's in hospital recovering from pneumonia. I know he's tuned in at the moment, so wishing you all the best, Brandon, and think about your dad a lot, especially around these events. He just was such a colourful character, and he lived for days like this with big crowds on the beach.
Oh, I love
Had the mousse in his hair, always looked sharp, didn't he?
Sure did.
But yeah, he would be relishing watching this unfold, I'm sure, and really solid performances laid down across the men's and women's event. A really historic event here on the Gold Coast. I think some of the best surfing that I've seen here at Snapper Rocks, and you know, it is great when you get a window that it's just a no-brainer to get competition running every day. We haven't had a break, Rich.
No, we've gone 4 off the trot in the window here. Just noting just where the competitors are sitting at the moment. Rab, you can see Ethan way down the point here, almost on this little corner of where this sand plume is in the water. That's the edge of the sandbar, and looks like Liam's going to go and have a crack at maybe finding a pit up towards behind the rock.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, he's far enough away from Ethan that he could actually get like a 4-second barrel there, and before he even gets to Ethan. Now, Ethan's got him in check as far as priority and as far as length of ride, but you can get a magical ride behind those rocks.
He did this at Burleigh last year as well. He saw something that no one else did, started his heat super, super deep, got a couple of draining little nuggets along the top part of the point at Burleigh, and then absolutely blitzed that heat. So maybe he's trying to do a little repeat of that one.
And there's also a certain wave where you can sort of say get a barrel, and as it gets to Ethan, the wave sort of dies off and then rebuilds and grows again inside and kind of goes under where Ethan's position is.
Yeah, looking for something special for sure.
Kaipo's been watching on. Kaipo, have you seen a few up there behind the rock?
Not really, but it is interesting right now, Ethan, with heat control, just playing these last, you know, little bit under 8 minutes. Really, he's owning this heat. He can control the pace of it, but we've seen throughout his career just sometimes tactical errors, you know, and he's lost really close heats that way. He's in a position right now to close this out, but it's just about staying focused. And actually, it's really hard to tell which ones to go on and which ones not to tell you the truth. Conventionally, you would think second wave of the set, but it's still a bit jumbled out here, and there's still a little bit of a luck game when you're taking off on a wave, knowing what the end's going to do.
Yeah, interesting to note, 7.5 minutes remaining here, and now if you had to make a comparison to a similar situation to this, Betty Lusakura's heat with Stephanie Gilmore had a similar situation where Betty Lou had the single highest ride of the heat. She sat down the line like where Ethan is at the moment. Stephanie Gilmore went deep, turned the heat with a ride, and Betty Lou kind of ran out of opportunities in the end after Steph had turned it. So Tommy Whitaker, I spoke to him after that, and he sort of said to Betty Lou, like, you really should have gone up there with that priority and controlled the heat since you had the lead and starved Liam of opportunities.
Yeah, look, it is an extraordinary distance between them. I do feel that. However, I do feel also that Ethan's camp, his coach and that have identified those ways through Little Marley that he, if he gets the right one, could get in the excellent range big time.
Well, Kaipo's been watching it. I know he's been looking up top there because that's the hardest thing to do when you're calling heats from the channel is to watch waves just spiral out there behind the rock and see no one on them. And he said he hasn't seen a whole lot up there. But as we mentioned earlier, Liam O'Brien, he was born on the point breaks here at the Gold Coast, and if anyone's going to just act on their intuition and find something up there, it will be Lobby, as we see Felipe Toledo. And he's been getting the biggest cheers of any competitor as he's made his way down the beach on the men's side.
Yeah, I just think the crowd are appreciating what they're seeing. This is a man at the peak of his powers at the moment. Felipe Toledo, the heat totals have been extraordinary. The individual wave scores have been right up there in the excellent range consistently. Dropping 9, so it's a crowd that is knowledgeable about what they're seeing, and they're appreciating all the surfers, in fact, and the performances they're delivering for us.
Yeah, big shout out to everyone down there on the beach and just absolutely crowding the hill here at Snapper Rocks in through Rainbow Bay, right down the beach. We appreciate how much you're getting behind these competitors, and we appreciate everyone tuning in and watching finals day unfold here at stop number 3 on the championship tour. And you know, things are getting pretty interesting. We've got a new number 1 on the women's tour. Gabriel Medina will maintain his spot at the top of the ranks heading over to stop 4. But it's really interesting to see that the wins are being shared around. No one's kind of owned the tour just yet and taken multiple victories. We'll have a couple of new winners here today. Here we go. Liam O'Brien deep, can get some work done before he gets down the line. Nice turn there. Really digging in and swinging that tail hard. Final section is solid. 3 hits. That's going to feel good. Only needs a 6.54 to get in front. And Ethan Ewing's priority played no part in that ride. He couldn't hold Liam back. He was so deep on the point.
Well, you could see Ethan was just starting to creep up and head south towards where Liam was sitting, and now he's coming back down. So obviously just playing the game here. But let's have a look at this last wave for Liam O'Brien. This first stab into the wave face, just really aggressive. And the second, a little bit more flair. Great fan of spray off the back of the wave. And then the closeout hit could be right there. Checking the water angle, you can see Ethan kind of did have a little look at it, but realised that there was no point wasting his priority.
Major linkage. I mean, so impressive what he squeaked into that sort of tight little section of wall there, Bugs.
Well, it was exactly what we spoke about, minus the barrel, but a wave that was so deep that he got to Ethan's position. Ethan, there was nothing for him to do except take off and go left.
Yeah, some comparisons will be made here with the 6.5 of Ethan Ewing's. Liam needs a little bit more than that. So with that as a yardstick, if you like, you know, the judges have an easy comparison to make there.
Yeah, we just saw the first wave of the set roll onto our competitors. Looks like the second wave is going to garner some interest from Ethan Ewing.
He's going to drop to the bottom, straight up onto that open face. Nice extension through the turn, whipping that board on the second move, but catching a toe side rail. So a rare slip up from Ewing. And that's been a couple of falls now.
Darren can't believe it, and neither can most of the people watching on, because as you said, Bugs, you never really see Ethan Ewing slip up or make an error, especially on one of these sort of frontside hacks that it's really textbook for him. As we watch the Stonerwood slow-mo, just kind of cupped out and he caught a bit of an edge, didn't it? Almost looked like he was perhaps thinking just a fraction forward down the line. He was already thinking about the next manoeuvre, maybe.
Time's ticked by here, Bugs. 2 minutes to go. A fall from Ethan. Priority with Liam, and Liam still with the score on the way.
Yeah, this is a dangerous score now. And, of course, you know, it's clear that Ethan just had a loss of concentration there, Rich.
Yeah, that was very uncharacteristic. Now, important score now. We're waiting to drop in. The judges making comparisons to perhaps Ethan Ewing, 6'5".
Looks like there's some set waves rolling our way too. And Liam is taking this wave, committed. Let's see what he can do with it. He'll surf it, probably thinking that he doesn't have the number. And he digs in beautifully there, off the bottom, through the roof again. Got to get on the front foot and get out in front of this wave. He does. Gets a bit of release in the tail there. I think he needs this wave to go again to maybe get the score that he needs. Ducks into the tube for a moment. He'll find the exit. And loading up for more down the line. Climbs the roof, stomps the float, and throws his hands up. You don't see that too often for him. And right behind him, Ethan Ewing now. He'll get his opportunity. Nice blast through the lip. And this is shaping up to be a good ride as well. No mistakes this time on that same turn. Digs the layback and finds the release and has the momentum to get back out in front and give us more. Loading up for the finish now on the inside. Loves to swing that tail and does it beautifully there, setting the tail free. And still hammering down the line here, thinking about a pit, grabs the wall, tucks in, gets spat out. Woo! And that one was thick. And he is celebrating there in that exit. And some frustration from Liam O'Brien. He knows the deal. He's in trouble.
Wow, well, we get the feeling that if Liam O'Brien didn't get it on his wave previous, he was probably going to get it on the last wave. But then he turned around and he saw his countryman just going absolutely berserk on perhaps what looked like a bigger wave.
We didn't see the start.
And we haven't even seen the start yet. So let's just give these judges a moment. What a grandstand finish to this one.
Yeah, that was gutsy from Ethan Ewing. We're going to see the Bonsoy replay here now.
Oh, big swoop. Rebound off the foam for Ethan Ewing. And now we get some clear water. Starts digging those rails in. Bringing this power game on display. Connects with the lip there. Comes around this section, blasts it again. And this wave, little power hack on the face. Another big swooping turn, so very clean rails up to this point. And then this wave just grows and goes again, Bugs, all the way down.
And this is the part that gets very interesting because the wave just hollows out unbelievably right here. You can see it. Look at this over the ledge. Super deep little barrel. Nice little wispy spit.
Oh, that was one of the thickest little nuggety tubes that we've seen right through the event window. But here's the replay of Liam O'Brien's ride. He went mad on the outside.
Yeah, the outside has to go to Liam O'Brien in terms of wave quality between the two and the intensity and the dynamic nature of the turns that Liam was doing on the outside.
And he gets an 8 for this one. So he gets an 8-point ride for this one right here.
They both had very similar manoeuvres that they went for. And Liam gets the little rock and roll floater to finish off and then just basically appealing to the judges. So at the moment, he's out in front. He's dropped an 8-point ride. Excellent. Backed it up with the 7-3. Ethan needs the 7-9-8 to take the victory.
We saw Liam O'Brien slapping the water. And to me, that is suggesting that Liam knows that Ethan has a big score coming.
Yeah, I had a flashback to Mark Richards right there.
Oh, you and Emma had some classic battles, but the score is coming through now for Ethan Ewing. It is a 9-point ride. Great work on the outside when that wave cupped out, Rich. He really did unleash some of his best turns. And the pit on the inside. How good was that?
Yeah, that was masterful. He threaded that thing just so beautifully. And if the outside section of the waves went to Liam O'Brien, the inside Had to go to Ethan Ewing, and the bow ride perhaps was the difference, but just what a heat. These guys, both on fire.
Lobby's still waiting for that first crack at a championship tour event final. But the way he's surfing, it must be just around the corner. A healthy heat score total of 15.3. But today, Ethan Ewing, too strong. And he is on his way to the final, Bugs. Thanks again for having us, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Absolute pleasure to make that call with you guys for that heat. An all-Queensland affair. That'll do.
That'll do you, Bugs. We're going to set you free to watch the finals. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back for Semi-2, we're going to bring in a former winner. Matty Wilkinson joins us for the call right after this.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and we have just witnessed a total cage fight between two of Queensland's finest, Ethan Ewing and Lobby O'Brien, going toe-to-toe. The knockout blow coming on an absolute gift last wave, Heath.
Yeah, I got super lucky there. I've been competing with Lob since we were like little kids, and every time we have heats together, he just like pushes me so much. So he's such a good surfer, and yeah, I made a few mistakes, and wasn't in a good spot there. And anytime Lob gets a wave, he's gonna get a big score. So I was just lucky that I got that last one, and ended up just going off into the sun. It was pretty cool.
You know the universe is smiling when you get a nice grindy little bit of visual like that on the end, even a nice puff out on your back. But mate, you said at the start of today, you really want to win this thing, and it was on display there. You know, you can see the determination with every turn.
Yeah, for sure. I just think sometimes, I don't know, maybe my surfing or something just doesn't look like I'm trying too hard, but yeah, I want it bad, and hopefully it can, you know, translate from my surfing. So yeah, one more to go.
We'll let you get ready for the final, mate. You'll have the whole crowd behind you. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, a magic finish, and Ethan Ewing made the point there. He got lucky in the end, gifted that opportunity, and man, he capitalised on it. 9-point ride. I don't think anyone's ever said that it looks like he's not trying. He's got a smooth style, but he lays down some of the biggest turns, and he'll be hard to beat in that final. Joining us now, Matty Wilkinson, Wilco.
Yeah.
Are you ready for this? This is going to be an epic heat. Your good mate Connor O'Leary's got his hands full. He's up against Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, the last minute of that last heat nearly gave me a heart attack, so I nearly didn't make it in. But no, I'm so excited. Connor's been absolutely on fire. Just like knowing where to put those backhand rios, finding those giant sections and pushing hard. And yeah, I think if there's anyone that's going to beat him, it's going to be Felipe. But it's going to be a great heat.
Unbelievable day yesterday. Incredible performances. I think Felipe, part of a crew that have given us some of the best surfing that we've seen here at Snapper Rocks in his time competing. 2 victories already, and some monster heat score totals. By far the highest scoring surfer on the championship tour when it comes to the Gold Coast.
Yeah, Felipe is just unbelievably sharp on any head height, a 6-foot right-hander. He's just like
an animal.
So fast and so aggressive.
So aggressive is exactly right. He's not going to get much out of that one. So both surfers have kind of switched priority, Rich, in the opening stages here.
Well, let's have a look at what happened on Connor's first wave. A vertical foam climb and a big extended wrap off the top. Now the wave starts to bowl off. There's one of those huge, aggressive, drifting backside hacks that Connor has on lock. He does some work down the line here and just gets a little caught through this bumpy section. But that big hit outside, that was that had some sting on it. Felipe, the big layback gaff to start things off, goes vertical for a little tap. Big wrapping swoop with a rebound. Through to the inside. Again, another little vertical snap. The wave nice and clean. An aggressive full wrap on the inside. And now he just gets to work. Gets a little spin to finish off. Incredible work down the line. And really opening up with the bag of tricks on this one.
Well, that was amazing. And the scores are in for the opening exchange there. So a throwaway for each competitor, but man, they have started with excellence here. An 8.5 for Toledo, and Connor O'Leary not too far behind with an 8 of his own.
Yeah, absolute fireworks from both guys. I feel like there's a lot of room left for both of them. I think Philippe there had a great start, bit of downtime in the middle, and then a big finish, and he still ended up with 8.5 points. And Connor had that really sharp first section, and then the weird rip that had come up from Rainbow there that made it tricky, and he's got an excellent ride too. So I think there's a lot of potential for some big scores in this heat.
Just wanted to have another look at Connor's wave. Wow, he did so much with that first turn.
Sure did. Big extension, and that one unbelievable.
I feel like there's no one on the back end at the moment that has both the release and the power in the same turn other than Connor. I feel like there's a lot of surfers that can get up there and they can push a nice strong carve, and there's guys who can get up there and release the fins, but somehow Connor's got that in the one turn. He pushes, he releases, and he comes out, and he's got speed for another one. It's pretty remarkable.
It sure is. And he is maintaining pace at the moment in that opening exchange, which is always so hard to do against this guy when he gets a bit of momentum in a championship tour event here on the Gold Coast. And Felipe looking just so alive on his equipment at the moment, cutting that one right back to the pocket, but this wave is going to fatten up on the inside and he's out of there.
He did confirm that this is a custom model that he's been working on with Marcio Zuvi. Rode it at El Salvador and a couple other spots on the tour last year. Just perfecting it, and he is looking unbelievable under his feet. Going back to the rounded pintail, was riding the swallowtails for a little while there.
Yeah, we've been really lucky to have former CTers who competed against both Felipe Toledo and also Connor O'Leary in the last couple of heats that we've called, Rich. And you know, Toledo, Medina was talking about him, just the work that he's been putting in this season to get himself tour ready. He's looking like he's back physically to his best, but he's also talked about just how comfortable he's feeling mentally.
Yeah, he's really in the zone at the moment. You know, life's good. He's made the move back from San Clemente back to Brazil. Him and his wife, Ananda, they celebrated the birth of their third child. He is a devoted father and family man and husband.
And he talked about his friendship with Connor O'Leary. You know, Connor and Felipe sharing similar experiences. Romy, Connor and Steph's baby girl, just over a year old now. And they're here watching him perform because they're just living down the road at Lennox Head. And we had Owen right in here for Connor's last heat, Matty, and we were talking about, you know, as a Grom, I think a lot of the highlight footage we saw of Connor O'Leary was frontside airs and whatnot, but this move to Lennox Head has just taken this backhand to a whole new level.
Yeah, definitely. I think I actually heard that heat with Owen earlier, and he was saying that yeah, when Connor moved up, he had that one turn that was really nice, but he's just figured out how to turn it into a combination. And it's also, here he goes now on a nice looking wave.
Yeah, upside down through that first section, in transition to get to the open face. Still unloading monster turns as he unleashes a bit of that power. I said it earlier, he's like rolling thunder down the line here at the moment with just lightning cracks going off all over the place. And he unloads again on that final section. So it doesn't need a whole lot to get himself up into the lead here, just a 4.84.
Yeah, going back to my point, I think moving to Lennox and getting to surf that long right point that has different sections. It has flat bits, it has fast bits. It's just given Connor a lot of different turns in his arsenal, and that's pretty tricky on your backhand. Like a lot of projection out of that one, and then no one's pushing harder through backside carves. Nice snap there, and then this one he gets the release, and so it's in those 4 turns there. There's like 4 different turns back to back, and yeah, and then a pokey one there that still throws a whole bunch of spray. So I think he's got kind of every backhand turn that there is.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. He's got such a balanced stance as well. Nice, quite wide. We broke it down in the quarterfinals, just looking at his technique. One thing we probably didn't highlight enough is just how low and squatted he is on those bottom turns. And that helps him lay that board on rail and really drive through that bottom turn, project him up into the lip where he can just explode.
He hasn't had a performance like the one that he put together at J-Bay before. That was a real strong showing, overcoming some of the best at that location on his road to victory. I think it fueled him with confidence. Overcame Al Cleland in the earlier rounds, but then went through Italo, Ethan, Felipe Toledo, and Yago Dora in the final. It was a magic run and a victory that I think everyone enjoyed. It seemed like even his rivals got kind of behind him after he disposed of them in the event.
Yeah, I think as soon as he got that 10-point ride, it just fully flipped a switch, and it was the momentum was with him. It was. I think everyone has loved, all the surfers have loved Connor's surfing for a long time. So it was so amazing to see him get a win and to see it in such pumping waves and to take out all the guys that you don't want to be matching up with in heats out there. So it was great to see.
Yeah, and he waited a long time to get to a championship tour final, Wilco. The last one he had was in 2017 over in Fiji.
Oh, who got him there?
I don't know. Well, a young goofy footer by the name of Matt Wilkinson got the win. But here we go. This is the 10-point ride from J-Bay that just blew us all away. Just a beautiful read on the tube, and we can see live action. Connor's up again. But yeah, look at that. Just obviously the wall a lot smaller, but I think that's another thing about Connor's backhand. Doesn't matter if he's on a 3-foot wall at Snapper or he's on a 6-foot set wave at J-Bay. You know, he's nimble enough on his feet for a big guy, one of the biggest guys on the CT. His technique's so good that he can still get it done, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. When there's more space to work, more face, he just elongates the turn a little bit. This is live action. Felipe going down. But back to the point you were making about him being so strong. Did you get a look at the thighs on the guy? Unbelievable. His one leg is about 2 of mine.
Yeah, I think
so strong, man.
I think that is what helps him when it is small. He's still got that explosiveness, and it's because he gets so low and he can just explode right when he needs to and get so much power.
He detonates the top of the lip here, time after time, and it goes vertical on each and every hit, and it's just done with so much aggression and thrust. He's just literally destroying the lip of these waves.
Every hit is just getting landed with so much authority at the moment, even on those smaller rides. So quick in that transition, which I think is the kind of spark that if you're on your backhand here up against Felipe, you really need that. 7.13, and Felipe's got a 6.63 to chase down now.
I think Connor here needs to stop looking at those little ones now.
Yeah.
He's got an 8, he's got a 7.13, and he's got Felipe. He doesn't want to hold on to that 7.13. He wants to be dropping a 9, and I think the way to do that for him is to find 3 big back-to-back sections and just do what he does, you can almost guarantee that Philippe's not going to be fluffing around with sevens.
It's almost like that 7-1-3 is just a bit of an insurance policy at this stage of the heat, where he's gone, okay, I've got my 2 scores now. Now, as you said, Matty, he needs to settle in, wait for that bigger set, because you know what Felipe's going to do here. He's going to drop another huge number.
Kaipo watching on. Kaipo, another goofy footer out there. You must be loving what you're seeing.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Connor. Obviously, he's just coming to his own, and you guys talked about it there, is just the springiness, the compression that he's able to get. So that's great. Felipe Toledo right now, you know, my observation with Toledo is he's already been putting down the biggest numbers in this competition. But there's been times where Felipe tries a little bit too hard, tries to force errors in there. Doesn't need a big number. I think Felipe needs to just stick to his game plan, and I feel like he can almost kind of surf in second gear to turn this heat. So we'll see how this all plays out. But again, another entertaining heat. It's been a great afternoon out here.
It's going to be a huge afternoon too. A public holiday here in Queensland, and the beach already completely packed. And we've still got obviously a couple of big heats after this one. The women's final is set. Stephanie Gilmore, the 8-time world champ. She won her first CT event here as a teenager, a wild card. She'll be taking on Luana Silva, who's looking for her first CT victory, the new world #1, who'll be wearing yellow over in New Zealand. Medina's going to stay on top of the rankings, leaving Oz. But there is going to be a massive shift up in the order at the top end. The Brazilian surfers, they really owned the opening 2 events of the CT. They were well positioned. It was just George Pitar up there in that top 5 conversation. Other than that, all Brazilian. And today, Felipe Toledo, he's trying to wave that flag and get his world title campaign back on track. But been a good return to form for Ethan Ewing, and also Conor O'Leary, Liam O'Brien, really turning their years around here at stop 3 on the GWM Aussie treble.
Ronnie, we're 5 minutes past the low tide, so we're right at the bottom of it, and sometimes things can just go a little weird for the ocean. Tends to take a breather, and then once it does start turning, it starts pulling those swell lines back in again. So I think we'll look forward to seeing that over the next hour or 2.
Felipe already climbing up into 9th position on the live rankings. Ethan Ewing, he's into 8th. Conor O'Leary, he'll be making his jump up the ladder as well, holding on to the lead here at the moment. But Matty, you like where Conor's sitting now?
As far as in the heat or on the rankings?
In the heat, but also pushing Felipe to make some decisions here with priority.
Yeah, I do. You definitely want to, you don't want to be sitting up the top and, oh, here it goes.
Yeah, forces that turn, just knowing that he's just trying to create some doubt in the mind of Felipe Toledo here.
Yeah.
Doesn't convert that one though.
Exactly, and then I guess the other risk of sitting up high is if you do take one, Felipe drops in. Not only is there the risk of an interference that you don't want, there's also the risk of it not being a good one. Felipe kicking out, getting priority again, and you've just got a 2-for-1 happen on you. So I think yeah, sitting down the line a little is good. Even out here on days like this, even giving yourself a little more space. And sometimes there's those ones that kind of sneak up a little wide, and you can't get them from deep. So yeah, I think it's definitely the right option sitting down. But he's got a bit of space there now. Yeah.
16 minutes remaining here, and there is a big local crowd, a lot of people turning out, but a lot of people making the trip up from Lennox Head. Jesse.
Yes, I found all the Lee Bar Board Riders crew, and one in particular, Stewie Kennedy, coming down here to support Conor O'Leary. All the boys are absolutely revved up right now.
Yeah, everyone's fired up. All the Lennox crew, we all love him. And yeah, I'm shaking because I'm so excited for him because he's on fire. I'm so proud of him. I've travelled with him for years and he's just kept it going. And that win at J-Bay last year, he's a different person. So I reckon he can still do it. Felipe's on fire, but yeah, it's so sick to see.
The boys are going absolutely crazy. You've got incredible point break pedigree yourself. Do you teach him a thing or two?
Here and then, maybe. Nah, he's so good on his back end, and we all know that. So I think he's just working with good people and being around good people. As long as he's happy, like that's what he thrives on. He doesn't need to be super focused. He's one of those people that just needs to be laughing and smiling and carrying on like that. So yeah, like that's him. That's Connor. He's just the happiest dude ever, and that's how he's gonna win. He's gonna win.
Love it, love it. Levi Board Riders, Connor's local team, and they're going mad down here today, guys.
They sure are. Jesse starting there with Stu Kennedy, who semi-finaled at this event back in the day and travelled with Connor on the CT for a couple of years there. Here we go. O'Leary up with a huge first turn off the bottom. And that's another great hit as he comes down through this little Marley section now and just bides his time off the bottom before unloading a huge snap. Looks to get back out in front of it. Wants to finish this one off because Felipe just took a wave through to the inside and didn't get the completion he was after. So O'Leary with a chance. He's holding on to the lead already. He's trying to better a 7.13. A sleepy moment on the ride, but it'll run again through the inside here. And he's having to negotiate some bumps on the face. And unfortunately, that wave just didn't really do too much through the inside section, but it was a tall wall on the outside, and he went for it.
I think a lot of the damage was done on the outside. As you can see, the Lebar crew just starting to lose it. They're happy with that last ride, and they're going to be expecting a big number to drop in, as are we.
That was exactly what we were talking about. Just hoping that he'd sit and wait and find one of those big tall waves with the power to match his, and he just absolutely unleashed.
Let's have a look at this wave first, because this was Felipe going after the lead. And man, he just did some beautiful surfing on the outside. Love the way he banked off the foam there.
Yeah, sort of zipping all over it, just drawing some really unique lines on this wave. And then Felipe comes through to the inside, another wrap, tight and high in the hook. Clicks it. Beautiful re-entry down the line, great compression in the body, and just gets a little caught on that hillside front edge. And outside, Wilco, have a look at this thing.
Yeah, that first turn is so tricky. He was late. He had about a quarter of a second to get up there, and he just made it happen and then backed it up. Big lip line, big power turn, fourth big powerful turn. You're absolutely right. That damage was done out the back. I think he was like, all right, I don't have to force anything here. It's going to stand back up. That rip, unfortunately, just kind of made it a little wobbly, and he didn't get much more, but it's hard to see those first four turns not going excellent in my eyes.
Yeah, one of the tallest sections on that outside, and that's sort of been the key to Connor's big numbers in this contest, and just his form in the lead up to this event is just how much he's willing to put into that first turn. Sometimes you get a good wave here, Wilco, and you know there's almost the fear when you know it's going to stretch out forever of throwing it all away on your first move. But Connor's kind of been, you know, really given it his all on that first section, and it's put him in a great rhythm, and it sort of seems to really work for the Goofies here in just finding the right pace with the wave when you do get that first big turn in.
Yeah, definitely. I think the like finding the speed of the wave and kind of getting up into the lip and getting a turn in, but getting to match, wow.
Yeah, we're just watching the scores drop here, and Connor O'Leary slapping the water. I think just firing himself up. And the IC score update shows the average, 8.97. And the judges have been consistent through the event. When someone's gone at it with big combos on the outside on those bigger set waves, they have turned in those big numbers. 10.5 minutes to go here. Connor has to give way to Felipe, who finds himself a solid tube. And it just clamped up, some foam on the face. Obviously lost his rail inside there. But look, this is, in normal circumstances, for anyone else on the CT, this is a really difficult heat to claw yourself out of. But an 8.48, it's not a big enough gap for Felipe Toledo. He can really, you know, I think there's a real opportunity for him to take the surfing to another level in this heat. As strong as Connor has been, Felipe's got that absolute unpredictability and fire that he can bring.
Yeah, this wave, unfortunately for Felipe, just crumbling down, too much chandelier, and he can't find an exit. But if he does find himself on another smooth open face, you know Felipe is going to stand up to the challenge here. But he has got some pressure on him now.
Matty, you yourself competed against Gabriel Medina and Felipe Toledo. They're the two most dominant forces on the championship tour. 3 world titles, Medina, 2 world titles for Felipe. And today, Felipe has the opportunity to equal Gabriel Medina with 17 championship tour wins. You competed against these guys. You don't feel comfortable until they're combo.
No, you never feel comfortable. Even with a combo, they can do a full rowie and then kick out and be on the next wave and do the same thing. It's, yeah, they have, ever since both of them arrived on tour, they just absolutely put the fear into everybody else. And including me, I was terrified of everyone, let alone those guys.
Stephanie Gilmore making her way down. That's the absolute riot you can hear unfolding down here on the beach. So many pats on the back. And Stephanie Gilmore has warmed through this event. She's had some really close heats, some nervous heats that she scraped through. But now she seems to be tapping back into event-winning form, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And surfing her way back into form through this event. Couldn't have come at a better time. Even still this morning, working out equipment, just thinking about what to ride with her coach, Jake Patterson. They made some adjustments this morning, dropping down an inch or two in the board height, adjusting the fins. So really, she's starting to get into one of those purple patches where we see Steph. She really might shine in this final.
8 minutes remaining here. And Connor's got priority, Matty, and he is definitely thinking he's got to improve on his 8, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not feeling comfortable. He's gonna sit down, try and use his priority smart, block Felipe on probably a good one, and hope that ends up being another high 8 for him. I think we saw Felipe's first wave. He got an 8.5 with his eyes shut.
The danger here is that Felipe on the forehand in particular can make magic happen on not necessarily an 8-point ride. He can get a 6 or a 7-point ride, do something just so loony and innovative that they will have to drop him a big number.
He's showing his brilliance. You know, you look back on Felipe's career as we see Luana making her way down. Another crack at a maiden championship tour event win. And she will be wearing the yellow jersey when we get to stop number 4. But she's just building towards this moment. She's going to have to really contain her emotions and play a smart game up against the veteran. As we see here, Connor sold on this ride, but he'll engage now. Yeah, looks down the line, nothing in it. So job done for Felipe there.
That's what Felipe does to you. He makes a 3-point ride look like a 9 if he's on it.
Yeah. No,
yeah,
it's so true. Exactly what Rich said before.
Yeah, anyone else in that situation, if Connor was looking at a different competitor, he'd be going, oh, no, that's fine. He's not going to get an 8.48 on this thing. But you just second-guess yourself when you got Felipe, thinking that, oh, he's going to do something incredible on it and just turn it into a score.
Yeah, so that's a potential turning point in this heat. 6 minutes to go, priority with Felipe. The requirement is a big one, 8.48. But when you look back on his career, you know, there is hours of highlight footage. You know, a lot of championship tour surfers, they go through their whole careers looking for those big moments, and he's just one of those guys, Matty. He's done his best surfing in a contest jersey. As we dive into the GWM heat recap, let's have a look at the 8.5 from the start.
Oh, just so aggressive with the commitment to these power turds, Felipe. He was zipping all over the place on this one. Beautiful form here, mixing it all up. Getting vertical on the forehand. He's got this front side snap to hack on lockdown. And he surfed this one to an 8.5 and took an early lead in this heat. But Connor came bouncing back.
Yeah, Connor absolutely made the most of that section. Foam, and he just blasted over the top. Big carve, straight into the money turn on that one. That was unbelievable. Power, big release, and then got straight into the bottom turn.
Next level, he's up again. So O'Leary finds some space here, pushes but doesn't complete. Still hanging on to a couple of 8-point rides. Excellent surfing. 5 minutes to go here. Toledo needs an 8.48. Richard Dogmarsh writing in that little black book. And he'll mark that one down as a mistake. It's been a couple of mistakes in a row now for Connor, even though he's in a great position here. No, obviously with Toledo,
wow,
you can make you pay for your mistakes more than any other competitor on this CT, it feels like, especially on rights like this. 4.5 minutes to go.
Is there going to be a second one? Looks like Felipe just moving inside here. No, it's a bit of a one-wave set.
Felipe in the offshore conditions or the cleaner waves that we had yesterday, Matty, just put a masterclass on with power and variation, bit of release in that tail, nice carves. But today with this lump, I know that the air sections are tricky, but something might ramp up for him here.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw him do that little inside air, so you know the wind's not too strong to be blowing his board away. So I think, yeah, if he finds a big wave with a big first section that lets him go for it, he's going to go for it. And the judges love that. And I think that's what we saw from him yesterday when it was cleaner. Once he pushed super hard on that first turn, it's like his feet are glued to the board and he can just do anything he wants after that. I feel like it's when he's a little out of sorts at the start or a little tentative, that's when the whole ride kind of unwinds a little. But as soon as Philippe puts a big one on to begin with, he's just so strong. And yeah, it's like when you think he'll take his foot off the gas a little, he does the absolute opposite and just friggin' hammers it to the floor and blows your mind and drops high nines.
Yeah, you're right.
276 excellent rides now Felipe's had in his career as a championship tour surfer. 6 in this event alone. He's had 100 excellent heat scores now. He is one of the greats, make no mistake about it. 2 world titles already. And for that reason, you know, you just can't ever write him off. 2.5 minutes to go here. Needs an 8.48, has priority. And this is, it's actually Connor O'Leary who's out there sweating at the moment. Felipe be feeling pretty confident.
My palms are pretty sweaty here.
Oh, mate, you've always got a bit of a sweat on.
Thanks.
I love it.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, Ronnie. These are almost the moments that makes Felipe and guys like Medina, they rise up to it, and that he would love nothing more than to put on a show here in the final 2 minutes of the heat. There's a huge Brazilian contingency here on the beach, and they will get vocal.
What a treat to have a former winner here, Matty Wilkinson, who went on a tear here at Snapper himself and then went down to Bells and got a victory there, back-to-back victories. Had you riding the chariot to the stage down at Bells saying, what is going on? I remember that so clearly. But Matty, congrats on a magic CT career. Also a win in the final in Fiji over Connor O'Leary, who was in his rookie year. And I think at that point we were saying, wow, Connor O'Leary is going to be an absolute force. But he got beat up a little bit with his confidence. But last year, as you mentioned, something's clicked for O'Leary. Stewie Kennedy said it down on the beach before with Jesse Starling. He is definitely looking fit and ready to reach his full potential on this championship tour, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's come out of that fear of losing, and he feels comfortable. He feels like he can win an event, or he knows he can win an event. And I think he knows he can win a lot of events. So
yeah, you competed against Connor and against Felipe. Competitively, they're very different around a comp site, aren't they?
They are. Connor's very happy-go-lucky, and yeah, Felipe and Gabby both have this terrifying aura about them. So yeah, they're both incredible in the water, and both bring their own thing. Here we go.
This is it. This is the wave for Toledo. He's after an 8.48, 30 seconds to go. Rips into the first section. Unbelievable power and placement on the second turn. Tucks into the barrel. This one's still running, but it stretches out, and he doesn't find his way through it. The opening combination was absolute dynamite, Rich, and the way he set up that tube was incredible. But Connor O'Leary did the work. A couple of excellent scores for him, and celebrating A massive achievement there. Make no mistake about it. Even with Connor's form, that's an upset victory. Felipe's been ruling and has shown in the past that he can maintain that incredible form all the way to a victory. So that was big.
That's huge. He's owned every round, Felipe Toledo, dropping the highest numbers of the event. And Connor O'Leary, he just, he found it. He found a way to unlock him and beat him.
Let's have a look at this opening combo. This guy just never gives up.
It was flawless, to be honest with you, and everything done right. It's just that the wave ran off.
He shuffled his foot up, like almost going for a little cheetah 5 in the pit there.
Man, I think he knew it was going to run.
It was an impossible tube. No one was making that, so he really, I don't think he made any mistakes in terms of the wave choice. There was no other options for him. He had to go on that ride.
Let's throw it down to Vaughan, have a quick chat with Connor O'Leary, who's got to get set for the final.
Mate, that was outrageous. I mean, I've had some nightmares in my life, but that was pure terror watching Felipe paddle into that last wave.
I'm a fucking idiot, that's all it is. He sold me so good on that one. I was like, it looks all right, and it's fat. I just went, oh my God, far out. That was the worst 3 minutes of my life.
Yeah, it was heavy, mate, but all the good work was done early in the heat. You picked off, well, basically you surfed a really good heat up until that last 3 minutes. You picked off the big sets, you got the big scores, the backhand is looking fire. Like, mate, congratulations, you're into the final here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Hell yeah, let's go the Goofs!
Yeah. A sentiment that'll be shared by the man who joined us for the call, Matty Wilkinson. What a performance that was, and what a final it's going to be. State of Origin, it's on.
That is so exciting. If I could have drawn up a dream final here, this is it. So I'm so pumped, and I'm so pumped for both of the boys to come back from a tough start to the year to be in a final together.
I think we have to give a round of applause to Felipe Toledo, who's once again blowing our minds and giving us a historic run through this event with some of the biggest heat score totals and best performances that we've seen on the Championship Tour in 2026 and of all time. He's an absolute freak. But Wilco, congratulations, mate, again on that magic CT career that you had, and I know you're going to sit back and really drink in these finals. They're going to be huge.
Yeah, I'm so excited to watch, and yeah, thanks for that. I enjoyed my career, and now I'm happy to be here watching the boys, happy to have a goof in the final, happy to have an all-Aussie final. I'm frothing.
I bet you are, mate. Well, we're going to step out of the booth now. We are gearing up for the women's final. Stephanie Gilmore will take on Luana Silva. Connor O'Leary will go up against Ethan Ewing in the final here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We'll bring in Joe, Flick and Jesse for the call.
What a show. What an absolute show. Pure cinema here on the Gold Coast of Australia. Incredible semi-final as Toledo hits the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Everyone applauding him. Pat on the back from Gabriel Medina. Two-time world champ, gave us his all. Leaving with a semi-final finish.
Oh, thanks, brother.
You're on the good ones.
Oh, I got one. I was lucky.
The big one, yeah?
Just like stayed open.
Yeah.
Just gave me heaps of face, and I was like, gone inside, like, finish, where's the finish? And it just didn't give me anything. I was like,
the one that you tried to go that I went on it, it was a little barrel, right? I fell right at the end.
Yeah,
that was going to be a good one.
Oh my God, you made that intense.
Yeah, that was going to be a really good one.
Crazy.
Oh, and the last one? Yeah. The barrel went so hollow too, so fast. I was like, what the hell's going on?
I was like, oh no, he's in the barrel. Oh, he's in the barrel. Oh no. Oh, no.
Dude, it was pretty crazy because I did the first turn and then the second one and then I pulled in. And then I was like, I had one stance. I was going like this. I was like, oh shit. And then I went forward and then the thing started going. I was like, oh shit.
And then they said,
but it was just like, wait.
It's over. And I went, oh, he made it. I went, oh no, he made it. And then I just saw your board going the other. Oh, he made it. Good job, coach. Thanks, man.
You get it, bro. You know the deal.
What a great chat with Felipe Toledo, finding Connor O'Leary, two guys that have known each other for a very long time. And just a shout out to Felipe, great sportsmanship there, enjoying the water with Connor O'Leary and wishing him the best of luck in the final. Connor versus Ethan Ewing. Big one for Australia, big one for Japan, Flick.
Wow, I mean, this is such a showdown. I mean, I love that a Goofy's made it all the way to the end, just being a fellow Goofy. And then obviously Ethan has been in incredible form. It's going to be power versus the silky lines of Ethan Ewing, and I can't wait to watch it.
You can see Connor just catching his breath because he's got a little bit of time before he meets Ethan in the final. Coming up next, Jessie Starling. It's a big one. Luana Silva, 21 years of age, in back-to-back finals. This time, it's against the Queen of Snapper Rocks.
This is a really exciting heat. Obviously, we spent a lot of time actually comparing Lulu to Steph. She has that element of style, of grace, similar flair that Steph has as well. It's going to be tricky because she's on Steph's home court. But arguably, Lulu's been a little bit more powerful than what we've seen from Steph. So this is really going to come down to wave selection and who hits it harder.
Let's go. Stephanie Gilmore versus Luana Silva, and Gilmore is ready to run. The Queen of Snapper Rocks on her home break, belting the lip with style and flair. Drills it again, already finding that magic tempo, and she will shut it down. And the crowd is letting her hear it on her opening ride. Riding for Darren Hanley. This is that modified cash cow design, which they label cash cow because, well, it made her a lot of money, winning a lot of heats on that design from DHD.
Oh, yeah, that's a match made in heaven. DHD and then Stephanie Gilmore and Snapper Rocks, really. I mean, she's seen so much success out here over the years. 6 wins. She's to get the job done here. Number 7.
Well, it's
just at Snapper Rocks.
Really fun for the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by Vea because, well, Channel Islands swept Margaret River. Now Darren Hanley, who makes boards for Jessie Starling as well, has Steph Gilmore and has the men's final as we look at the Queen's first wave, Jessie.
I loved this from Steph. Just such good energy to start off this heat. That second turn, the way her knee drops and touches the top of her board here, you can see how hard she's pushing just by looking at that back knee. Watch it from the drone angle here. This bottom turn, she checks up into the lip, and then this second turn, just pushing money off that back foot. So much tail drift, so much spice again on the third section into the fourth. So 3 really similar turns through that second, third and fourth section, but giving us just a little bit more every time she put it up in the coping, making that surfboard look more like a skateboard out Snapper Rocks right now.
This means a lot watching Steph Gilmore, you know, thinking about all the years that she's been around, still the only rookie to just run away with a world title in her first try against the best surfers in the world. We're going back to a tour that had world champions in it like Sofia Milanovic, you know, a surfer that pushed Steph so hard for several years from Brazil. Silvana Lima. You look at Rebecca Woods, Amy Donahoe. There were so many big names, including a passing of the torch type moment from 7-time world champ Lane Beachley, who was there and involved with the tour when Steph got started.
Yeah, I mean, Steph's lived through quite a few generations now. It's pretty epic to see. I think one thing, you know, this whole storyline coming into this season has been, how is the Queens going to fare with, these rookies and this younger generation? And it's the rookies v the veterans. And look, this is a story as old as time, but if you look at, her run to the final, it's been pretty incredible in who she's taken down.
For Lulu, she's still doesn't mind being starstruck, but she handles it well because she's so competitive. She's like, not only starstruck, but I get a chance to try to beat my heroes. As Lulu posted this photo from when she was a little kid. This is after their heat they had together over at Bells Beach. And for Lulu, she's going, Steph's in the water. She got the jump, kind of, stalled the comeback for Steph a little bit, knocked her out of the first round, but it meant so much to her to have a hero that she looked up to and get a chance to compete with her at the season opener.
Look at baby Lulu. She's just so small and starstruck by her idols. It was cool to listen to her in her post-interview with Vaughn saying, this is a dream come true for her. A finalist, Snapper Rocks with Steph. Here we go.
Locking in and just a stumble. Steph will continue to whip down the line, putting even more juice into the second snap. She'll flow into the pocket again, looking like she's really trying to come around the corner, and she will just click off there. And now a solid one setting up for Lulu. And that one just faded away, no open face, but you can see how the size we've had as we've gotten into the afternoon. It was like Connor's breakdown with Felipe when he talked about the set he got. Let's see if Lulu could find a nice wall on this one. Beautiful form on the full roundhouse wraparound. Lulu fades right in front of Steph Gilmore. Hugging the pocket. Trimming it off the top with a nice wrapping cutback. Nice rails again through the open face. And now driving off the lip, creating some space. You never know how this end section might double up for you. It's staying fairly flat, so she'll redirect once again. Now starting to really grow. How about the super bank? Legs have to be burning. It's been a big day for Lulu. She's finding a little moment to catch her breath between turns. Now into the free surf section. Hopefully she gets some room with all those bodies that she's weaving through, and she'll step off. Unbelievable ride. And had to keep pace all the way through the free surf section by Greenmount. We've seen a few of these today on finals day, absolute leg burners. The whole time Lulu's on that wave, she's just waiting for a bowl, waiting for the lip to show up, and she did well from start to finish. Let's check in now with Vaughn Blakey.
Joey, the vibes are going completely off the Richter down here on the beach. We're actually up in the VIP area, and world famous comedian and best friend of Stephanie Gilmore, Celeste Barber, is in the house. Hi, Celeste.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, tell us, how many of these comps have you been to?
Oh, not enough and way too many as well. As someone who cannot surf, I seem to have become the face of surfing. So I'm so pumped though for Steph. This is so exciting. I feel like everyone got on a plane from Coachella and got off at Rainbow. It's massive here. It's awesome.
It really is, isn't it? Now listen, you've been friends with Steph during her time off and watched the comeback happen. She was a little rusty in the first few events. How exciting is it for you to be right here, right now, watching her in this final?
It's the best. It's the best. I just had a European tour and I cut it short to come home to watch her. That's not true. But imagine if it was. No, she was rusty. I had a few words to her, letting her know that I don't like to be friends with losers, so get your shit together, and now she's killing it.
That's all time. Yeah. And did you say that you were going to do something if she won? Like, I don't know, run around with a feather duster on your head or something?
Sure. I'll just steal some of her money.
Stuff up. Can we just do that?
Yeah, I'll run around with a feather duster on.
I'll do it with you. Is that cool?
Sure. I'll just try and steal some of her money.
Enjoy the final. Thanks so much for coming down,
Let's go, Steph!
Unbelievable. Thanks, everyone's here. Celeste Barber's making his lap for a very long time. Really close to a lot of these great surfing families, and including Steph Gilmore. Let's get some Bonsoy replays first with Steph Gilmore.
This wave was epic. I feel like the pace just got sort of off-put just by that first turn. I feel like as soon as you don't nail that first turn, the rest of the wave was kind of out of sync, and you could kind of see it. She got caught behind here. And, you know, look, it'll be all she wrote there, but behind her, I mean, Lulu takes off on an absolute, you know, you can see the size, really. It's been increasing throughout the day. We actually heard Rab say it this morning. He called it. He was like, look, it's going to pulse towards the afternoon. We're seeing it. This wave, though, just the classic one that kind of shifted a bit off the bank. It really didn't provide any kind of steep sections to it. So Lulu's going to know that. I think, look, probably one of the longer waves she's ever ridden. I mean, she took this thing all the way through to Greenmount. So, I mean, look, you're not going to be too impressed in a heat like this with something like that. But in terms of just a personal wave and, you know, going for length, like, you'll take it. That's a long wave.
Luana Silva on this wave for 55 seconds.
It was such a solid length of ride, and Flick, I think you nailed that on the head perfectly. If it was a personal session, you'd be absolutely lapping this up.
Oh, yeah.
When you analyse it and criticise it a little bit, it just lacked a bit of criticalism on this wave. Lulu only really going up into the lip line once. There's a lot of beautiful rail cars, but needed more.
Steph Gilmore stepping into this one using priority. Missing that first section. She's looking to regain and find tempo on the wall. Draws off the bottom, punch out to get down the line. Beautiful bottom turn. Fades, it's getting hollow, slamming on the brakes. Stephanie Gilmore traveling through the pit, reappears on the other side. Wraps it, taps the whitewater, touches every point so well. And had to just feel her way into the best part of that wave. I don't know if anyone spent more time in the barrel than Steph Gilmore here at Snapper Rocks, and she's been doing it repeatedly through this contest. To see her come back in this kind of form is just unbelievable. Walk us through it, Flick.
There's certain surfers, you know, in the world that you can say have romances with waves. John has it with Margaret River, so does Jack Robinson. You know, Stephanie Gilmore has it with Snapper Rocks. It is amazing. Her read on this wave, her connection, and her ability to sniff out any tube that is possible. And yeah, I mean, we're watching it, you know, it's poetry in motion, the creative lines, and with every heat she's surfed here in this event, she has just gone from strength to strength. It's been so evident to me. And yeah, she's got a great read. Yeah, it's been beautiful to watch.
Steph started with a 7.83, then a 5.67. Lulu with priority chasing the queen. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, Steph Gilmore, she's a queen of snapper, right? That's what we expect. The crowd support's been incredible. We've seen the flags up and down from the surf club, but just her read on waves and the relationship there is so obvious. And so this is a big challenge for Lulu. Lulu's been the sparkiest surfer so far through this entire competition, I feel, but like, the queen's the queen, you know, so she's gonna be tough to dethrone.
It's a good point, Kaipo. You think about it. I mean, she had 2 years off.
Yeah, she's back, right? I mean, it's still the GOAT. What are you gonna do, man? I love the powerful femininity of her surfing. It's powerful, it's precise, but it's also beautifully feminine at the same time. And that combination is really hard to beat.
It's really hard to beat, Kipes. 2 years off, and then you come back, and it's a lot of buildup because you're Steph, you know, and everyone's talking about your return to the tour. Get upset in round one of Bells. You know, you get upset in a close decision to Aaron Brooks, who starts feeling like she's got your number. You know, those are uncomfortable situations, you know, for the GOAT. You know, she's willing to step into the game when it's uncomfortable and then rise, you know, and for her benefit, third stop of the season's her home court, which gives her happy feels. But it's not always the easiest path that they make it look to greatness. And I think this is where Steph's thriving, has 38 years of age, outside of the jersey for that amount of time, contemplating if she should just move on. And then this happens.
It's pretty easy to also compare her to Carissa Moore, because Carissa and Steph coming back at the same time, it was this whole storyline of the queens are back, and then Carissa starts finding fire. That big turn she did over at Main Break was shades of that traditional Carissa Moore that I grew up fangirling over. And then Steph was getting knocked in her opening round heats, and it was kind of like, oh no, what's going on? But this is exactly what we were missing on the championship tour.
Steph Gilmore up again, looking to improve on a 5.67, just trying to find her points here. It definitely hasn't been easy to read. Even heard Felipe talking about it in the heat before, as he had the debrief with Connor O'Leary, just trying to find rhythm. It's a lot different than we had yesterday's condition-wise. And Steph, 7.83, 5.67, throwaway on that tube ride we saw. That's a 5.27. And You think about Lulu's 55-second ride, Flick. That might be a little disheartening to ride away for about a minute and get a 5:17.
Yeah, it is, for sure. I think, though, when you know you've got the Red Bull jet ski right there to just zip you straight out the back, I mean, it's not too much time lost, you know. I think it is hard, though, when you hear Steph drop a 7.83 on her opening ride and you're trying to keep it paced with that. I feel like Luana's been quite dominating in the way that she's come through to this final. So I think, you know, this is a sort of different place that she finds herself in, a bit more on the back foot, as opposed to sort of charging through, which we've seen her in like the quarters and the semis, right? So it's going to be interesting. But look, her wave selection has been incredible. It's been so on point. I think when she goes up into the lip, she maybe has Steph on the power that she's possessing at the moment, going straight critical into that, you know, really apex section. So she just needs to pick and wait for the right wave, and so she can tee off.
20 minutes in the final. Steph trying to break her own record and win a 34th championship tour event. She leads. Second to her is Carissa Moore on the all-time win list. Then it goes to Lane Beachley. She's can really do anything she wants with her career, and now looking for her 7th title on her home break. She caught fire when she had to deal with Erin Brooks again, you know, and Erin beat her last year as well on her wild card appearance at Burley Heads. Then she had to get through Betty Lou, and we love this about Betty Lou, but she's spicy. She's ready to take on the legends of the sport while honoring them at the same time. And then there was this like connection heat with Katie Simmers, you know, where there's so many comparables, you know, from Katie to Steph. They get along well. Steph got that one. Katie's, you know, the new school and a world champ as well. And then to get past the backhand hammer of Nadia Aristarbe, you know, it reminds us that Steph's actually surfed in an extra round compared to Lulu. But then Lulu surfed in an extra heat today compared to Steph, since we kicked things off with quarter 4 this morning, Jesse.
It's a really interesting thing to look at, because Steph obviously has surfed that extra round, has had to overcome women who have taken her down really recently. Katie as well. There's so many comparisons we draw between those two, and she's so inspired by Katie. That was always going to be a matchup that there was a lot of hype around. So Steph just being Steph and keeping her cool all the way through, and Lulu just absolutely charging through her rounds.
What a moment, what a final. Luana Silva will be world #1 heading into Raglan. The first time she'll get to wear the yellow jersey. She's already got the keys to the GWM Tank 300, but she wants her first CT win to happen today. And on the other side, it's Steph Gilmore's home. She's ready to win again. First time she's been in a final since her win back in 2022 in El Salvador, en road to that 8th world title years back. We'll take a quick break. We'll return to the final of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, right after this.
I can't explain it. Queensland's Gold Coast just has it. You don't come here to visit. You come here for the feeling. The feeling when nothing can bother you. Reset. A new beginning. The perfect time to slow down. The speed, the flow, the rush. You don't just come here to visit. You come here to feel like a Gold Coaster. And that's why I keep coming back.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and the action in the finals is intense, but one place where it is laid back is the Stone and Wood Bar, where people are just ripping into a few of these responsibly and enjoying the action out in the water. Before I throw it up to you guys, I just wanted to give you a little bit of an insight into the crowd down here. It is so stoked out, and it's not often you hear the Queen, Steph Gilmore, get out cheered. But believe it or not, the volume when Luana Silva ran down the beach was huge. I think she's really won people over during this Aussie leg, and regardless of who wins this one, the crowd is going to be so stoked, just like I am here.
Cheers, Vano. Well done. He's enjoying his finals day. One of the most diehard surf fans you'll ever get to hang out with is Vaughn Blake. He also goes by Vaughn Deadly when he's in the Goons of Doom. A total rock star. The beach was packed last night. Vano got on stage when the Skeggs played, and Steph was right there. She loves her music. She often jumps on stage with a lot of musicians. Her dad's a surfer and musician as well. I saw him in the water the other day, just still beaming. They got the same type of vibe as we catch up with Luana Silva's carving work, getting this wave to really grow into a nice little double up wall here, Flick.
Yeah, well, we heard some screams during the break, and I was really wondering what Luana got done. And look, she goes pretty ham on the inside there. Massive closeout turn. So, look, she sticks that one. She's going to put the pressure back on Steph.
Well done for Luana Silva, the only surfer that made the final that's not on a surfboard shaped by Darren Hanley. Luana Silva, part of the Sharp Eye program with Marcio Zuvi, who's here on hand, along with team manager Yufu Penrose and another shaper named Taylor Clark. Nice connection there off the lip, looking loose and flowy. Luana Silva comes out of her second turn. Third out in front, regaining her pace off the bottom and drives all the way through a down carve. Great rails from Lulu. Lights up another section, but loses the transition. Lulu falling when she was doing everything right through a series of turns, and there's the team captain of Sharp Eye. Felipe Toledo almost just fell over when Luana fell. It's like that whole support crew, they're surfing with you on land, and he felt that fall. Gilmore crawls into this one. Beautiful lines again. Another nice float just to cover some ground, and then leans into it a bit. Driving into that section off the top, being coached by Jake the Snake Patterson. He's already making some notes, putting up a couple of emotional facial expressions through every single turn. Snake is just such a diehard surf fan as well. Great career when he was on tour, winning events like the Pipe Masters, Sunset Beach, and Jeffreys Bay. And just been one of the great super coaches for a long time now. Steph Gilmore had that early start, 7.83. She's still keeping that one. But then Lulu got a 7 on her previous wave, both waiting for scores now, Jesse.
Lulu, I believe, gets the 6.51. There was some really good surfing. Although there was a fall at the end, there were some really big turns to be had out the back there. Let's think back to that 8.5 that she had earlier in the day. That was with a fall at the end. So she's getting rewarded for going up and vertical into the lip. It's definitely stronger than what we saw in that 5.17. And then Steph just putting together some really beautiful turns. As well, just to mention, this was under priority. So Steph looked at this wave and arguably has a better shape than the one that Steph went. Massive first turn. Then kind of went with the motions through that second one. That third swoop, you could see she had some real aggression. Took some time to really push hard through this carve here for Luana Silva. If she had got the finish here, it could have gone better than that 7-point ride. And then the goat here, Flick, it's just so easy to watch.
Yeah, it's really beautiful surfing from both of these women. The 1-2, the exchange, it's epic for the women's final. I think, look, in watching this, Steph's trying to improve on a 5.67, right? I mean, she completes this, like, I think she's improving, but then you think back to Luana's last wave, I think if she finishes that, I mean, I just reflect on the whole, you know, entirety of the women's event and what the judges have really been asking of the women, and that's they want to see you go up into the lip, right? Like, I feel like they've crucified people for going out onto the face for those carving maneuvers. A couple of big belts like that from Luana, to your point, Jesse, we saw it earlier, it went excellent. I feel like the scores there, I really appreciate those couple of turns. And then obviously Steph, just with that fluidity, you got to be thinking she's going to improve too. So it's going to be close here.
Luana Silva in back-to-back finals. What a statement she's made. She said it was crushing to run out of time in the final at Margaret River. She had the lead. The score came in about a second before the horn went off, and she didn't even have a chance to maybe answer back. As I think for her, she felt like she didn't lose. She just ran out of time. She was feeling that good with her surfing. Numbers in for Lulu like you thought, JJ. 6.8 and the lead. Waiting for last is Steph. She needs a 5.97. She gets it easily, a 7.13. Gilmore right back out in front.
They were both going to improve their situation, so now we really do have a heat on our hands. The situation is building here. Steph locks in that 7.13. It applies pressure back to Luana Silva. And Darren, it was funny, I was chatting to Darren before this event started, and he made Steph this whole batch of new boards, these 5.10s. He goes, they're beautiful, Jess. They're the most beautiful boards. And Steph went back to her garage and found a couple of 5.9s. And that's what she's on right now. And just in GOAT fashion, she's on the Old Faithfuls.
That's so great. I love that. Darren just so well prepared for all of his athletes. Gives them so much attention, whatever they need, but especially Steph Gilmore. Working with Mick Fanning and Steph for so many world title campaigns, so many event wins right at Snapper Rocks, which is Darren's local as well. And the beach is just booming. You can hear the beach announcers just so clearly. Chris Enever, Chris Binns, enjoying just the energy of the crowd, really responding to them. They're doing live interviews after every heat and really keeping this crowd engaged.
Oh, it's a massive crowd too. I mean, look, the scenes we've seen this whole week have been incredible. And check that out. Check how many heads there are. It's amazing. I'm like, if you're a surf fan today, you're absolutely winning. You've won the last 4 days, really. We've been so blessed with the forecast. And I mean, it's a sea of people down there, and it's incredible. You know, really, because there's so much, like, there's quite a lot of sand at the moment. It's actually, especially on low tide, there's quite a lot of room for people to fill in. It's pretty incredible. It's such an amphitheatre at the moment.
And that's also not accounting for the people in the Stone and Wood Bar, the people in the Bonsoy area, the people in VIP, all up on the hill. There is tens of thousands of people down here ready to watch pro surfing.
Paddling into this one with priority, Luana Silva needs a 7.96, so basically 8s or lates. Belts that section. Really good start for Lulu. Feeling her way through the second point as it bottoms out. Threw off the rest of the pace of the wave, but Steph's gonna answer a timeless carve. Drives through the pocket again. She's got her rhythm, vertical transition. Out in front, just lays into the open face. Inside section, she puts it away. The Queen is using all of her powers on her home break today on a public holiday in Queensland. DHD is trembling. High-fiving Jake the Snake Patterson. Hampo, it is a pack house in there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Steph's saving the best till last, isn't she? It's true Queen status, just improvement with every heat that she's surfed in. That's going excellent. There's not a doubt in my brain. That was incredible surfing. You could see just, you know, Coach's Corner absolutely erupting with Jake there, just losing the plot for good reason.
Amazing. Let's send it to Vaughn with Felipe Toledo.
Thanks so much, Joey. Philippe, first of all, congratulations on an amazing event, mate. You're a nuclear weapon. You just set us off so heavily. But I want to talk to you about Luana quickly. You know, she's #1 in the world. She's just so gritty. She's turned the dial big time on her surfing this year. What has changed for her?
Yeah, I think she's just growing. She's improving. She's working on her surfing. She's working outside of surfing too as well. You know, just her mentality. We can see she's growing. She's evolving in every event. back-to-back finals. #1 in the world right now, yellow jersey, won a car, everything's going on for her, you know? So, yeah, she's definitely on a good row, and we're all stoked for her.
Thanks so much, mate. Appreciate your time.
Let's go.
Great words from a two-time world champ, semi-finalist at this event, Felipe Toledo, who put together one of the best heats of his career in that big match with Gabriel Medina. But the beach just went berserk as Stephanie Gilmore drops a 9.5 on the IC drop down. The judges ate that one up.
That wave made me make an involuntary noise. I went, through the wave. It was just so textbook of Steph Gilmore just to push as hard as she did here. Flicky nailed it. She's getting better every single time she's up and riding. That first turn, just so traditional, so timeless from Steph. Her style, the technique that goes into these bottom turns, straight up, flaring again through a big layback, and then we came through this inside. She finished it. It had to go excellent. It was easily the best wave we've seen from a woman this entire event. This next carve here, this is when I hurt all your ears and accidentally did an involuntary noise, but look how hard she pushes. She puts that back arm in the water, gets that tail up and into the lip line, and just starts driving her way through. And fair enough that Snake and Darren were losing it, because we were losing it in the booth too. Such a well-served wave. And there's nothing like Steph Gilmore and Snapper Rocks. It really is the perfect combination.
Rolling in again after the 9.5. Steph Gilmore is starting to let go and have some fun. You could just see it a mile away. When she starts soul arching and playing games out there, she knows she's got the surfing world wrapped around her finger like she has for so many years. Lulu now trying to stay engaged even though she's in a severe combination. Maybe putting a little bit of that fury onto the open face. A couple of serious cars, but she'll run out of room. Lulu surfing so well, a 7 and a 6.8. Adding more fire and flair to the Brazilian Storm story, representing on the women's side while Tatiana Weston Webb takes a break from the tour. Can't wait to see her back. But definitely the best start of Lulu's career, and probably an interesting feeling as Steph is her all-time hero, looking at a crowd that she'd only dream of surfing in front of. But it's real life. Connor firing up this crowd even more. O'Leary has Ethan Ewing coming up next. That was powerful.
Connor obviously represents Japan, but he grew up in Australia, so he has this fan base here that would be just as big as Ethan Ewing. So this is a really big matchup. The beach is going to go crazy, and Steph, she's going again here.
She's just feeling it. She's having a ball. She can do whatever she wants right now. This is her home. She's the queen, undisputed queen of the world titles, but also of her home break at Snapper. First win in 2005. Here we are in 2026. I mean, this is an easy comparison to our other GOAT, Kelly Slater, who's good friends with Steph as we follow this movie here in the GWM recap of the final. Steph still keeping her start of a 7.83 flick.
Yeah, she got off to a flying start. I can't reiterate it enough. With every time Steph has stood up on the board during this event, she has gotten better and better. She's posting bigger heat scores, bigger numbers. Lulu's fought back though. I mean, she's dropped a 7 and she's backed it up with a 6.8. I feel, you know, she's just kind of been lacking a wave that sort of stood up on that first initial section where she's been able to go straight up into the lip. She's doing beautiful surfing. I mean, she looks so strong, so powerful. It's just a couple of really, I feel like it's just come down to a couple of turns. I mean, that was a beautiful finish, but it's really come down to that first initial section and not really being able to tee off. I mean, let's just watch this thing again. This is the 9.5. This is one of the best waves ridden by, you know, a female in this event. It's incredible to watch. It really is poetry in motion when you're watching Stephanie Gilmore surf. It's so creative. It's so beautiful. Like, I want to surf like Steph, man. It's so awesome.
Same. Steph Gilmore this was always going to be really hard for Lulu to try and overcome Steph at her home break, where she's already won 6 titles. The only person to have done it in a final in history is Carissa Moore. There's a minute to go here. It's a 17.33 combination that Lulu's in. And Steph proving to the world for yet another time in her career that she really is the GOAT.
Luana Silva, world #1, heading into Raglan and taking the keys to the GWM Tank 300, has made a huge impact at the start of this season. Enjoying Snapper Rocks, being pushed in different heats, getting past Lakey in the quarters, looking incredibly strong against Sawyer Lindblad, and surfing through an extra heat today, putting a lot of energy into this final with one of her heroes. And Steph now just 30 seconds away. I mean, we were talking about how hard it is to take 2 years off, to come back, and there's new narratives that have been running away with progression and the story without you. And then to come into Bells and get taken out in the first round, going to Margaret River, taken out again. It's just probably moments of going, am I really doing this? And then you come home and everything comes into place. And you take everyone down from round 1 all the way back to the final. Stephanie Gilmore has done it again. She is your champion of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, the undisputed queen of surfing.
You can't help but smile. Steph Gilmore just won her 7th title here on the Gold Coast. Just when we thought the story was over, she took some time off. There was 2 years without the GOAT. She's come back. We're 3 events in, and she's already got another win to her name. It is incredible what she's done in her career, and what an honor to see her come out of retirement in a way that she has here.
It just reminds me so much of Kelly when he won Pipe, you know, when those wins are fewer and far between, and you've taken breaks, and you come back, and there's new people testing you. And she's able to do it again. She won in 2005 out here, 09, 2010, 12, 14, 2017. I mean, winning was really normal for her. And after 4 years have gone by, she's back on top of the world. Well done, Steph Gilmore. A huge win once again at Snapper Rocks.
Come back here, Steph.
Riding an Old Faithful. And got a 9.5, really peaking at the right time. And the crowd got what they wanted today here on a holiday. We'll send it to Kaipo.
And still the GOAT, Steph Gilmore, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro champ. Tell me about it.
Oh my goodness, I feel like I just, I started so bad, but I just kept getting a rhythm, building house, and I've just had so much fun this whole event. I can't believe it. That was so sick. Luana's on fire. She's in the yellow jersey. I was like, this is probably going to be the toughest heat. So she's been choosing the best waves the whole contest. So I just thought, if I can just choose the good ones, take those ones off her, then I should be able to do it.
9.5 in the final. You got a couple years off tour. How good is it to come back on tour and win one?
I really didn't think I was going to win a comp this year. Like I'm trying to be positive, but I was also like, the girls are just at a whole new level, and it's epic. This is what I wanted. I wanted to push myself. I wanted to feel that feeling like, can you do it? And then, ask yourself those questions and then just put your head down and try and do it. So really, I'm so stoked. And to do it here in Snapper, look at that crowd. Are you kidding?
Yeah, Snapper, 7 titles here. You're still the queen of Snapper.
Thanks, guys. That was unreal.
Enjoy this. We'll see you at the beach.
Thanks, Kaipo. Woohoo! Stoked.
Stephanie Gilmore soaking it all in front of an enormous crowd here on her home break where it started it all. Ditching school to win in 2005. And over 20 years later, she's back with another huge championship tour event win, breaking her own record. Now up to 34 wins, #1 on the all-time win list. #2 is Carissa at 28, so she got a little more room in that #1 position over her longtime rival. And Luana Silva stepping up again, wearing the #1 jersey into Raglan. What a year, kicking off in such a solid way, Flick.
It's amazing. I think that whole, the younger generation. I just feel like the younger generation be the vets. That storyline, I mean, it'll never get old, but at the same time, Steph's just proved, you know, all the younger grommies, hey, I'm still here. I'm here to stay. Steph is back, and she's back with a force. This is, I mean, look at the swarm of the crowd right now. She is going to be absolutely mobbed. All her best mates down there. I saw Harry, I saw Snake.
The Sinker girls.
And they are just going to float down the current with her. I think there's a Macy Callahan in there. Soaking wet Laura Eniver. And just hundreds of fans that have been watching Steph throughout her entire career. And somehow, some way, through the crowd, the chair begins. DH and Harry getting it done.
No way. That's so cool.
Just perfect sand. The whole stretch of the Super Bank. It really did feel like it was saving something for us, didn't it?
It saved the best till last, Joey. It really did.
This might be one of the most memorable chairs of Steph Gilmore's career. She makes it 34 championship tour wins and her first win in several seasons after coming off a big break from competition. Coming up next, Ethan Ewing takes on Connor O'Leary in the final of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We'll be right back.
I'm not seeking most perfect wave or the most high performance stuff. I'm seeking the present, that moment that's right in front of you.
I come back to why I love surfing, and that is just loving the ocean.
It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears.
I think I have the best job in the world. If I want to keep doing this, I have to keep my body healthy. I have to keep my mind healthy. I think trying not to think about too many things at once. And by doing, that takes me out of my head and into my body.
Progress happens when you're challenged. That's what makes it fun for me, is the excitement of like working on something or trying to get better.
The quiet time is really meaningful, and the quiet time actually helps you recharge.
It's not about being perfect. It's about getting better bit by bit.
When I was younger, I thought if I can get paid to continually trying to get better and surf, wouldn't that be the coolest thing in the world?
You're watching Finals Day at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Steph Gilmore, the queen, has just broken her own record and taken out a 34th Championship Tour win and her 7th here at Snapper Rocks. Now it's time for the men's final. Joe Turpel alongside a man who's competed in 100 and something CT events. Richie Lovett, the Rubberman. Let's go. Connor versus Ethan Ewing. Ethan, the Queenslander. Connor living just down the road in Lennox Head, but also has Japan on his side. Let's go.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible matchup. One for the Aussies, the two Australians making the final, coming through. They've been standout through the draw. Ethan has just, we've all been waiting for it. We've been waiting for him to make the final of the event this year. And it's happened on a right-hand point break, tailor-made to his style of surfing. But then you look at Connor O'Leary, he's brought this backhand approach that I'm going to say we've never seen at this place before. He's bringing a new level of power and just mastery on the backhand. So this is going to be an incredible matchup. Forehand versus backhand, 40 minutes on the clock. We've already wasted about 5 minutes already, but we're ready to get this thing underway.
Here we go. During the break, we did see Connor get started, Rick.
Yeah, Connor from deep. Just a tricky wave to surf here. Lots of foam on the face, and it stretches out in front of him.
3.5 on that one. Then Ethan opened up.
Yeah, so E-Dog, just a big, ferocious forehand hook off the top. And again, like Connor's wave, a little bit of foam, a little bit of downtime here. Just waiting for the wave to build up again. And this is what this wave does. It stands up again, it starts to grow, really bowling out, the tide moving in now. These longer walls are going to offer a perfect canvas for these guys. And Ethan just blowing the tail on that last maneuver, not quite sticking it.
Connor O'Leary also getting involved on a second scoring opportunity here. Whipping that one right in the pocket, Rick.
Yeah, there's that backhand vertical attack that we've seen all day long, all week long. And Connor, so these guys just really starting to settle in to this final now, and that's a big thud on the backhand to finish off.
Ethan can't sit still, had the 6.0 on his previous wave. Here he goes again.
Oh gosh, it reminds me honestly of an F1 car just zipping around the track here. He just slams that little lip line there, quick check snap, deep bottom turn, little lip drift down the line. That one jammed with a bit more angle. Another projection floater down the line, so great variety. Little hack to spin. And gets the closeout hit to put the exclamation mark on that wave. So the boys are starting to build now. The scores will start to improve.
Kaipo, these guys are already very active to start this final.
Love it, Joe. Just fireworks right from the beginning. That's what we want to see. That's what we're getting right now. Connor, like you guys said, this is some of the finest backhand surfing we've seen out here. Gosh, since guys like Owen Wright. Yeah, I mean, but even almost maybe another level. And then Ethan, he's just been a crowd favorite. He's been our favorite just with that clean rail surfing. It's all coming down here, and it's really, really entertaining to watch. And it's nice that we got it started right away. We still got 32 minutes more of enjoyment in this men's final.
That's right, Kaipo. Yeah, so 40 minutes on the clock for these finals. But same rules, top two scoring ride. So you could lean into Ethan's game and kind of sit tight and just really try to pick the gems. Or you could try to get mobile. Ethan's been a bit more active than normal on today's game because of the little chatter on the face, trying to identify the good ones. He got a crazy one in the All-Queensland matchup with Liam O'Brien in the previous round. That was a showstopper, with especially for the fans that came down to support those two.
Absolutely. We've been talking about that point break pedigree. Liam O'Brien, geez, he has put on a show through this event. Great to see him finally getting the results that his style of surfing deserves. And we hope that he kind of continues on in this manner through the back half of 26 and past the Aussie leg. But Ethan Ewing, just a masterful performance in the semi-final, getting that 9-point ride in the final moments.
Both these guys have a bit in common, coming from really great surfing families. Connor's mom, very competitive from Japan, competed for a very long time. And Connor actually remembers going to Stradbroke Island, where Ethan's from, and there was a comp up there. And he remembers just being young, and Connor's dad was caddying for his mom, and she was doing a runaround. He just remembered it was absolutely pumping at cylinders, and it just made such a big impression on him. And then the story as well with Ethan, his entire family, including his mother, who won bells 40 years before he did. And she passed away when he was really young, and he just kept that bell right by his bedside. And he was able to get his own bell to put with hers. That was one of those crazy finals with Ryan Callanan, where you knew there was so much backing Ethan's performance that day.
Yeah, you feel like his style of surfing is made for those long walls at Bells Beach, and then also, you know, up here on the Queensland points. You know, his style of surfing on the forehand, it's revered, it's copied by people. You know, young grommets around the world trying to emulate the way he surfs. You were talking about earlier today, Joey, the economy of his body movement is just so efficient. All the movements of the arms, the legs, the compression, everything happens in unison, in sync. And as a result, he is one of the most stylish surfers on the planet.
For Ethan, it would just be so fitting to get this one. He said it means so much to him. The amount of friends that have come down to support him, and they did that at Burley last year, and he was knocked out early. He was devastated not to put on a show for them. But it would make sense for him to have a bell, which he does, J-Bay, which he does, and then a title here on the great rights of the tour.
Yeah, he actually acknowledges, or acknowledged in that last post-hit interview, that sometimes it might seem like he's not 100% invested, but just because he is so calm and relaxed on land and sometimes quiet. But mate, this guy has the fire in his belly. Make no mistake, and it's actually quite remarkable that he doesn't have more CT victories. So perhaps today he'll get his third.
He came back from a back injury, fought in the final 5 at Lower Trestles, and put on one of the craziest displays of power surfing and rail work that I think the world had ever seen at that venue, and came runner-up in the world to Toledo. Popping in the screen, Connor O'Leary sneaks up on us as he throws down a carve. O'Leary driving off the bottom, look out, lip line. He's on a roll again, stabbing it through that section. Back up into the foam to float it. Quickly in transition and keeping his board above water. I didn't know you were allowed to be that fast with that size, but that package together puts fear in your opponent's eyes.
Yeah, it's surprising, isn't it? 6'2". And 94 kilograms of pure muscle and power. And he's powering up on this DHD Juliet model, 6'2", 19 1/4, 2 11/16, 33 litres. So almost getting up around that literage that we like to surf on, Joey, but we're not as big as this man here, and we definitely don't have the power. And just watch him here on the backhand. There's that audible thud when he hits the lip. And again, if I'm hypercritical, a touch late on the third hit. And then he does some great work down the line, gets to that finish nice and smooth. The water angle, and you'll be able to see this deep bottom turn coming into play here. And watch this inside arm as he does this bottom turn. It actually caresses the wave face, and he almost pivots around that as he's doing his bottom turn. That sharp directional pivot change up the top of the wave. Textbook power surfing on the backhand, Connor O'Leary.
Connor O'Leary digging deep, challenging Ethan Ewing in this one. He was on the wrong side of that groundbreaking heated bells where Ethan changed the game.
Olha esse momento, eu falando inglês muito louca. Luana, she was talking about you. So
I was saying, I'm so proud of you. Like I was saying, everything you've surfed, every wave you surf, you're getting better and better and stronger. And your wave selection's been on point this whole event. So I was like, oh no, like I got to take the best waves off it, but I can't.
That is just electricity and emotion, and Lulu has so much respect for Steph, and then coming back the other way, to Lulu from Gilmore, and they had the heat together at Bells. But this is a final that even Steph won't ever forget. She's been in so many of them, 51 finals at the CT level, and she knows Lulu's just getting started. She knows Lulu is #1 in the world. So that was just a great moment to see the two different generations having a moment there.
Fairy tale finish, really, for Stephanie Gilmore and the Queensland crew. You know, who would have thought? Just Steph, she wasn't, you know, she said it herself, she was had heat rust, had body rust. Everything was sort of feeling a little stiff, and she just got rid of the rust and got the win. Here we go. This is live action at Eth.
Ethan's so good at that little vert climb. He could just punch it out, then sinks on the reverse. He does have an 8.33 already. Once he felt the excellent range scale, he just keeps touching it heat after heat. In his first final of the season, Connor O'Leary's previous, a 7.67. An all DHD final. It's an all DHD sweep here at Snapper Rocks. Darren is with Jesse.
Thanks, Joe. DH, this feels like a proud dad moment for you. No matter what happens in the final, it's a clean sweep for DHD here. And I hear it's Team Juliet.
Team Juliet, yeah, it's been an amazing day. And to come down and sit on this deck and watch it all day, and then I went to the beach for the first time with that crowd to carry her up, and I have never seen anything like it. The passionate crowd, to see Steph, 21 years since she won here, I think someone told me or something. No, since she started. It was incredible to watch, and there was a sea of people, and I'm just so over the moon. Yeah, so stoked for her.
How's these young shoulders going? That was a long chair up through that crowd.
That chair was easy because Harry's so tall, he had all the weight, and I got to experience it. That's why I could see everyone, I could see their face, I could see the emotion. I could actually high-five Steph halfway through the chair. And, you know, the emotions of Steph at the end, it was so incredible. So stoked for her, so stoked for the locals. You know, so stoked that I'm going to get 2 wins this weekend. It's fantastic.
So stoked because I'm about to order a Juliet. Thanks, guys.
I think a lot of people around the world are calling up DHD. Congratulations. One of the best craftsmen in the world. He has a lot of respect from his peers that build boards. You can see DHD in the mix. And Steph's boyfriend, Harry, he's on the tall side. Doing all the work. I don't think any of them felt a thing through that, though. Just pure joy.
Oh, my goodness.
DH doing play-by-play on the moments through the crowd with Jesse there.
Joe, I've been competing in events here since I was a junior, and I don't think I've ever seen a crowd like this. At every level, even at the CT level. This is extraordinary scenes down here. Public holiday in Queensland, and we synced it up perfectly with the waves. This is amazing pictures.
And we've had an update on the surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by Vair. Remember, Channel Islands swept Margaret River. Well, they've dropped to 3rd. And with DHD sweeping Snapper Rocks, they have now taken the lead. We've had a lead change at every event so far this season. Rich, game on.
Really, really cool. DH dominating the finals today. The Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by Vair. This is going to be interesting to watch this unfold. And I've got to tell you, one of the highlights of my week was actually hosting the Shaper Night the other day. There's some really friendly rivalry. It got a little spicy that night too.
It certainly did, as we see Ethan up and out. Just update on the X's and O's right now. Ethan without priority, 8.33 as his high mark. Connor 7.67. Connor priority needs a 6.67 for the lead. It is wide open. Remember, 40 minutes final, so almost at the halfway mark at the moment. But it's almost like just a gathering of a tribe here on the Gold Coast. That night was special, hearing from the Shapers, which we've been given a bigger platform these days, you know, and not just through the WSL, but through Stab Magazine. And then when you hear these guys talk and you hear how competitive they are, sometimes they pretend they're not. But at the same time, they've even influenced each other in serious ways. We find out that, you know, Darren Hanley and JS actually worked together. You would surf together all the time before it became competitive, like master and apprentice style. You hear about Paizel's story of, you know, growing up with Britt Merrick in Santa Barbara and then learning everything from Jeff Bushman and beyond. It's like these guys have all interacted for so many years. Matt Biolis actually meeting Johnny Cabianca, and Johnny saying how much Matt pushed him to be perfect. Now they're competing in this arena, but they have to thank each other for their contributions because they all rise together.
100%, and even a lot of these guys, what they do is they manufacture boards in each other's factories as well. I know, you know, DH was getting some work done over at the Lost factory. I know the Matt was getting some stuff done over at the Pukas crew in Europe. So they do share resources, and it's competition. You know, Medina wouldn't be Medina without Felipe, and Kelly wouldn't be Kelly without Andy. You need competition, and it pushes you. And these guys are at the very, very elite level.
Well, let's split this final in half. So the first half of this final, so far, the fat boy ride of the heat is this 833 from Ethan Ewing.
Okay, so Eth with that little compact style, very tight off the bottom, which brings him into these big open face calves. The face here, he just connects with that lip. So far, it's been a somewhat tricky wave to ride, but he stitched it together beautifully. Little lip glide floater. That jam there, Joe, for me, was probably the standout moment of this entire wave. Great variety, a little snap to slide, excuse me, and then the closeout re-entry. So great flavors through that whole entire ride. And we'll have a look at the slow-mo here. Just look at the technique, bringing the arms across the chest. And that the lower body follows. Watch how compact and tight the arm movement is off the bottom. There's that back arm pendulum movement. Again, brings it across the chest. Brings the power of that rail line through the turn.
Ethan Ewing became a world junior champion in a final over Griffin Colapinto, qualified for the tour quickly. The whole global surfing world was so excited. Threw down a big 9 to start things off at the season opener, which was Snapper at the time, and then didn't back it up and was out of the event. You're going, we don't get to see him surf. And then he moved on to the next events, continued to struggle. The first round loss back then, or second round, because there's non-elimination, was a 25th at the time. And he just had a ton of those in a row. And the world was heartbroken because he fell off tour and had to go back to the drawing board, work out some things. And similar to the stories of greats like Andy Iron, sometimes falling off is the best thing for you. Worked out everything, has already accomplished a lot. An Olympian representing Australia over at Te Ahupoo, finishing runner-up in the world, but his goal now, winning more events. And the storyline coming into Dawn Patrol for this event, Rick, was what's going on with the world title campaign for Ethan Ewing?
Yeah, well, it's right back on track now as we see Connor O'Leary showing some interest.
Connor drawing off the bottom, little touch there with the top of the wave. Just all set up turns so far for the goof. And he ends up just getting out of there, winning at J-Bay last year. He got a standing ovation from his peers. Every single competitor on tour has time for Connor O'Leary just because of an easygoing personality, always ready to laugh. Proud father these days. Rummy standing by with his jersey on. It's so cool. Steph Single was her maiden name. She ripped and competed in the amateur series. His wife is just his #1 supporter and absolutely shreds when she gets back out in the ocean as we have 17:25 to go remaining in the final, the last heat of what's been one of the greatest events we can remember. Ewing so far out in front, Connor chasing a 6.67. We'll be right back. Always a great time on the Gold Coast. Our favorite part, world-class waves. We're going to roll right in with Ethan Ewing. There's that real clean carve that he loves, ripping into the open face. The wall's starting to grow for Ewing. Nice snap and pace. There's that rhythm and tempo. He's just rushing that section to get to the float. Gets out in front, chips it quickly as it starts to fold underneath him, and then lays it back off the lip line. Glassy moment there for Ethan to earn, and he shuts it down, making that look so easy. Running through sections that change shape, would get full. He prepared for the double ups really well, and he lined up a nice easy connection with the Red Bull ski. 14:10 now on the clock, standing by for scores for Ewing to see if he can improve on his 6.0.
Yeah, I think he will, Joe, and he needs a 6.67 to take the lead. Like both these guys have a healthy scoreline here. It's just that they've set our expectations so high that we're expecting 8s and 9s from these guys. Ethan with the single 8-point ride so far of the final, still just under 14 minutes on the clock. Feels like the wind's just settling slightly for these final minutes of the final. But Ethan Ewing looking really, really good, man. This guy, we've spoken about just his style so much. It is just so fluid. It almost feels like Mercury, how it moves, you know, just so graceful.
Ethan Ewing just thinking about what his next move will be. Battling with Connor O'Leary hasn't been easy for him in his career. This was his last wave.
Oh, I love this swoop to slide to start things off. Gets nice and low. Another tight little arc with the rebound. Perfectly timed. Cut down the line. Really hits the accelerator here. Toys with the barrel. Up and over the roof, projecting down the line again. The wave slows up, but he gets a little tap off the lip. And then watch that directional cut. Just fillets the wave in two with a beautiful little hammer on the inside.
Scores come in for Ethan Ewing at a 5.5, and then Connor was able to use priority for this wave.
So here's the fight back from Connor O'Leary. A little bit of downtime, extended bottom turn. Open face swoop and then out, Joe. So potentially an error there from Connor O'Leary, just taking that wave, nothing really happening down the line. And now Ethan with priority, and still a number to drop in.
So first half of this 40-minute final, Ethan got an 8, Connor got his 7. And now Connor up and out. Ethan controlling priority to manage the sets, which he does so well. And we'll see at the space in the lineup if Connor decides to take a lower position to see if he can get some of those running walls. That's been effective for him in the past.
Yeah, definitely. I think he still needs to stay relatively close to him just to try and push him out of priority, but looks like he might be looking at a grower down the line here.
Goes for a nice tight snap and whips it quickly in the pocket, drawing even harder into the third move. All fins hanging out to dry. Look how low this guy can go. And that's his secret weapon. He just coils up and could just smash that lip to pieces. Dog, Leo in his corner. Not running away with that one. Ramsey as well. Working with Richard Dog Marsh. The battle with Leo was just intense. Leo once again brings out the best in his opponents. He has a giant average heat total, Leo does. And you know, he hasn't won an event yet because he just brings the best out of his competitors, man. But he is so important to that crew. You know, just a smart, competitive mind, dedicated to his craft. And he pushes Connor every time they surf together.
Yeah, for sure. It's a pretty formidable crew there that Dog's established. Dog pound. Saw Ramsey book him there, along with Leo. He's worked with a number of surfers over the years. Looks like, here we go, Connor halfway down the point.
Connor O'Leary looking for some improvement. These guys haven't changed their top two in a few waves now, and that's going to stay the same. So they're hoping for just something to open up. It's been clamping on them down the stretch.
Maybe a repositioning maneuver here, Joe, just trying to conserve a bit of energy for Connor. He'll jump on the back of the ski, reset. Maybe just take a moment as you're riding on the ski just to reiterate what's happening now. Plan B, plan C. Okay, just settle down. Let's just try and wrestle priority back off Ethan Ewing. Let's get on a good wave and try and get up into that excellent range again.
Let's check in with Kaipo.
Hey, yeah, Joe, I just wanted to talk about, what I'm seeing from Connor O'Leary right now under priority. Just needs a little bit over, right, a mid-range score, so just chipping away. He had that one that kind of got short on him. He got caught behind a little bit. Found another inside one over here. Now he's going to help on the Red Bull jet ski, get deposited back up on the top. And I just feel that he's just going to have to keep on swinging at it right now to try to get that score. He's got a little under 10 minutes to do so, so I like that he's staying busy.
Kaipo, how's the fatigue looking? You've probably got a fairly close look at Connor. I mean, these guys have been so active through the day. Is he turning over the shoulders as fast at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the serpent of Connor, I mean, and coiled up. It's incredible, just the leverage that he has and how low and how fast he's able to return and have multiple trips to the lip. So that's really impressive. And then, on Ethan's side, I just think he's just beautiful the way that he's reading the waves and the patience and just the grace in which he's surfing. So again, great surfing by both surfers.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, they're keepers in the first half of this 40-minute final. And their last few waves haven't changed anything. Connor's ridden 5 waves since his 767 that he got. Ethan Ewing, typically very efficient with his wave count, has now caught 4 extra waves without improvement. Now with 8:25 to go, you think about what Connor's been through, Rick. I mean, getting that crazy battle with his sparring partner and good friend, Leo Fioravanti, that was huge. But then to have maybe the favorite to win the whole thing, Felipe Toledo, had to bring it all in that one. And then to go into a 40-minute final to follow, the mental energy he had to use throughout the day today is severe.
Yeah, the physical fatigue must be starting to creep in now. He's got 8 minutes to hang on. He'll need to find a little injection of adrenaline and energy because he needs to hunt down that 667. And Joe, I get the feeling that the six-point ride as the backup for Ethan Ewing, he's going to dispose of that pretty soon.
Connor O'Leary trying to get Japan on the board for a title here on the Gold Coast. Ethan Ewing trying to keep it in Australia. GWM recap of a 40-minute final. We saw Ethan Ewing doing those timeless little sweeps on the open face, spending so much time in his in this lineup throughout his career. Opened up with a 6.0, went right into an 8.33.
Incredible stuff. Power, precision, and poise. All the P's on show here with Ethan Ewing. His fast action wrap, and then he's got so many different variations of it. Kicking the tail out, getting the flare and style. And that was a beautiful open face swoop. He backs it up again with another one. Just utilising that rail so well on the Juliet model DHD clean sweep here this afternoon. And his read on these long walls here at Snapper Rocks, it's flawless.
Such an easy tempo to follow from Ethan Ewing, and then can coil up and spin that board completely right around. So much variety on the open face from Ethan Ewing. Got those scores back-to-back. Connor's keepers actually were back-to-back as well. Both their second and third waves that they've ridden are still their keepers. It just shows you that was the time when the cleanest waves came through, the best quality waves, and they went back and forth at that time of the final. Connor, without priority, chasing a 6.67. And throughout this event, Rick, it's been great to catch up with all the past champs. Felipe Toledo won at Burley last year. Catching up with him and bringing the heat to Snapper Rocks. We had, fun showing from Italo Freire in this event. He won in 2019. That was actually around the corner at Deba when there was a hole in the bank. Wilson, Julian Wilson joined us for the call a couple heats ago. He won in 2018. Owen Wright before that. Matty Wilco. Felipe won in 2015 over Julian. Gabriel Medina started his world title run in 2014. Kelly came in. He won in 2013. And hey, let's throw Taj in there. We hung out with him in the West. He won before that. It's just the legends of the sport still so engaged, with professional surfing, and many of this list and past champions still competing on the tour this season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a who's who of championship tour surfing that have won this event. And back in the day, Joe, a decade or so ago, this used to be the opening event of the season, and more often than not, whoever won this one went on to win the world title, or at least challenge for the world title. It really acted as a springboard into the season. And great to see Ethan Ewing really starting to mount what will be a world title campaign. And Connor O'Leary, he's going to be right up there as well.
Parco champion here. He did the board riders battle with Mick Fanning this morning. Both those guys winning at their local break over the years. Saw Dean Morrison downstairs, hanging out in the VIP area, part of the Cooley kids. Those guys just changed everything here at Snapper Rocks. The only recent past champ I haven't seen from 2004, Mick Lowe, did it for the Goofy Footers back then. Powerful surfer, super hard charging athlete. 4:15 on the clock. Connor may be thinking that one might grow, but can't catch up to it. Situation remains the same because it's time for the Stone and Wood slow-mo of Ethan Ewing.
Always great to do these slow-mos just to check the form, break down the sort of intricate, intimate details of these turns. Ethan, so clutch at these backhand snaps. You can see just how tight he's able to turn off the lip while still carrying all that momentum and speed down the line. Watch the wrap to slide here. Little transfer of weight from front back on the back foot, and he does so well to get that transition and get up to that final maneuver. One of the fittest. Body is just incredibly chiseled at the moment. Looks like an Adonis. Quite intimidating.
Catching up with Darren Hanley over the years, he's always just like, I'm just trying to keep up with Ethan Ewing and how much he's been training the house down. And I'm like, well, what's different about his boards? And it seems like it's just been repetitive the last couple of years. So I'm just trying to find the right amount of volume because he's getting bigger. And then they, you know, kind of get their support crews together and they're going, well, what's too big, you know, for pro surfing? And trying to dial it in where you've got to be flexible. You want to react. You don't want to be too stiff and too bulky. And I think he's just found the perfect build for him where he can do anything he wants on a wave.
Yeah, I think you're right, Joe. You know, and again, sort of go back to asking the grommets who's your favorite surfer, and so many of them say Ethan because it's just he's just got such a great aesthetically pleasing style.
2.5 minutes.
So strong, so powerful.
That's right. 2:30 to go here. Connor needs a 6.67. Interesting moment here. Bottom's dropping out. Ethan's does have priority. He will use it. Can he now turn it into a scoring wave? He is flying a big wall, but he's over it. Doesn't engage with that one, but he did keep Connor off of it.
Wow, another one-wave set. So we've seen through the last 4 days that second wave of the set has probably 80 to 90% of the time being the good-looking wave. It's sort of that first wave tends to wash a little bit of water off the bank, and then that second one stands up better. But in that case, it was just a one-wave set. This tide starting to draw back in, filling up a little bit. 1.5 minutes to go, Joe. I don't want this thing to end.
It's unfair. This whole week has just gone by way too fast, running every single day. We're down to 90 seconds. Connor able to get priority, needs a 6.67 here. Throws the first turn through the white water. And this thing's going sleepy. That's not going to be the one he's been waiting for. Ethan's on the next one. And did he kick out in time to close this one out with cryo? Connor's, meanwhile, he's fishing through the inside. Ethan now just trying to watch the back of this wave as Connor's trying to steal this final in 55 seconds on the clock. Connor laying low. He's hoping for this wall to build. Needs at least a 6.67 here. Nothing much on this wave. He has to step off.
Wow, he was just patiently waiting for the wave to stand up. It didn't do it. Here we go.
40 seconds. Ethan will take this wave. Really fast already. Drives off the bottom. Big arc for Ewing. Carving through this inside pocket. Now knifing the next section. You can start here. People celebrating up at Stradbroke Island. Pops the reverse. He's getting closer. The fans are counting out the clock for him as he's still on his last wave of the final. Ethan Ewing, a champion at Jeffreys Bay, a champion at Bells, a Queenslander. Lets the clock run out. The horn is hard to even hear amongst this huge crowd that's backing Ewing today. We're standing by on some numbers. Connor was chasing a 6.67, but there was nothing to it.
Yeah, he's not going to jump the gun here either. I think Ethan's just waiting for confirmation from the beach announcers.
Just to be sure, well, without any time on the clock, scores locked in for Connor. Ethan Ewing's here and now, the champion of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Ethan Ewing takes the big win at home. His first of the season, his third CT win of his career.
Unbelievable stuff, and what a way to do it here in Queensland, in his home state. Ethan Ewing, local shaper Darren Hanley on hand to watch this go down. He's the double victory, gets the double victory today. It just seems right, doesn't it?
Everything just feels right here on the Gold Coast. Ethan Ewing, Stephanie Gilmore taking the titles here for the locals. Ethan's just in disbelief for his talent. Like we said, it just feels like he'd have a number of CT wins from all over the world. He's always reminding us how talented this tour is, how tough it is to win an event, and now he's already ready to hang with Kaipa Guerrero.
Oh man, you did it. You won the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. How are you feeling?
So good. Just had such a good week down here. Haven't had a win, I think, in like 3 years or something, so. Up against Connor too, he's been just absolutely on fire. He's such a good backhand surfer and competitor. Got all my friends down here and just been such a good week. Had so much fun.
You've won iconic waves, J-Bay, Bells, and now Snapper. How important is a win at Snapper for you?
Yeah, it's been huge. It's been such a big goal of mine because it's like an hour away from home, and I used to be a little kid down here, come down here and watch this event, and yeah, this has been like at the top of the list to win, so unreal. But
big turning point of the year for you?
Of course, yeah. Been chasing a win for a while now, and yeah, hopefully, yeah, world title race would be nice. So.
That's what I want to hear. Congratulations, soak it all in, your champ, Ethan Ewing!
Oh, just starting to sink in for Ethan Ewing. He's in disbelief. A champion here at Snapper Rocks. You'd see how much it means to him. Like he said, it's been a couple of years of just close decisions not going his way. Trying to regroup again from a title race. He missed out on the Final Five last season, which is unthinkable for his abilities. And now, coming into this event, Rick, he was 13th in the world. Now he's moved up to world number 4 heading into Raglan.
Wow, that's a huge jump. And he'll feel good about seeing himself up there, at least in the top 5. It's a pet event for him in terms of, you know, he would have eyed off the schedule at the start of the year and gone, yeah, I need to get a win in Australia on one of these right-hand point breaks. He's done it.
Jumping into a sea of people that includes his friends and family. His older brother's absolutely ripped. He looked up to them, still does his whole life. Curtis is like a goofy foot version of himself. Brody, his dad Bill, somewhere in the sea of people. Already a holiday today here on the Gold Coast. I don't know how it could get any better. Pure cinema. Athletic theater. Ethan Ewing takes out the comp over a good friend of his, Connor O'Leary.
Such a tight pack of crew from up at Stratty. They often travel overseas to help hang out and support him.
Yeah, they made the trip to Lowers when he was in the title race. Stradbroke Island, they're built tough. Gets this one for Australia. The 26th title for Australia on the men's side here at Snapper Rocks. Joins a list of legends, counting titles that happened back in the Stubbies days at Burley Heads, like our friend Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, Michael Peterson. Up to more recent wins like Julian Wilson in 2018. The story's been, who's the next Aussie to bring home a world title? It's been Ethan and Jack's responsibility being the top two for the recent years. But now there's this infectious winning feeling from George Pitar from Margaret River, passing it to Ethan Ewing at stop number 3.
Yeah, really cool to see the Aussies start to wager a bit of a campaign here and put themselves in the world title conversation.
Amazing job.
What's going on?
I'm so excited.
Take it away, Vaughn.
Mate, what a week. Unbelievable week. Probably, well, not probably, this has been one of the all-time surf events, mate. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. You are the champion, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mate, far out. You know, Bells, J-Bay, and now Snapper.
Yeah.
Point breaks, bro. This is destiny fulfilled.
Yeah, for sure. I grew up on these sorts of waves and, yeah, just had a crazy good week. Just with all my mates down here, my dad's down here. It's just been so much fun, and just like the dream week, like straight into it, pumping waves every day, and yeah, all the support's just been unreal. Like, yeah, appreciate it so much. It's been crazy.
A quick word on the final. Some incredible waves to start off with, but you just couldn't nail the door shut, either of you guys.
I know, seriously. Started all right, and then, I was so stressed out. Connor's just been on fire, like scariest freaking backhand. So, yeah, just, I don't know, it was just hard to pick good waves. I don't know if there was any from here, but yeah, he's stressing me out for sure. He's been on fire, so good to get a win over him. He beat me last year in J-Bay when he won, and yeah, he's a good mate of mine. He's, yeah, tough competitor, so it feels good to get over him.
Mate, it's been a little while between wins, and they're so hard to come by on this tour.
Seriously, yeah. I mean, last one was, I think, Bells, so a few years now. It's just tough. I've been grinding away, trying to get them, but everyone's just that good. It's super hard, so just want to keep it rolling now.
We heard you say to Kaipo, you know, the world title tilt is well and truly on. You're up to number 4 in the world, eh?
Yeah, that's huge. Huge for my campaign. Yeah, back to work tomorrow. Fun tonight, though. Let's go.
Oh, best of luck getting back to work with all your mates here, mate. They rip in harder than just about anyone.
Oh, best group of people ever. Owe it to them.
Ethan, mate, congratulations. As I say, that was a commanding performance right the way through this thing. You built and built and built. You are the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro champion. Well done, mate.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Look at that smile. Ethan Ewing on top of the world goes straight to his friends and family that came down from Stratty.
Got it. Got it. Oh, good job.
He just has so much respect for his peers on tour, especially Connor's backhand, the way he put it, Rick, too. The scariest backhand ever. It's, you know, he's putting fear into his opponent's faces, just seeing him hit the lip, and they should be. Connor's got a lot to be proud of today as well.
Yeah, it's been a standout performance for Connor O'Leary. In my opinion, he's sort of rewritten script for how backhand surfing should be approached out here at Snapper Rocks. And an incredible display of surfing through these past 4 days. Ethan Ewing, Steph Gilmore, the champs.
Looking forward to wrapping up what's been one of the greatest events ever here on the Gold Coast of Australia. Join us as the party's starting now on the Stone and Wood Post Show. We'll see you then.
Welcome to the Stone and Wood post show, and what a post show it's going to be. So many highlights from an epic 4 days of competition here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Worthy champion Stephanie Gilmore, the Queen, breaks through for a record 34 CT wins, breaking her own record. The 38-year-old really built nicely through the contest, and she has made a huge charge up the ladder. Ethan Ewing, his 3rd championship tour win, and he's made a huge climb. He's got his title campaign back underway, and have a look at this crowd just capturing the magic down here at Snapper Rocks. And this crowd has been electric through 4 days of epic competition, amazing performances. And we can't wait to look at the highlights here, because there is plenty of them as we get set for the presentation. And it's going to take Joe Topella a while to fight his way through the people down there to the main stage, so that'll give us the opportunity to talk about what we just witnessed over these 4 days. It has been legendary. Ronnie Blakey, joined by Richie Lovett, Jesse Starling, and man, oh man, where do we start? Because I don't know what to start with, because there's that many highlights to break down.
Yeah, it's been an incredible 4 days of competition. One thing's for sure, pro surfing is in a very healthy place right now. I think this event has been one of the highlight events that I've ever been a part of as a commentator. Just some historic performances on the forehand, on the backhand. Incredible to see Eth get the win, and Stephanie, you know, the GOAT, she did it.
Yeah, that was huge. We're going to have a real close look at Steph's run through this event, and to that incredible 34th win, Jesse. But yeah, everyone got what they needed. This crowd, they got a hometown hero, a victory there. The big Brazilian contingent that were down here on the beach cheering saw the best performances of the contest from Felipe Toledo and Sammy Pupo. It was awesome.
It was unreal. This has easily been some of the best days of my life over the last 4 days. I'm actually gutted that it's over so quickly. I'm like, wow, no, let's keep going. Just the atmosphere, the people, the surfing that went down. I obviously didn't get to experience those 90s kind of surf contests where there was heaps of crowd down the beach, and it was that almost festival-like feeling. And I feel like that's exactly what this event was. It was more than an event. It felt like a festival. It was like Coachella in Australia.
It was, yeah. We had the Skegs down here yesterday playing on the main stage, but it was a public holiday here in Queensland as well. And the Queenslanders, they stood up. Yeah, Ethan Ewing, obviously Liam O'Brien making it to the semis as well. But yeah, Ethan Ewing, Rich, let's talk about it. That was huge.
It was just an incredible performance from Ethan Ewing, and it feels fitting that he gets the win here at Snapper Rocks. You just feel like his surfing is just so suited to this style of surfing. You know, Ethan, he had a big run to come through to the final, beating Cowley Vast in the quarters, and then that heat up against Liam O'Brien was one for the ages, was one for Queensland. Both had that point break pedigree, and they really just laid it down. But
let's have a look at the run through the quarters, working with Phil McNamara, Ethan Ewing, Mick Fanning's old coach, and he's a mastermind. He had a good day out here. But Ethan, you know, took a little bit to get going in his very first heat, but once he banked some numbers, you know, you could see the nerves were gone. You know, I think the mental damage that was served out in those first couple of events, he washed that off and really set his mind to taking to these waves and doing his best surfing.
We spoke about it on day one. It was a really rusty start for Ethan by his standards. He really didn't get those results that we were expecting from him. And then bring him to Snapper Rocks, and pumping Snapper Rocks at that, combo it up with Bill McNamara, just his expertise and everything he's learnt with Mick over the years. And Ethan, it just feels really that it was the perfect combo. It was the perfect ending to what had been an incredible week. He found his feet every single time he was up and riding on these waves, and you can see how much it means to him to have his hometown crowd here as well, a lot of his best mates. But some of these rides were beyond incredible. He went excellent so many times in this event, and more than anything, he just looked like he was having fun.
As you said, Rich, really close finish with Liam O'Brien there in the semis. And then he had Connor O'Leary to overcome in the final. And Connor, he's been feeling it, and he took down the toughest opponent in the draw in the semi-finals to earn his place here.
Yeah, he sure did, beating Felipe Toledo in the semi-finals to get the match up with Ethan Ewing in the final. And really, it was a sort of a tale of two halves. The first half is where Ethan really picked up his good rides. He got another a great one right at the end and increased his scoreline. But it was up to Connor to come bouncing back and try and wager a real fight back. And unfortunately, just couldn't find the waves to do it. But Heath was just rock solid, man. He's just been putting this forehand display of surfing. I called it fluid, you know, and just effortless. He moves like water across the water.
So true. Really interesting this heat too, because these guys are kind of meeting in the middle on neutral ground to fight it out for the win here. Connor coming from just up the coast from Lennox Head, and Ethan travelling just south from Stradbroke Island, and man, they just they went mad this week. Really impressive results, and a big bounce back for the Australian contingent, especially on that top side of the draw. They didn't have much to celebrate in the first event. George Pittard's the only surfer at Bells that got to the third round from Australia. So, you know, this has been a big one, and Ethan back up into fourth spot now. Pretty impressive.
Super impressive. And you're so right, Ronnie. There was almost a divide in the crowd. There was so many Lennox crew, even the Cronulla crew coming up, and then so many Stratty supporters down here. But Ethan, you can see, like I mentioned earlier, just having his family down here. He's such a proud uncle as well. So to put on that performance for his nieces and nephews, it obviously meant the world to him.
It did, yeah. 8.33, 6.23. The back half of that, the start of the final had a huge exchange, and the back half of the final, it did get a little slower. We knew that tide was going to have an effect on the conditions, Rich.
Yeah, it did. It got a little tricky towards the end, but anyway, that's the way it rolls out. You know, both the competitors are dealing with the same conditions, and Heath found those waves, but he converted on them. He's been rock solid. He only made a couple little slip-ups this morning, falling off a couple of times. We were like, whoa, what's going to happen here? But he tidied that up real quick, and that road to the final was brilliant.
Ethan has put himself in title contention before, and you know, when you think about him and the fact that his victories have all come on his forehand, you got to be thinking, when he's looking at the tour schedule, he goes, Bells, I'll bank a result there. Margaret's, I'm a pretty good chance at a result. Gold Coast, I've got to capitalise. Bells was a shocker for him. Fell out in his first heat. You know, I think that really hurt him a lot. He steadied the ship somewhat at Margaret's, but a quarterfinal for someone like Ethan, who's kind of got to make up ground now on these rights before he gets to the lefts, where he's probably got a bit more on his hands. He did so well here to convert this into a win.
Yeah, definitely. I said it in the final, you know, he would have been eyeing off the schedule, and Bells and the Gold Coast would have been ones where he gone, okay, first, you know, but it's great to see him get that world title campaign back underway. I actually loved in the post-heat interview that he acknowledged that. You know, he's thinking world title.
Yeah.
At this point, he's not just going, oh, I want to get a win here and there. He's like, I got my world title campaign back on track.
Yeah, we'll see if he can gouge out a result on his backhand over there in New Zealand. But it is time to hand out the trophies. It's going to be a special and emotional presentation. We're going to throw it down to Joe Turpel.
Thanks so much, Ronnie. Hi, everybody. You guys are incredible. Give yourselves a round of applause. How good's pro surfing, huh? Holy smokes. One of the raddest crowds I think we've ever seen down here at Snapper Rocks. That was really amazing. You guys lifted the whole vibe each and every day, running 4 straight days in a row. We absolutely scored. So officially, welcome to the awards presentation for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. This is the 3rd stop on the 2026 Championship Tour. This year, we're selling 50 years of the World Tour. Imagine what's next. You're seeing it all happen right now. This is also the last stop of the GWM Aussie Treble. Yep, we've got 2 Tank 300s to give away today. That elite level at Snapper Rocks, it was a game-changing platform. How about that heat with Gabriel Medina and Felipe Toledo? That changed everything. Unbelievable to see those 2 giants of the sport go head-to-head. And how about DJ Shimmy Disco, Dimity Stoyle, representing all of you guys from the trials. Got barreled, didn't get interference. That's an iconic moment that will forever live as a part of this event. Before I continue, the World Surf League would like to acknowledge that the Gunjambura and Minyangbao people of the Bundjalung Nation, acknowledging them and pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and the future, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations people who join us today in person and also around the world on our broadcast. Thank you so much. Big thank you to Bonsoy, our title partner of the event. and GWM, our presenting partner of this event. And thank you to all of our amazing event partners from Experience Gold Coast, the Queensland government through Tourism and Events Queensland, Yeti, Red Bull, Apple Watch, Surfline, Eero, Flow State, Stone and Wood, Bond University, Hydrolite, BioGland, Boost Mobile, Mophie, Icy, Coastal Real Estate, SNS Group, Fat Boy Bikes, Breitling, Florence, Surfboard Empire, WSL One Ocean, True Surf, Gold Coast Bulletin, Triple M, and CFM. Thank you guys so much. And a big thanks once again to this community. We know you have a world-class wave here. Thanks for letting us hang out on it for the last 4 days straight. It's been absolutely remarkable. And the local board riders as well. You guys put on a show this morning, led by team captains Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson. Thanks, guys. One thing all these people up here have in common is they love pro surfing, pure and simple, and they love you. They put so much hard work in making events like this possible. Let's hear it for Renato Hickel, WSL Vice President of Tours and Competition. Been a part of this game for a very long time. We love your work. Next to him, Andrew Stark, a proud Gold Coaster, living right here. WSL APAC President, man. Love your vision. You were coming with you, man, no matter where you go. Also, Jim Wilson from Bonsoy, CEO and founder, man. Thanks for all your love you put into our sport of surfing. John Warren from Experience Gold Coast, CEO. Thanks for being here and hosting us so well once again. On you, John. Honorable Laura Gerber, she got us fired up at the press conference. Member for Currumbin, Minister for Youth Justice and Victim Support, and Minister for Corrective Services. And she predicted the champions, believe it or not. Thanks so much. Well, this is the third stop of the year, and the second year in a row we've done the GWM Aussie Treble. Second year in a row we're giving away the keys to the GWM Tank 300. You guys have been looking at it every day here on the beach. It's time to hand out those keys. This guy took a break last year, not because he wanted to, but he got hurt. He's the most successful surfer on tour to date that's competing for his 4th world title this season. And he happens to be world #1, your champion of the GWM Aussie Treble, Gabriel Medina. Bada bang. I'm not sure how many cars you have at home, but I know this is means a lot to you, Gabriel, because you're back in your happy place. There's a calmness about your whole vibe right now, man. And to start off this season like that, to win a brand new GWM Tank 300, what does that mean for you?
Oh, it's amazing, and I'll make sure I give you a ride when you come to Brazil, right? I'm just really happy to start the year like this. Putting good results, and just to be back, really, you know. I was not expecting to get a car here, you know, and leading the rankings, but I'll take it. I want to thank all the fans that came support us. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah. I love watching surfing. Today was really fun to watch all the guys going out there, ripping the waves. The girls did amazing. Stephanie, that was incredible. Congratulations. Lulu as well, she did amazing. She's been improving so much. And Connor, goofy proud brother. He did amazing. I love this guy. He surfs so good. And Ethan has been improving so much. He's so gnarly. And I'm just loving watching all these guys ripping, you know, motivate me so much. I want to do even better. So I want to thank all you guys. Thank you.
Gabriel Medina, world #1, and getting the keys to a GWM Tank 300. This young athlete representing Brazil, raised on the island of Oahu, is turning in her best season to date. Your champion of the GWM Aussie Treble. Let's back Luana Silva. Bada bang. Luana Silva, back-to-back finals Very deserving champion. Hold that trophy up, Lulu. Oh, is it really heavy? To start off with this much heat, on fire, back-to-back finals. I know you really, really want to win one, but it's got to feel good to get keys to a brand new ride.
Wow. I don't have a lot of words to say. Just really, really grateful for what I'm living and who I'm living it with. I have an incredible team behind me. I have amazing friends that came all the way from Hawaii to celebrate this with me. My mom came over, Leandra, Dora, all my friends, family at home that's watching, everyone in Brazil too that just cheers me on. It's insane. But yeah, I really, really wanted to win today, but it'll get there. It's in God's plan, and yeah, just following God's plan, and I'm really happy.
Fantastic. Do you like driving in Australia on the other side of the road?
I'm practicing. I think I get the hang of it. I can't drive a manual, so I'm really glad this car is automatic.
With this hybrid technology, you barely need to start for fuel. Congratulations, Luana Silva. You're champion of the GWM Aussie Treble. What a final. What a last 4 days. It's hard to take it all in. This guy represents Cronulla. He represents Lennox. He represents Japan. He represents just being a good human. He represents being Rami's dad. Let's hear it for your runner-up in the final, Connor O'Leary. Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, runner-up. You put the fear in your opponent's eyes, which are all friends with you, by the way. Just the amount of compliments they were giving you in their post-seed interviews of having a lethal backhand. It's got to be really proud when you get a compliment from your peers on this tour.
Yeah, man, you know, to get such a great compliment from Gabe just then, you know, nearly brings a tear to my eye. You know, he's my massive inspiration, and yeah, to represent the Goofs and the Goofy tribe as best as I can is a big goal of mine, especially, you know, surfing the right point. So yeah, no, I was stoked to how I showed up today, and man, this crowd was unbelievable. Thanks so much. Mate, you guys are the ones that were firing me up, and yeah, were, you know, put me to perform my best today. So yeah, thanks so much, and yeah, all gas, no brakes for the rest of the year, baby. Woo!
Let's hear it for Connor O'Leary. Runner-up. Another great final for Connor, moving to Raglan for stop number 4. Well, we just talked to her, and she is living in the best time of her career. Started off swinging at Bells Beach with a quarterfinal and just gone back-to-back runner-up in big events from Margaret River to right here at Snapper Rocks. Let's welcome back Luana Silva. Runner-up with the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. What a beautiful trophy. Lulu, we just had a nice conversation, but there was a post you made on Instagram when you had the heat with Steph back at Bells, and you were like up to Steph's waist. You're just a little grom, and the words you spoke about surfing against someone like Steph were surreal. But now that you got to experience a final with her, share the water with what is a 34th win for a legend of our sport, what does that mean to you?
It's incredible. Again, I have no other words to say. She's been my inspiration since that photo that was taken. I was like 7, 8 years old, and I've been drawing inspiration for her ever since. I've only ever dreamed to share a final with her at Snapper. Someone asked me the other day as well, like, who would you wish to share a final at Snapper? I said Steph Gilmore, obviously. Yeah, it's insane. I'm living a dream come true. I really wish to come on top, but it couldn't have happened any better. Queria agradecer todos os brasileiros que estavam na praia também. It felt like Brazil out here, honestly. I felt like the whole beach was on my side. I loved the support. Adorei a torcida de vocês. Muito, muito obrigada mesmo. And yeah, just another big thanks to Leandro and the job we're doing. If you would have told me a year ago or even at the start of the year that I'd be in #1, it's insane. And to make 2 finals, I wouldn't have ever believed you. So I'm really happy.
Believe it. Your dreams come true. Congratulations. Parabéns.
Obrigada. Obrigada todo mundo.
Luana Silva, what a start. You're world #1, heading to New Zealand. This guy brought a lot of fans with him. He's everyone's favorite surfer. Everyone wishes they could surf like this guy. He won Bells, he won J-Bay, and now he's the champion of Snapper Rocks, Queensland's own Ethan Ewing. Hold that trophy up. There's something about a wave you spend so much time on and all the hard work you've put in, trying new things, calling up Phil Mack, you know, all these new things coming into a campaign. When 2 events went by and everyone's going, what's happening with Ethan's world title campaign? How does it feel now? Winning an event like this for you, so close to home.
Oh, it feels so good. Just winning events is just so hard, man. Like, everyone on tour is just so good. I think I won in 2023, so a few years now, but yeah, all the support's been amazing and just so close to home. It's like, yeah, huge tick off the list.
It's hard to probably name the biggest test you had on finals day. Being in the final with Connor had to mean a lot to you.
For sure, he's been surfing that good, like the best backhand on tour and super dangerous opponent. So yeah, he got me in J-Bay last year, so I knew it was going to be super hard. He's a good mate of mine, so yeah, it's been a dream pretty much.
What are your friends like that came from Stradbroke? How would you describe them?
Oh, they're just wild units. Like, just partying all weekend, but the best support. Like, I wouldn't be able to do it without them. They're best friends ever, so I owe them a lot.
Enjoy this win, man. I know you're at home, and it means a lot. Enjoy every second.
Thanks, Joe.
Ethan Ewing, your champion of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, his 3rd win of his amazing career, and he's right back in the world title race. Well, this queen left the tour for a couple years. She didn't have to come back. She didn't. Her legacy is already defined forever as the GOAT. She represents all of you here on the Gold Coast. She represents Snapper Rocks. She represents this community so well, such an ambassador of the sport, always her big smile. And this comeback didn't start easy. Couple of early losses at the first start of the season, and your queen is officially back. Let's put your hands together for the local hero, your champion of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, Stephanie Gilmore. Let's get your trophy. At the press conference, Laura looked back at Steph and said, bring it home. She did it. That doesn't create pressure for you, but like a long time before the event started. Bring it home, Steph, bring it home. Bring it home. And that fueled your fire. I'm just so impressed with your comeback, Steph. Leaving the tour for 2 years. Even like coming back into the arena, and it wasn't easy at first, and going, all right, I got to show back up. Did you ever dream this was going to come true?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't think I would be able to win an event this year. Like the level of the women's surfing has just excelled at an incredible rate. I watched every event from a distance the last few years, and I always, I had those thoughts like, oh, I don't know if I can do it anymore. But I just, especially if it was ever going to happen, it was here at Snapper Rocks. So the support from everyone, it's my favorite wave in the world, and I just have so much fun out there. Like it's such a joy to compete here. And I think when you're in that space of having fun, it's, things just kind of fall your way. You ditched school, you got permission to leave school to win back in 2005. Now 2026, all these years later. You won so many. You're the most successful surfer of all time, but it almost came easy. I felt like you were years above the rest of the tour for a time. And I think it's fair to say that. But when it doesn't come easy,
when you were saying earlier, man, I got a 7. What do I need to do to get an 8? Then you get a 9.5 in the final. When you're challenged, crazy things happen. What did that feel like?
I'm in a really blessed position, you know, where I've achieved a lot of what I wanted to do in my career. And so when your back's against the wall and you sort of push to go harder and surf better, it's an amazing feeling to have that pressure and to rise to the occasion. And it really brings out the best in you. And so I enjoy those moments a lot. And yeah, that was, I mean, I surfed pretty bad in the start of this event, but I seemed to build house and put in my best few waves in the final, so that's kind of the ultimate time to do it.
And what a run through the next generation. Aaron Brooks, you know, Betty Lulu in the final. It's crazy looking back to a new generation that's firing you up.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I've just to come back and compete with these women who I'm so inspired by how they surf, and the women's tour is just in such great hands, and I'm so stoked to just be a part of it. And yeah, obviously congrats to Luana. She's just becoming a better competitor and a better surfer every single time she goes out there. So it was really cool to share that final with you. And yeah, I just, you know, Ethan and Connor, you guys are epic. This is just the coolest stage ever. But yeah, I'm so proud. Snapper Rocks this is where my career started as a wild card. So pretty cool to be able to achieve this here 26 years later, which is really scary, but yeah, I'm really proud. Thank you so much for all the support. My team, Snake, Harry, my family, all my friends, everyone that's been down here. You guys are the reason we do this. It just elevates the whole experience.
Congratulations, Steph. Enjoy every second.
Thanks so much, guys.
Stephanie Gilmore, your undisputed queen of Snapper Rocks, your 8-time world champion, breaking her own records. Congratulations to Ethan Ewing, all of our finalists. Enjoy the moment, you guys, here on the beach. Thanks so much for being a part of it. Everyone here, stick around for a Fat Boy DJ to keep us dancing all night long. We'll send it back to Ronnie Blakey on the set for the Stone and Wood Post Show. Thanks so much, everyone.
Good on you, Joe, and great job, as always, in handing those trophies over, and some very happy campers there. Ethan Ewing, a man, a few words, managed to get a couple out during the presentation. Steph Gilmore, eloquent as always, and just acknowledging this crowd. Everyone spoke about it. They were huge and really did inspire big performances from the world's best. Quality conditions over 4 huge days of competition. First light to last light each day. And like I said, so many highlight moments to reflect on it, and big performances from surfers who didn't even feature on finals day. So, you know, it is, like you said, Rich, it is a great validation for where pro surfing is at the moment, just the performances that we've seen in the contest this year.
Yeah, it's been incredible. And just when you think that the level can't go any higher, it does, you know. In particular, the backhand surfing from Connor. I think everyone on stage acknowledged that. And yeah, it was super exciting to be a part of it. Stoked.
Let's talk about Stephanie Gilmore's run. Really interesting, Steph. A bit of a shocker start to the campaign for her, but she rallied big time here. But it didn't come easy. She kind of tripped her way through the earlier rounds of this event before starting to find some confidence.
Yeah, well, she said it, you know, in the early stages of the event. She didn't feel like she was putting her best surfing forward, and there was heat rust. There was, you know, surfing rust. The body didn't feel great, and she kind of worked her way through it. And by the time she got to the final, she was in vintage form.
I think she's like forgotten just what she was experiencing through those earlier rounds. Before she got to the quarters, you know, she didn't have a whole lot to celebrate other than just scrapping through those early round heats, Jessie.
Prior to the quarters, she couldn't really get above a 7. You know, she was really stuck in that 6-point range. And then she hit this quarterfinal with Katie Simmers. And this is where we really started to see Steph click out of that retirement mode and click back into this 8-time world champion mode and getting tubed. Dimity caught this one, pushing the trolley down through Little Marley here. But she just has an undeniable connection with this wave. And to take down Katie Simmers and then go into a heat with Nadia Aristabe, who was arguably one of the best surfers of the entire event, into a final with Lulu and keep building and finding her stride in every single heat. It was beyond impressive.
We're going to see highlights of Steph here, but can we give a massive tip of the cap to Nadia Aristabe? I think she laid down the biggest backhand turn I've ever seen in competition at this event. It was unbelievable just what she found at this contest.
Yeah, for sure. The backhand attack of Nadia was incredible, just squaring up completely, going vertical. But Steph found a way. That was the first time she got into that excellent range.
Yeah, dropped an 8-point rider, and then you kind of got the feeling that she had tapped back into the kind of form that's seen her win 33 CT events before this final, and she just went mad in the final.
This wave, it was the 9.5. It was such an exceptional wave. And you know it's a good wave when you make involuntary noises, and that's exactly what I did on that wave. I was like, oh, sorry.
The whole beach was grunting their way through this one. Steph.
Do it all the time, don't worry about it.
So much power, it's so committed and in the critical section, but without losing any of that magic flow and style to her surfing.
Yeah, she kind of found that magic board too, and she worked that out with Snako, who you see there just absolutely losing his mind, along with Darren Hanley. But yeah, you know, they worked through the equipment, different changes of fins to finally find that board that just got it in perfect sync.
Yeah, Jake Patterson, as a coach, hasn't had a whole lot to celebrate this year. Aaron Brooks and Steph Gilmore have been meeting in heats. Al Cleland Jr.'s had a tough go at it. Kanoa, he surfed really well, but hasn't wrestled the big result away from the Aussie treble. So Jake was absolutely losing his mind when Steph got the victory today. And she is charging up the rankings, as we mentioned, moving up into the top 10 now. And Luana Silva, she has just reached an incredible career milestone, taking the #1 position on the ratings.
Oh my gosh, she's going to be in yellow going into Raglan. And I was thinking, watching that celebration of her getting second place up on stage, and if someone had told her she was going to have a quarterfinal in 2 seconds and walk away with the yellow jersey at the end of the Aussie treble, although you don't have a win, that's a massive win to walk away with, just knowing that you are world #1 for the first time in your career. And 12 months ago, it was a completely different story. So Lulu growing with every single event.
She sure is. We're going to have a bit more world title chatter, but right now, we didn't get a chance to play it for you earlier, and Steph has obviously had some time to digest the win, but Vaughn Blakey did catch up with her directly after her final. Let's hear what she had to say.
Steph Gilmore, congratulations. You are the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, champion. You could argue it's been the best ever Gold Coast Pro. The crowds have been insane. The surfing has been elite. Why shouldn't the greatest of all time take this thing out?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I can't believe it. Like you said, this has been the best weekend of surfing. The waves have been pumping. Snapper's delivered the absolute perfect goods for us. All the Aussies are in the final, and the men's here now. Luana's in the gold jersey. You know, this has just been a wonderful event for all the finalists. And oh my God, I literally didn't think I was going to win an event this year. I cannot believe I won this event. This is crazy, but I feel like I just got better and better every heat, and then I finally pieced it together in the final there. And I still, you know, I feel there's more in the tank, but it's funny, I paddle out in finals and I just switch in, you know, things that I have so much clarity out there, and it's just great. It's so much fun. And looking back at the beach, that was just the most unbelievable scene.
Mate, in the first 2 events, you didn't have a chance to get momentum. You know, it was early round knockouts, and in this event, it was shaky stuff at the start. But as you did build, you definitely saved the best to last. That was just a commanding performance in the final.
Thank you. Yeah, I just feel like I was, you know, figuring out my equipment. Each heat I was losing a bit more of the nerves, or just accepting the nerves and accepting the fact that, you know, maybe I'm not the best surfer anymore on all the free surf days, but if I can put it together in a heat, then I can still get there all the way to the end. So yeah, it's been a really interesting journey, but I seriously didn't think I could go all the way to a win, but if it was ever going to happen somewhere, this is it.
It seems hard to believe, to think that you would think that, but you know, when you made the decision to come back, what was it like? Were there restless nights? Were you sort of fearing that you might not have what it takes? Were you sort of having to overcome those sort of doubts?
Of course. And you know, those 2 first events where I lost first round, and I was thinking, oh, you know, you kind of gotta lose the ego. But like when you're in the height of your peak of your winnings, like earlier on in my career, it's like you just feel invincible, and you kind of have to like detach from that person or whatever that was and be like, okay, I'm something new, I'm something different, I've learnt a lot, I've changed a bit, and just accept what it is and approach things with a fresh mind. And I've just, at the end of the day, it's enjoying the process, whatever it may be. And this whole week has been just so much fun. Like every time I'm out there, and I always want to be chirpy to the other girls in the heat, like, how sick is this? Look at the beach, it's so awesome. And they're very focused. I'm like, okay, don't say anything. But yeah, winning here as a 17-year-old as a wild card, I had so many similar feelings out there then of just like, I love it so much. When you have this passion for whatever it is that you're doing, you find a way to make it work.
That was 26 years ago. You know, I think there's no better validation than to make the final. You took out incredible.
How many years ago?
26.
Oh my
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was thinking about not bringing it up, but guess what? There's no better validation. You took out the entire roll call of the prodigious talent on tour, Katie, Erin, etc., and the world #1 in the final.
That's the best way to do it. Just tear through the pack and save the best for last. But like I said, a lot of my feelings of those restless nights of, can I do this anymore? You know, do I have it in me to be there? And it's because I've been watching all the women's events from a distance and just thinking, oh my goodness, like these girls are insane. The level just gets higher and higher every time. And I'm such a fan of all of those women. And I just, you know, I can't believe where the sport's at now and where it's heading in the future. And I just wanted to be a part of it, you know, and to have this moment here like this is just, yeah, I'm tripping out.
A public holiday at your home break and literally tearing the bag so hard. Mate, of course, the conversation now is going to go from, well, can I win an event to can I win a world title? Like, that's where this convo is leading. Like, now that you've found form, now that we've seen you light up on that level, it has to be the next question. And I know you're a competitor, so it's right there.
Yeah, no, of course, I'm competitive, and I have so many weaknesses in the events coming up, so it's just a great challenge for me, you know, see if I can rise to the occasion and improve my weaknesses and show up against these young women who are just pushing the boundaries like you've never seen. So I'm up for the challenge, but yeah, like I said, this was a surprise to me, so I'll take it one step at a time, one trophy at a time. Thank you.
You just won your 34th CT. You're an absolute legend. You're the best ever, and this entire crowd is so frothing to share this moment with you at your home beach. Congratulations, Steph Gilmore.
Thank you, guys.
Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro champion. Enjoy the win.
Thank you so much. This has been unreal, guys. Thanks for all the support. The beach, look at this. It's insane. Best day ever.
Definitely right up there for Stephanie Gilmore. Absolutely buzzing. And good just to feel that energy from Steph. You know, we have to have a chat about it. There was a bit of banter going around before the tour got underway about this new generation and how they're going to fare against these returning multiple champions. Betty Lou in particular kind of put it out there. She said, I think my generation's going to smoke them. Well, Steph worked her way through the best of the new gen. Erin Brooks, Katie Simmers, Betty Lou, and Luana Silva. Luana Silva's kind of holding it down for the new generation now. 2 finals back-to-back, the #1 surfer in the world. But when you look at who's shutting out these events, Gabriella Bryan, sure, she got it done at Bells, but Lakey Peterson, veteran campaigner over in WA, and now Stephanie Gilmore here, huge.
It's pretty crazy when you think about it. I was really giddy and excited about that call that Betty Lou made. And I was thinking, you know what, good on her. Good on her going out on a limb and saying that. But it's also going to fuel the fire of the GOATs who have years of experience on this new generation. Yes, they've got airs. Yes, they've got this new hunger and fire for competition. But when Steph clicks into gear, especially at Snapper Rocks, it's hard for anyone to beat her. And she proved that today.
I love it. Yeah, I don't want Betty Lou to at all feel like we're discouraging her from throwing comments like that, because it's got everyone fired up. It makes you invest in those big heats, Rich, and watching Betty Lou and Steph surf against one another was awesome.
Yeah, that was a great heat because we were all invested because of the comment and obviously the setup, you know, having the GOAT involved as well. So, yeah, it's good stuff. Love it. Keep the banter coming.
Even though the veterans have taken the wins in the last 2 events, when we have a look at the GWM Aussie treble, you will see that young guard holding it down at the top end of the ranks. Luana Silva, congratulations. The GWM Aussie treble champion, Gabriella Bryan right up there. Molly Picklum sitting in 4th. Lakey, of course, maintaining her position at the top. She had another good run through the contest here too.
She did. Lakey did. And Lakey came really close to getting the GWM Tank 300 too. So Lulu just took the keys out of both Gabby and Lakey's hands. And if you look at those top 4 names, they're really hard names to take down. So good on Lulu.
Let's wind the clock back and have a look at the consistency and the magic that Luana Silva's been threading together on her run through these 3 events.
Yeah, so it was at this exact moment last year when Luana Silva made the final against Isabella Nichols, and things started to click. She started to believe in herself. The confidence was there. The surfing started to build. And with each heat, she just got better and better. And this is the type of performance that she showed at Margaret River to go all the way to a second. So that was another final appearance. And then here on the Gold Coast, she just looks sensational from her first heat.
Yeah, Jesse, you can pick up on it. I mean, you've tracked her career so closely. The way she runs down to a heat now has you thinking, wow, she is just brimming with confidence.
It's insane to see how much she's grown. I spent a lot of the QS actually competing against her. So Lulu, she's always had this undeniable fire to come up and try and take down those really big names, even when we were Groms. So for her to transition that on the highest stage, take it to the women that we've looked up to our entire life on the best waves in the world, it's pretty impressive to see Lulu just grow into the incredible competitor and woman that she is today.
Yeah, super consistent. She's had 4 finals now, yet to break through for the victory. It must be starting to be a bit of a pain point for her, but she will get there. But consistency has her on the top of the ratings at the moment.
I think with the consistency that she's enjoying, the loss didn't sting as much as it has in the past because she's in such a fantastic position. I mean, she's in a title race now.
Yeah.
So I think Leandro would be assuring her, it's like, hey, it will come if you keep competing this way and putting on the performances you are. So that was the least affected I've seen her. Obviously, winning a new GWM Tank 300 takes the pain out of the loss in the final. But, yeah, she's looking deadly. Really is surfing very well.
I'm loving it from Lulu. Honestly, I just feel like there's also a little bit of sass in her surfing and approach to her heat. And I think get sassy with it if that's what's going to get you to a win. And for her, just taking everything in her stride as well. You can see the maturity in her surfing. It's something that Lakey said over at Margs is her time will come. And yes, it's so annoying 4 finals now and not cracking that win. But I can guarantee you that there's probably going to be lots of wins in her future. So Lulu, she's coming so close and her time is definitely coming.
Let's talk about Gabriel Medina, one of the other multiple champions making a CT return, and he claimed the GWM Aussie treble on the men's side with incredible consistency across the 3 events. Got stopped by a rampaging Felipe Toledo at this event, but still put up good numbers in that loss.
Yeah, he sure did. That was, well, it was one of the heats of the year so far, for sure. But Gabriel, again, he has been super consistent and strong through the opening 3 events of the season, and it sees him out on top. A couple of other of his Brazilian mates up there in the top 5, Sammy Pupo and Miggy Pupo, and good to see a couple of the Aussies in there, George and Ethan, with their wins respectively at Margaret's and here at the Goldie.
Let's look back on the magic, and he opened so strong down there at Bells Beach. The power, the speed and flow was on fire, and his boards look great too, Jess.
It was a similar story to Steph. You know, there was that question mark around of, okay, does he still have it? Is he still going to bring his A game? Of course he is. He's Gabe Medina. It just, everywhere he went, he just put fire and mongrel in his surfing, especially over at Margie's here. Honestly, I thought he was going to be untouchable over at Margs. GP really threw a spanner in the works, taking the win over there. And then to come here, this was one of the best heats I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. I mean, this heat between Gabby and Felipe Toledo was just magic, really.
Yeah, it was. I think, you know, Felipe Toledo went to a whole nother stratosphere in his performance, but Medina was still rock solid, Rich, and his timing and power almost comparable to what we saw from Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, right there with Connor, and well, it was actually a tip of the cap from Gabriel saying that he believes Connor's, you know, the benchmark of backhand surfing. But Gabriel made a very impressive speech there. You can tell he's happy. You can tell he's super excited to be around it. He's still being inspired by all of his peers. And I've never seen him surf so much. He's one of those guys that generally or typically hasn't done a lot of surfing around the events. He's out there every day, first out, going through a bunch of boards. He's really tuned into the whole equipment thing, searching for an edge. Love to see it.
Yeah, he came and called that 4th quarterfinal with us too.
Oh, he's a unit. He's so big.
He is so ripped and ready to go. He looks super fit. And so many of the Championship Tour competitors do. Well, I think he's returned with that fire after a huge break last year. Connor O'Leary after a win last year. Looks like he's really sharpened up physically too. That's paying off in a big way. Felipe Toledo, Ethan Ewing, they're all just looking like absolute thoroughbreds. And the race is on both tours. When we saw the GWM Aussie treble rankings there, the story of these veterans and the new gen is playing out in the top 10. It is really shaping up to be one of the best races for a title I think we've ever seen.
Yeah, super exciting. The fact that we've gone back to the old system of accumulative points through the year, and we'll get a showdown at Pipeline, it just makes me so excited. I'm stoked to see that. And super excited to see what happens at the next event at Raglan. We're going to go left.
Yeah, bring it on. Can't wait for that. I believe that we're going to have a look at the Aussie treble rankings. Excuse me, we're going to have a look at the Boost Mobile heat of the day. And, man, this could have been any number of clashes. Obviously, so many great narratives playing out, but we chose this one based purely on performance and that it went right down to the wire with the result decided on the sand.
You guys were in the booth calling it. Flick, Joe and I were in the green room screaming at the TV in this heat. This was just epic surfing. Honestly, if anyone was going to take Ethan down, it was going to be Lobby. His point pedigree is easily one of the best on tour. This wave in particular, we were literally losing it in there. And then Ethan came back. I thought Lobby had won the heat based on that wave. You look out the back, Ethan is just going to town on such a perfect wave at Snapper. And then I haven't seen one bowl out quite like this wave did through the inside. He got a sick little tube, and just look how below sea level this one goes, and he just tucks right in, gets spat out, and goes straight to the final based on that wave.
That was the probably the thickest little nuggety pit that we saw in the event too, Rich.
Yeah, it certainly was. Had a bit of everything on that wave, and a worthy heat with the scores 16.33 v 15.30 for Liam O'Brien, but just 2 point surfers at the height of their powers. In incredible conditions with the crowd going mad and behind him. You know, it lifted their performance for sure.
Liam O'Brien, he wanted it really bad. That was his third semi-final finish now. He desperately, I think, wants to crack that final. There was frustration, which was great to see from him. It means that he's really fired up to get there.
Well, I think there was frustration because he actually had priority, and had he waited, he could have had that final wave that Ethan Ewing got the 9 on. So, you know, you relive those memories in your mind when you're competing at that level. But, you know, a couple of Stone and Woods will take the edge off tonight.
It sure will. Looking forward to it. The Murphy power move of the event. Let's check it out. Unbelievable. Again, there was so many to pick from, but we have gone with Felipe Toledo. This guy, when he is on, he is near unbeatable. Didn't have it in the semi-final today, but earlier in the contest just completely blew our minds.
Yeah, this was vintage Felipe Toledo, just putting some of the most on-edge manoeuvres we've ever seen out here at Snapper Rocks. Just full tilt, 6th gear, 8th gear, whatever you want to call it. Just full throttle and completely on edge. So worthy of the power move.
Yeah, he is going to be just so deadly this season. It feels like it's going to be really interesting to see now that he's got that feeling and got himself a semi-final result where he takes it when we head over to New Zealand. But yeah, Felipe Toledo right back in that world title conversation. Let's have a look at the Shaper rankings presented by Vea, and it was a big event for Darren Hanley. Sharp Eye also had a couple of surfers on absolute fire. But we've got a new front runner, Rich.
Yeah, we sure do. DHD, clean sweep today. I think he actually had 3 of the 4 surfers in the finals, so amazing stuff. I mean, DH has done so much work out here. This wave in particular has influenced so much of his shaping style and refinement over the last couple of decades. Honourable mention, obviously, to JS as well, also from these parts. And great to see these line up. I did, as I mentioned through the event, host the Shaper Night, and there was definitely friendly fire. These guys take these ratings very, very seriously. Make no mistake about that, and we're going to see this chop and change through the season.
It wasn't a tangible contest between the Shapers previously. You know, they would just go, oh God, DH had 2 winners today, bummer. But now they see those ratings and they're really into it. They're competing and they rib each other hard.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's on.
It's so on. I actually got to tell Darren that he was in the lead now on the rankings, and he was just going, oh, yes. Like, he was so stoked and so frothing to have the clean sweep, have 3 of the 4 finalists in there. It was actually 5 of the 8 semi-finalists too.
Wow.
Across both fields. So he really did have an incredible event over here on the Gold Coast. And I believe we're not going to see that smile come off his face for quite some time.
Yeah, definitely not tonight. He'll try and wash it away, but it won't work, I don't think.
No.
Let's talk about this next event, because the surfers on the championship tour are going to get the opportunity. No, we're going to pivot. We're going to go into the BioGland Daily Dose. Bring it on. The Pupo brothers meeting early in the event, and they had a great battle, both showing incredible form through the GWM Aussie treble, but Sammy Pupo, lightning fast, Toledo-esque performance from him.
Yeah, Toledo 2.0, as he was named by his brother, and really just showing all that precision, flair, power and speed, among other things. And Sammy was on a heater against his brother here. Total domination, really. Miggy in fine form, and he's had an incredible Aussie leg himself, obviously getting the win down there at Bells Beach. But with manoeuvres like that, geez, he just took control of this one.
An honourable mention to Sammy Pupo. He really was a standout of the entire GWM Aussie treble. Just the flow he found, the confidence he found, he's completely shifted into a different gear, and he's going to have a title run this year, I reckon.
No doubt, yeah. Coming in at number 4, Carissa Moore. Early in the event, a buzzer beater moment for her in a very difficult heat, and she was emotional.
I could not believe the tears that we saw from Carissa Moore. It really just does show how much it means to these GOATs coming back. Carissa, she had a bit of a rough trot, wasn't feeling well. This is the first time she's ever traveling as a family, so there would be a lot of adjustments compared to when she was back on the tour before she took some time off. But the fact that she's back in such fine form and then giving the future generation advice where she can really does scream volumes to the person that she is.
What an inspiration, the 5-time world champ, travelling as a new mum and campaigning for a world title. Love her work and can't wait to continue to watch her year come together. Coming in at number 3, on paper, it was an incredible matchup. Felipe Toledo taking on Medina, the 2 most successful surfers on the championship tour, leaving it all on the line.
Yeah, this felt like one of those special heats for the ages, kind of like the Karanaki heat from Bells Beach, way back. 2 surfers at the height of their powers, just going out at one front side, one backside, but with manoeuvres like this, it was Felipe's day. He could not be stopped. Every single turn was just on edge. Just pinpoint accuracy, and the read on this wave, he has got it just on lock. He has an affinity with his place and a couple of wins. Really hard to stop this man.
Epic sportsmanship between these 2 greats, and they will go down as absolute greats, and they're still campaigning.
That heat's going to go in the vault for sure.
It sure is. Coming in at number 2, our men's winner, Ethan Ewing. A Queenslander competing in front of a hometown crowd on a public holiday here. Snapper Rocks lined up beautifully for him, and he put that sublime rail work to show.
There was arguably more Ewing jerseys down here than anyone else. There were so many number 33s running around on little grums down here on the beach. This is as close to home as it's going to get for Ethan Ewing here. So to take a win in what has been a while between drinks here for Ethan Ewing, in such fine form, working with the brilliance of Phil McNamara as well. He just really did create this perfect storm, and you know what? I'm not surprised he won here. He's surfing on this platform, on this canvas. It's arguably some of the best we've ever seen. So Ethan Ewing, he mentioned in his posted interview, he's got his title campaign back on track, and I'm looking forward to seeing him go left over at Raglan.
Yeah, what a performance. His 3rd championship tour win, and jumping up to 4th place on the championship tour rankings. It took him a while to applaud that crowd, but he let them know that he really appreciated their support, and they lifted him to a magic victory there. Solid work in the final, won that opening exchange and didn't look back. Reference his mates too, thank them for their support. called them a bunch of units. And there he is with the trophy. And coming in at number 1, it was always going to be Stephanie Gilmore, the 8-time world champ, returning to the CT this year after taking a couple of years off. And she really found her form when it mattered.
I'll make a confession. After the first 2 events, I was sort of wondering whether Steph was going to click back into gear, whether those competitive juices were going to really ignite that immaculate style of surfing that we're used to seeing from Steph Gilmore. She shook off the rust, and through this event, she built just so beautifully, and she went into vintage form. By the time she made the final, she was back, and almost looking every bit, a world title contender. We just see the camp there just absolutely lighting it up. 2 Queensland winners. Is tomorrow going to be a public holiday as well? I tell you what, we're going to see.
Steph's a New South Welsh.
Well,
Thank you very much, Richie.
Well, we're going to see a lot of we're going to see a lot of people putting in for sick leave tomorrow. That's for sure.
But yeah, Steph Gilmore absolutely buzzing. She tripped her way through the first 2 heats as she surfed.
Yeah.
And even then, she wasn't looking like the event favourite. But you give her time to build, you give her more time in this lineup, she'll punish you for it. And she proved that.
Oh, you can't doubt the GOAT at Snapper Rocks, and you can't doubt the GOAT full stop. She has proven herself time and time again. Darren's boards look incredible under her feet. It was pretty funny. I ran into Blaze, his head glasser, and I was with Darren, and Darren goes, "Yes, Blaze, we're working tomorrow." Before Blaze got to say anything, he goes, "Ah." Then just like across his shoulder. So, yeah, there might be a couple of sickies called in tomorrow, Rich.
I love that. That was such a key event for Steph. You look at this schedule and just the actual trailblazing that's been happening in the waves of consequence. This was Steph's best chance at getting that 34th victory, and she converted. And that's huge just based on how the start of her season's gone.
Yeah, it's amazing, and a huge confidence boost for her. And it's sort of strange talking about the GOAT needing a confidence boost, but she's obviously been watching from afar the last couple of years. She wanted to be part of the party again, and she's just walked in with the pom-poms going, "I'm back." Yeah. She's ready to go.
And she needed that win because it'll fuel her confidence when she gets to those other locations where she's had success. You think about El Salvador, easily could take that event out. Trestles.
Yeah.
I think for all of the competitors, you have to convert on the ways where you have a performance edge over your rivals, and they're kind of the ones that Steph's got to get it done at.
And Steph would know that as well by not converting at Bells and Margie's, that there was a lot of points missed out in those 2 events. Erin put up a really good fight over at Margie's. So then going to Raglan, where she openly mentioned that her backhand is the weakest part of her surfing. So knowing that she's going there next, and it is a Wink League, for her to be able to get a win here and confidently know that she's got something to give for the back half of the season, this is the perfect time for Steph to start gearing up for a really great fighter at both of those stops that you mentioned, Ronnie.
Yeah, let's talk about this event for the first time this year, really, bar a couple of waves in the West. The surfers are going to get the chance to straighten out their spines going left. And this is such a unique one because it's a new location. It's a different kind of wave, Rich, with a kind of unpredictable canvas to work with.
Yeah, it's true. Raglan's an interesting wave. It's got different sections to it. It's got a different slope to the face of the wave as well. I know a lot of the goofy footers are literally rubbing their hands together. I can see, Gabe doing incredibly well. I can see Yago bouncing back in a big way, and it's going to be up to the natural footers to sort of work out this wave and really find their form. So I think we'll see a couple of them jet over there early this week and start working on. It's back to work in a few days.
I love Raglan. I really do. I've been there a couple of times now. I adore the wave. It's got a really fun bowl out the start, especially on the low tide. You can even get barreled out there. I was over there just a couple of weeks ago, actually, and I saw Jack Robbo getting barreled at the top of Manu Bay there. And then it does hit this weird little section through the middle, but that end bowl is so fun. It's so easy to tee off on, especially on your backhand. So I feel like we're really going to see just who kind of highlight who spends time going left, especially in the off season, and who hasn't. It is pretty cool that we've got a left-hand point on tour.
Yeah, and the only surfer that's really going to have that local edge well, there's two of them, is Billy Stammen, the wild card, and the winner of the trial. So that, on the men's side, that's going to be super interesting to watch play out. And on the women's side,
yeah, Tom Butlin actually won King Queen of the Point, so he's going to be joining the championship tour over there. He came here to Snapper this week. He's been here the entire week to get a feel of the event because he's quite nervous. He's never even been to a CT event before, so decided to fly over the ditch, get the experience. And then on the women's side, 15-year-old Alani Morris, she won, beat Paige Harriman, a buzzer beater over there at Raglan, and that's her home wave. So those two are really going to put up a good fight. And of course, Billy Stammen's won like 1,000,000 times at Raglan. So he's been training really hard. It's exciting.
Yeah, and Billy's got that way figured out on the back end. He's got the kind of turn, it's a bit of a trademark move for him that he can go to that's super explosive, big, nose pick, fin ditch. So I think we can expect to see him pull that out of the bag.
It's another high-performance wave where we're going to. It's not super consequential unless it gets really, really big. But I dare say some of the natural footers will be going and maybe putting vision of Connor in their mirror and going, okay, that's what we got to start doing. So, yeah, it's going to be great to watch.
It's going to be awesome. The event window kicks off May 15th. Make sure you check out worldsurfleague.com because you can check out those brackets and see what the head-to-head matchups look like in those earlier rounds. We have so many highlights. We're going to crack these things. We're going to sit back and watch them play out. We'll see you over in New Zealand. Enjoy the week.
Stop 3 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. The waves are pumping, the water's warm. This is the dream realized.
It's so on. It's on. Should we dance out of this shot?
Check it. Yo, I got MCE sewn on my chest. I run into the booth like Superman and leave the mic blessed. You really shouldn't test labs at all. I'm so ahead.
At the buzzer.
Last way back in 89. See, I dabbled in a life of crime. But I don't need to talk about
tucks into a little tube.
And that was clutch.
You take the win.
But I've been told to write these hot joints and lock this game for real. That's why the grind never ever stops.
Big high five from Julian Wilson, a past champ.
From the block. I'm like that bully that you can't defeat. There won't be none of that crazy.
4 compact moves, perfectly executed.
Gennady Aerostarbay clicking a couple beautiful turns.
Against drums and bass line. At a quarter two, and what you got is a hit record, dude. Everybody, please relax. Everyone stay calm.
Right out into the sky.
Lazarus came to drop bombs. Tell your brother, your sister, tell your pops, your moms, it's okay. Everybody, please relax.
Lobbyland.
There's nothing quite like watching Steph Gilmore at Snapper Rocks. It's a privilege.
If anyone can sniff a tube out, it is Jack Robinson. Grabs the wall with both hands, finds the funnel.
It could be the biggest record crowd we've ever seen in Australia.
This is about as close as you get. Feel the energy in you.
Gabriel Medina moving on. Gabriella Bryan carves her way through and she wants more. Good look at section for Nadia Aerostarbay. She tags it off the roof.
A big looking wave.
Katie, she's going to take off late. Does well to make the drop. Tucks in. You got to love the bravado.
Deep in the tube and makes the exit.
monster crowd down here, and this Sunday will go down in the books.
I would just like to start off the morning with a quote from Art of War, Sun Tzu. In the mix of chaos, the calm surfer finds the line. The beach is already packed.
Estimating how many people?
1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8.
It is finals day.
And if you ask any surfer in the world, they would say, I'd like to surf like Ethan Ewing.
Yeah.
That turn was unbelievable. I don't think I've ever done a turn like that.
How about that? Steph Gilmore is in another final here at Snapper Rocks.
How was that? The Queen's back.
Ethan Ewing now. He'll get his opportunity. Nice blast through the lip. Hammering down the line here. Thinking about a pit. Grabs the wall. Tucks in. Gets spat out. Woo! And some frustration from Liam O'Brien. He knows the deal.
Oh, big carve. Straight into the money turn on that one.
We are gearing up all the finals. Stephanie Gilmore will take on Luana Silva. Connor O'Leary will go up against Ethan Ewing.
The Queen is using all of her powers on her home break today on a public holiday in Queensland. Stephanie Gilmore has done it again. She is your champion of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
And Ethan Ewing is your 2026 champion.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.